ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù wọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fúnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemo, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimo, Egumawego. Tuba jọdịrị Chukwuma Chukwu tuba jọdịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo ayandaba 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 Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa hega panto mo. Yeah, they go get me. Oh, we tarakara mi nguru ma amiga kuru mo boy a baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atimaya
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna toga book.
And there it is right there. Agbado, Ewa. You know, I've never really understood that combination, Agbado and Ewa. It's never really been my thing. I like Ewa, you know, but I like Ewa just cooked by itself with a little bit of salt, none of the red oil or anything, no accoutrements. Just cook it, then put a bit of stew on top of it. But mixing it with Ewa, it's very odd. It's as strange as I've always said, people putting milk in coffee. You know why? If you want to have Ewa now. And if you want to have Agbado, what is Agbado Ewa? But there it is, Agbado Ewa. So Agbado Ewa and a Merry Christmas to you all. So Agbado Ewa and a Merry Christmas to you all. So here it is right there. TikTok, another year comes to an end. So you know that we're a hop, skip, and a jump from February. February is 2 months away, which is to mark the 1 year space. Oh, what's going on with that? Which is to, let's see. Does this thing have a, hold on. Oh, hold on. There's something odd with my camera. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there was a speck on it. All right. So we're a hop, skip, and a jump from we're a hop, skip, and a jump from February, which is to mark the 1 year anniversary of all of this palaver that has seized hold of the Nigerian space ever since. So there it is. Merry Christmas to you. I'm sure some of you have already broken into the Christmas space. So this is I wouldn't say the Christmas special, but I would say the Christmas sort of mini session. So somewhat of a gathering. Adewale hop back because you're the only one there at the moment. So Adewale, if you want to come back. So it's a Christmas special, as I said. It's not a Christmas special. Let me not say that. It's not anything Christmas special. It's just another session, but with a backdrop of a festive whatever it is, festive accoutrement. So yes, the usual protocol still applies. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here, that's your ticket to come and join. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me. So do all those. I don't want this session to be heavily laden with politics, but there'll be a little bit of politics. But if I do have a panel, which I don't at the moment, then I want it to be more conversational because, of course, we're on the cusp of Christmas. So maybe we'll want to take a little bit of a pullback from a heavy diet of politics just for a day. But still, we kick it off with the political narrative, just to have something to talk about. So we kick it off with the political narrative. Tinubu's anti-graft chief indicts Ibrahim Gambari Zainab Ahmed for looting 17.3 trillion naira with Emefiele online outlines criminal charges. So yes, it's essentially a Fulani looting spree. The last 8 years that we've had, but the sad thing is, I don't think Tinubu has the balls to take them on. So these people, almost with some certainty, in fact, almost with absolute certainty, will walk away with it. What balls, what testicular fortitude, what would possess Tinubu to the point of saying he wants to arrest Ibrahim Gambari, a Fulani prince from Ilorin, or Ahmed, Zainab Ahmed, who is married to the former chief of naval staff, the former vice air marshal, or whatever it is. So the last 8 years has been a Fulani heist, and that is exactly what the special investigator is telling us. Tinubu's anti-graft chief indicts Ibrahim Gambari Zainab Ahmed for looting 17.3 trillion naira with Emefiele, outlines criminal charges. So he can outline all he likes. Jim Obazee, President Tinubu special investigator trawling the books of the Central Bank of Nigeria, has accused Ibrahim Gambari and Zainab Ahmed of involvement in mismanaging over 17 trillion naira in public funds in connivance with Godwin Emefiele. The two officials who served respectively as, let's take that from top again, Jim Obazee, President Tinubu special investigator trawling the books of the Central Bank of Nigeria, has accused Ibrahim Gambari and Zainab Ahmed of involvement in mismanaging over 17 trillion naira in public funds in connivance with Godwin Emefiele. The two officials, who served respectively as Chief of Staff and Finance Minister under former President Muhammadu Buhari, were blamed for a series of questionable use of ways and means instruments of the CBN that left the country unable to account for 17 points. And by the way, you can be doing the dollar conversion as we read, because sometimes you get lost in the woods for just the lack of potency of the Nigerian currency, and it doesn't really sound like real money. But if you convert it to dollars, I think that should be about what? About $15 billion thereabout is accusing them of stealing. Yes, the two officials who served respectively as Chief of Staff and Finance Minister under former President Muhammadu Buhari were blamed for a series of questionable use of ways and means instruments of the CBN that left the country unable to account for 17.3 trillion naira. Stealing of public funds through advances to government, otherwise known as ways and means, constitutes a criminal offense, Mr. Obazee said in a memo to the president believed to have been delivered on December the 20th. The sum of 17 trillion 369 billion naira remains unaccounted for as neither due appropriation nor approval exists to support the diversion of public funds through this medium. So what is being said here is essentially they took the money, nobody signed it off, nobody know where it went. So they just literally went into the bank and took a 17 trillion naira out. No approval, both by the board of the CBN, certainly not by Malam Buhari, who was half comatose throughout the 8 years of his administration. No sign off by anybody, and nothing to show what the money went towards. So they literally, according to Jim Obazee, went into the CBN vault and took out 17 trillion naira and walked away. So unbelievable. Stealing of public funds through advances to government, otherwise known as ways and means, constitutes a criminal offense, Mr. Obazee said in a memo to the president, believed to have been delivered on December the 20th. The sum of 17 trillion 369 billion naira remains unaccounted for, as neither due appropriation nor approvals exist to support the diversion of public funds through this medium. This constitutes an offense under the Penal Code as applicable in the Federal Capital Territory, to which actors and conspirators in this instance are liable, Mr. Obazee added. Mr. Gambari declined comments when reached on Saturday. The former chief of staff appeared to be facing his first public controversy since correspondents reported that his son, Bolaji Gambari, was emerging as a top influence peddler following his father's appointment. The October 2020 story infuriated the chief of staff, who was a top diplomat at the United Nations for decades, prompting him to order a protracted tethering. So this is a People's Gazette blowing its own trumpet. The October 2020 story infuriated the chief of staff, who was a top diplomat at the United Nations for decades, prompting him to order a protracted tethering of our website in Nigeria a few months later in January 2021. Correspondents continue to fight the matter in court. Between Mr. Gambari and Mrs. Ahmed, who was finance minister under the expiration of the last administration in May, trillions of naira went unaccounted for after unauthorized appropriation, Mr. Obazee said, adding that nearly 23 trillion naira in illegal spending was suspiciously authorized to be covered through conversion of Nigerian assets by the National Assembly. Mrs. Ahmed declined to comment on Saturday. The special investigator said the exploitation of ways and means was a criminal offense that should be severely punished under existing regulations of the central bank. The Supreme Court should be approached to nullify the approval that the Ninth Assembly gave to scrutinize the ways and means of 22.7 trillion naira, Mr. Obazee said, noting that it contravenes Section 38 of the CBN Act. President Tinubu has yet to comment on the findings of the special investigator, whose report this week was the first from his office since he was appointed in July to look into years of corruption at the central bank and other federal institutions. But the probe has drawn criticism from some experts, including a former CBN governor, Kingsley Moghalu, who said the disclosure of the special investigator's activities could undermine the confidence of potential foreign investors in the Nigerian economy. Supporters of the administration, however, said investors will place confidence in a jurisdiction where people could be held to account for corruption. So there it is right there. There it is. You know, I think we should be totting up some of these monies. So this is another 17.7 17.3 trillion naira. Add that to the $9 billion. Anyway, you probably don't want to do that. It's probably too depressing. Probably too depressing. Let's go on from there to let's go to this one now. Yes. So you know the headline story for last for yesterday's session. It actually came that was the $9 billion Desani storyline. So that storyline actually came out of the EFCC space. So they put it out on their website, but they've now quickly withdrawn what they purport to be a statement by Desani. So a lot of clapback against that. Everybody, they act drama. Nigerians react as EFCC deletes controversial post on ex-minister. So let's see what's going on here. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has distanced itself from an Instagram quote. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has distanced itself from an Instagram post quoting a former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Desani Alice Madueke, on money laundering charges. Correspondence on Saturday, December the 23rd, revealed that the unsigned post, initially visible on the EFCC's official Instagram handle, has been taken down. Meanwhile, EFCC spokesperson, when contacted over the development, the spokesperson for the EFCC, Dele Oyewale, denied the report and emphasized that the report was not from the anti-graft agency and was not signed by an official. The report is not from the EFCC. Anything that is not signed by me is not from us, EFCC, Oyewale said. Nigerians react as EFCC deletes social media posts on Desani. As usual, Nigerians took to the comment section of Twitter and reacted to the development. So just as you would expect anyway, I think Nigerians, they're just, PDP demands EFCC apology over deleted post on Zamfara governor. Correspondents earlier reported that the Zamfara state chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is demanding an apology from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, following a contentious Instagram post implicating Governor Dauda Lawal in alleged fraud with former Minister of Petroleum Resources, Desani Alice Madueke. Reportedly, the EFCC has removed the controversial story that quoted Desani Alice Madueke discussing money laundering allegations against her. The social media post, which claimed the former minister spoke in a UK interview, was deleted by the EFCC's official Instagram handle. All right. So there it is right there. It's just, I don't even know what's going on in that country anymore. They just keep us in a permanent state of confused flux. So a permanent state of confused flux. So let's move on from politics to human interest storylines. UK-based Nigerian woman gobsmacked after discovering man who wooed her 2 months ago is getting married to his fiancée of over a year in Nigeria. You know what is mad? That this has been so normalized when it is in fact a very wicked thing to do. I say ACC agreed to date. ACC agreed to date this man, and 2 months later found out that he's already engaged when I met him and has been with his now wife for some time. Do you know how insane that is? A man that moved to me 2 months ago is doing his traditional wedding in Nigeria. So this is anyway, a UK-based Nigerian woman has been left gobsmacked after discovering that a man who wooed her 2 months ago is getting married to his fiancée of over a year in Nigeria. Sharing this on Twitter, XYZ stated that such act has been normalized, even though it's a very wicked thing to do. A man that moved to me 2 months ago is doing his traditional wedding in Nigeria today. Men are too funny, I swear. After doing some investigating, they have been together for minimum of a year. You lot keep saying what I don't know in the QTS, in the whatever that means. I am bored. So okay, so that's what she has to say anyway. But it's a standard storyline though. But is it a storyline of wickedness? That's the thing. So that's somewhat of a human interest story. But this one now, there is something going on with that Pastor Adeboye, which is getting to become increasingly of a concern. And here is, do you remember when he was putting his hands on the head of an Oba not that long ago? So now we're back in that space again. Stop disgracing our heritage. Internet users criticize Adeboye for sitting on Oyo monarch's throne. So this is, is this not sacrilege that he will sit on an Oba throne? I don't know. Following a viral picture of the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, spotted sitting on the throne of the Olugbon of Orile Igbon in Oyo State, about Francis Alao Akimbola. Social media users have continued to react. The picture was posted on Twitter by the RCCG public relations officer and has since then triggered reactions from internet users. Some condemned the man of God for sitting on the monarch's throne, whilst others criticized the king for allowing that to happen. Reposting the picture on Twitter on Sunday, an ex-user wrote, "Pastor E.A. Adeboye, stop disgracing our heritage. Do your thing and respect our culture, please. Don't tarnish the name you have built, because if Yoruba stands up against all these acts, you will surely regret it, sir. My stand on this is that Baba Adeboye is doing this intentionally to ridicule the Yoruba Obaship. If you feel disgusted about it as Omoluabi, this is the time for you to speak up. This is an abomination." Another user, "I don't have him to blame. I blame our so-called Obas who decide to subject themselves to ridicule. Why would an Oba vacate his seat for him to sit on? That means his X is HE. It should not be HA. Is this his highness, not HE? I don't know what HE means. That means HE, the Olugbon, does not have respect for that seat." Commenting on the post, another user, "I feel the blame should be placed under the feet of Olugbon. On what basis would he stand up off his throne for Baba Adeboye? He should be dethroned with immediate effect." And on it goes. Posting the picture on Facebook, another user, "I see nothing but pride in Pastor Adeboye. If he is as humble as you all claim, he would have declined this offer / gesture." So there it is right there. And it's both ways, really. The Yoruba monarchical space, they are bastardizing the culture, and Pastor Adeboye is really taking the pace. There is nothing cute about polygamy. Leave people's husbands alone, former Muslim woman. So there is nothing cute about polygamy. Leave people's husbands alone. Explore other religions and cultures, and you will find yourself a man destined for you. A Nigerian lady, Mariam Aliyu, who left Islam, has said polygamy, a form of polygamy entailing marriage of one man and several women, is not cute, and women should leave married men alone. So there it is right there. She doesn't want to, well, if you are of that culture and of that, you know, a lot of people argue that polygamy is African culture, but ask the women, they will tell you that it's not a culture that they're aware of or they accede to. Celebrating Christmas abroad is boring. We miss home. Nigerians in diaspora. And this is a story of all of us, by the way. Look at how we are spending Christmas wherever it is that you are. Mr. Okpara had always wanted to go to school abroad. Although his family's income was below the middle class, he said he had the hope he will one day move to the United Kingdom to get further education. The 31-year-old XYZ indigene from the Bende local government area of Abia State was hit with disappointment when his dad took ill and he had to stop school. Being the last child and only boy, he had to wait for his siblings to move ahead so that the family's finance would not be strained. So in 2008, when he left secondary school, he waited till 2013 when his father eventually passed away. It was a really tough time for me as a young man. I don't know quite what this has got to do with anyway, let me just leave it at the headline. Celebrating Christmas abroad is boring, we miss home. So that's Nigerians in diaspora. So that should be the headline alone sufficient enough. This is just another story of yet more looting. EFCC uncovers 37 billion fraud in humanitarian ministry, indicts Buhari's minister contractor. I'll only give you 2 paragraphs. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has uncovered a total sum of 37 billion naira allegedly laundered in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs under the former minister Sadiya Umar Farouk. So we always knew that Sadiya was a crook anyway. So that's a no news. No news. But news certainly that we have somewhat of a panel. So at least we have somewhat of a conversation. Let me play you the Kegite music. Let the panelists in, and then we kick on the Christmas session.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So Iku Koniru Agbeche, so Ogbeni joins us. Good to see you, Ogbeni. King Emeka is here. Good to see you, Makers. And then Adewale, of course. Good to see Adewale as well. So good to have you here, gentlemen. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with you, Ogbeni. Ogbeni, you're up first.
Oma.
Oga, wata, Merry Christmas.
I wish you the same, sir.
Oga.
Yeah.
No bad.
How is your place in England? Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening from Scotland. We'll be expecting more panelists. Hopefully, they'll be joining us. And for all our viewers and listeners, please like this page if you have not done so. And ensure you subscribe. Don't just like, subscribe too. It's a global panel platform and it's going more global. So, Oma.
All right. Yeah.
Where do you want me to start from?
Yes. I wanted to start from the Gambaris. Jim Obazee, the special investigator Tinubu sent in, he's coming in with his reports now, and is exactly as we suspected, probably even worse. So he's telling now the narrative of 17.3 trillion naira, which he has said has been disappeared between Ibrahim Gambari, Zainab Ahmed, and Emefiele. But does Tinubu have the testicular fortitude to invite somebody like Ibrahim Gambari in for questioning?
I don't see any reason why we can't. Like I've said it here before, for the first time in the recent times, or let me say since the Third Republic, 1999, for the first time we are having an Attorney General who is not a politician, a professional Attorney General who is an hardened litigator and somebody who builds his career without playing any politics with it, and somebody who understands both criminal and civil litigation and has practiced it over years. So for me, nothing stops the Office of the Attorney General from taking this investigation or the investigation report further by inviting these guys to come and then kickstart prosecution. Like nothing stopping him at all. He's somebody everybody knows, or in the profession that we know, that he can take up all these cases and he would surely guarantee or secure conviction if they really want to. That's on the part of the
the politics of it really is yes, of course he can do his duties if the politics let him.
Yes. So the politics part of it is what worries me, and that is the area I like to see what is playing out around that side. So yeah, for whatever it was, see, this is my own approach to all these issues. If you have embezzled our money, my first question, if I'm the Attorney General, is that where it is. I want to punish you for what you have done, which is good, but what will better my people's life, what would benefit the country most is that where is the money? It's just like I have a property and I'm the new administrator of that property, and I got to that property, I realized that we are stranded, we are cash trapped, we don't have things to use, and I was aware that at 2-3 years ago we had XYZ pounds, millions of pounds in this same space, and I can't see where they spent it on the estate. So, and I've now caught about 3 of you who probably loot or diverted that money. What will benefit my estate first is that where is it? If I'm able to recover it from you and here, I can start dream play bargaining with you. Then I can start teaching you some lessons in life that will make others, deterrent, to deter others from following your footsteps. So my first question will be, where is it? So if you embezzle my 17.3 trillion, this is not a small money now. We know how much our budget was during Buhari throughout his tenure. So this is more like dipping your hands in the treasury of the country, and they are bringing out what's the country's budget for like 2-3 years, and people should ask you questions. So I don't see, there must be a reason why they set up all this investigative team to investigate. And let me tell you, there are already teams to prosecute, there are already teams to recover. I can tell you that for free. I know there are teams to recover. And the list and the names of those teams for recovery had been compiled even far before Tinubu won that election. I can tell you for free. So the point is whether elements within the system would allow the political weights, for them to throw behind those committees or those teams to function. That is the politics part of it, which I can't really speak much about because I'm not a politician and I'm not too close to many of these politicians. So that's on that.
Are you surprised that that we are not seeing more names being picked up? Of course, Emefiele is the cream at the top of the cake, but are you surprised that we're not seeing other names already being picked up, already being questioned? Like the former aviation minister who sold us a dot, he actually mocked us with that Ethiopian nonsense that he did. He's not in for questioning. Abubakar Malami, who brazenly stole all the way through, nobody is dragging him. Are you surprised that a lot of these people are not being questioned?
No, I'm not. Do you know why I'm not?
What?
I remember in I think year 2001, either 2000 or 2001, back in University of Ife days, Ribadu was TFC minister and he was very active back then. He came to our school, and then through student union thing, so we had to ask questions, and we asked him question. Okay, you are picking everybody around. You remember then he was picking everybody around, and it was fear of EFCC. Then it was beginning of wisdom. And somebody asked him that question. So what happened to Atiku Abubakar? You have not picked Atiku Abubakar. Then what happened to Obasanjo, Otafam, and others? Because we're told that his Otafam and everything were all public funds they used to build all those places. So if you are digging deep into all these guys like Afolabi, all those guys that was chasing all over around back then, what happened to this guy? I know what he said. He said, look, if you have 10 thieves, and you know that out of these 10 thieves, if I go after 9, I will be able to conveniently get my boss probably approval. And I will have the political will to prosecute all these ones to a logical conclusion. And I will show them lesson. And there is this one that if you touch that one, it could even affect you in such a way that you won't be able to go after this 9. Now, it was Ribadu that said it back then. I think 2001. I remember vividly. It was, we called that hall, Dua Hall in Ife. He said, I would rather leave that one and go after that 9 and secure conviction good. A generation will come that will come and pick that one that remains. So where am I going with this analogy? My own is this. Pick them one by one. You see, when you have too much in your hand, you are trying to make failure at the same time, you're going after the Ezeni, at the same time, you want to go after Malami, at the same time, former Minister of Aviation, you lack focus. Nigeria, we have this way of everything. Even media would even not be able to follow all these things again. And when I say media here, I'm not talking of multitudes of idiots who are on social media or infants who talk on social media. I'm talking of mainstream media, the matured one that we all know. Now, they won't even keep touch on this again. So for me, pick one that that is central to all this. And let me tell you, if you ask me what is central to any investment in any federal government, let me tell you, it's CBN and Ministry of Finance. Because there is no money we want to spend that you won't pass through all these two space that you have. It will pass through them. And they will know about it. There is no way they won't get their cut from it. There is no way you won't find their names there. Who would tell you probably, or what would you would have believed probably some months ago if they tell you that, if you are digging a Emefiele, you'll be able to dig all these things out. It's quite unbelievable. But see what we are seeing now. And I believe more are still coming. Because I overheard somebody saying that digging Emefiele further, okay, it will be marking more downfall of Dangote in Nigeria. Which I believe. Because I know they all work together to mess up our exchange rate and all these things during Buhari time. So let them keep digging this guy. The only thing that I wonder, which I said two days ago, is that you struck a plea bargain with this guy. Why are you still going after this? But in a rethink, I found that, okay, for another crime, maybe So you're still investigating for another crime. Maybe not that crime where they
You know he has met bail, Emefiele.
yes, they've granted him bail, but his bail is within Nigeria. He can't travel outside Nigeria. So I'm sure his name, face, and everything will be by every international airport by now. So, but he's free to move within Nigeria. But which
No, I think they've bound him within the Abuja municipality.
or is it within Abuja?
Yes.
Okay, I thought it's within Nigeria. And that's good for him. So, but you know, nobody actually trailed them for where I know so many of them will give within Abuja, and you see them still going around, and the only thing is they don't do public function, but they still sneak out and sneak in. You know, Nigeria now, nobody monitors the interstate borders. Who monitors? Nobody monitors anything. And even if you are police and you find a Emefiele in the bus, how much will it take a Emefiele to just bribe you? I mean, an average police officer in Nigeria, how much? So that's the point. But for me, they should continue digging Emefiele, but they shouldn't let it end there. They need the political will, they need the sincerity of purpose, they need everything they need to prosecute at least few of them to conviction. But first, recover this thing from them so that it can better our economy. Yeah, thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. And this is a space that I've been noticing, especially this guy. I saw him placing his hands on an Oba just a couple of days ago, putting his hands on the Oba's head. And now this. Stop disgracing our heritage. Internet users criticize Adeboye for sitting on Oyo monarch's throne. Is that not sacrilege? And do you think this guy is doing it deliberately? And if so, why?
This thing for me is part of the thing I say about social media. First and foremost, have they confirmed that Baba actually sat there? That's the first question. Although I saw that
no, they published the picture on RCCG, and that's the image itself.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
where I'm going. I learned that they said they publish it in on RCCG Instagram or one of their social media. So the next question I ask myself is, okay, if that is true, then who offered Baba that seat? Because you know, when you get to the palace, you find many seats with Oba's inscription on it. So the question you ask yourself, what is actually Oba's throne? Is it that seat? Is that the Oba's throne? So if Oba has 5 of that seats in his palace and is offering a special visitor one of the seats, then why not? What's so special about that? Oba could have so many. You tell me if the president is in that Oba palace and you offer president this one, we will be hearing all this noise. So for me, first and foremost, under the law, this seat is not the throne. And that's why sometimes when I see, well, you've called it, is it something license? Is it media license, or what do you even call it that? And journalist license of the way they put heading, which is a wrong heading. And when I read it, they say, oh, that is seat in his throne. This seat is not his throne. That's not his throne.
Can you see the Oba stood next to him?
Oh, is that actually the Oba? So
that's the Oba.
So I need to get a clearer picture of what is happening here. Where was the Oba sitting before? That's the first question I want to ask. There may be a bigger seat in that same space where the Oba was sitting, and now possibly Baba Adeboye was praying, and then the Oba and the Olori had to move close to Baba Adeboye for prayer session, or there must be context to it. And that's why social media...
I suspect the Oba is inviting him to bless that throne, because you can see the insignia of the Oba on that throne. So there's no,
woman, you see that insignia? That insignia that you see there, you can find it in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different seats in any king's palace. It's not mandatory that it's only on one. Okay? If you go to, for instance, if you go to Oni of Ife Palace now, Oni of Ife have different halls within that is palace, Obenito, and they have insignia in different seats. Do you understand? The same thing if you go to, there's also if you go to palace. I've been to several palaces. I told you because I take interest in traditionals too in Nigeria and the law that regulates them. I've written books on it. So my point is, my first point is, even what do you call the traditional throne? Is it that seat? Is it that wood that you put together and with that inscription? Is that the throne of an Oba? Or the entire space you are even, you see the entire space that you see everybody sitting, particularly sitting presently inside? Is that the Oba's throne? Is that the old building? Is that the Oba's throne? Is the crown and the Oba in council, when the Oba sit, is that the Oba's throne? That's jurisprudential question you must first ask yourself. So if you are now saying somebody sitting on a seat, and you now interpret it to be somebody sitting on somebody's throne. Now,
the Yorubas don't like this, or when the Yorubas don't like.
It depends on the Yoruba who is talking and their understanding of what throne is in the Yoruba traditional setting. What is the Oba's throne? So, but the one I will condemn, let me tell you, is this: if that particular seat was the only seat without insignia in that place that day, and it was the seat the Oba was sitting, and the Oba now invited Baba Adeboye to come and sit on that seat, it was very wrong. Do you know why? You see, whenever you find the Oba sitting with his crown, that is the Oba's throne. Oba's throne is not, is the Oba personifies his throne. Once you have your staff of office, in fact, first and foremost, let me tell you how it works. Once in a traditional Yoruba setting, first, before you know, a throne is an institution, and it has to be strong, it has to be constituted. So once you decommission an Oba that have died, then you have to reconstitute a new Obaship. So once you are reconstituting that new Obaship, it's just like revalidating Oba's throne. And what constitutes that throne? So first thing, you have your kingmakers making consultations, right, among the apparent to the throne. Then after that, you have them doing their selection. At that time, you don't have a throne yet constituted. Then after that, they escalate it to the government of the day. Okay. In those days, before you have the Western style government, it ends there. The next you have to do is to go spiritual, and then they bring people to come and validate who they have picked, and then after that you start your coronation process. But these days, you pause at the stage of the kingmaker selection, then you escalate it to the Western style government, which have taken authority over the traditional rulership in Africa. So when you escalate it to them, then they must sanction your selection, and they come to give that Oba staff of office, okay, which is just honorary ceremony. After they do that, then you escalate it to the proper traditional ritual and all those things. Then when you do all those things, whatever incision you are making on the Oba's head or hair or private part or whatever place you are making in the region, you are constituting that Oba to become his own throne. So when the Oba sits, wherever that Oba is sitting now, within that palace becomes the Oba's throne. That is his throne. He's sitting on his throne. In Yoruba, they will say Oba ti gunwa. So you sit on your throne with the Oba in council. So my point is this: if that seat is just one of those seats in the palace, okay, that Oba is sitting on a bigger one, and now he invited him to sit on that one, that is not Oba's throne, okay. But in case that is the seat Oba was sitting before, and the Oba now asked Baba to come and sit there, that was wrong, because that is at that time, that is the Oba's throne. Oba ti gunwa si ori e. In those days, when Obas were still the strong Obas, you wouldn't even dare to go and sit there, because something so terrible would just happen at that time. But you know, a lot of things has happened now. You see Oba going to church and be saying, you see Oba leaning down before pastors and praying for them. You even see Oba having problem in their palace and they are inviting pastors to come and pray. They will only invite the Babalawos and the Susian and others to come these days, to come and help them do Ifa divination and then discover what is happening in their town. They will invite and they will tell you, oh no, because I'm religious and cool. So things have changed. So that is the part me I will condemn. If that is outside that Oba throne at that time, sitting there with his crown, beaded with his Irukere and everything, and now stood up for Baba to come and sit. And I think Baba, as a Yoruba person, you should understand that at that point, you can use your hand to touch that throne and pray for that throne and do maybe other things. But to sit on that throne, I don't think. In fact, even hear her parent to the throne, people who are entitled to inherit that throne after this Oba cannot even sit at that time that Oba is still alive or sitting on that throne. So that's my take on that. But don't take everything on social media 100% for it. There may be more contents and nuances to all these things. Yeah.
No, all right. But how do you justify this? This is the same guy placing his hands on the head of the Shon of Ogbomoso.
So this one, I don't see why this one should be happening now. But let me tell you two contexts I have for this one. So the first context I have for this is this: was this in Oba's palace, one, or was this in the church? That's the first context. I don't know. I wasn't here when you read it. So if it was in the church and the Oba approached the altar to pray and the Oba knelt down and Baba put his hand on Oba's cap, you can't have Baba Adeboye to blame on that. Baba Adeboye is sitting on his own throne also in his own space. You have come and descend from your own throne to come to another place. You come to pray. And that's why one of the things I keep talking about is this. So you want to play both, right? You want to be in your own space, which is called traditional space, but at the same time, you still want to be in this other space too. You know, so whatever is obtainable in this other space that you're coming to, then if you are participating in it, in law, they call it voluntary non-fit injuria, meaning it becomes a concerted injury. You have consented to whatever you're facing in that space. Okay, so that's the first contest I'll put to it. Now, the second contest I'll put to this is this. Was Oba wearing his crown at that time? So if what Baba was just touched was Oba's cap, you may still find some explanation to it.
Merry Christmas from Japan.
We should the same. Do you people celebrate Christmas in Japan?
We don't celebrate. Actually, this time I'm going to go back talking. Yesterday I couldn't. They observe it, but don't celebrate it. Fortunately, I just opened my. My kids wake up to see their Santa Claus present. They don't know it's from Papa. My money is finished. I beg, wire me money. I beg. 5 kilos not easy. Anyway, Merry Christmas to your panelists, Merry Christmas to your viewers. But I will not allow you to continue on this trajectory. We don't bring court and legal and technical issue into tradition. It's a completely no-no. At least, of course, I'm going to call it personally. I'm going to employ indulgence, employ you to sue the Yoruba traditional monarch for not taking action. First of all, the Adeboye is just a mere mortal. He's a man. He has no right to sit on that throne. The Oba is the custodian of tradition in that town, both spiritual, physical, and mental. Now, this is not the first time he has done this thing. The other time he said he invited all of them to his church, and they all stood up, removed their cap, and he was praying for them. How dare him? Can you do that to the Queen of England? The Oba at the head, at the custodian. He came to his palace. Who gave you the audacity to sit on that throne? We should not be changing rules. What's bad is bad. The other day, Officer Joe came to Oyo. Why is that always Oyo? He came to Oyo and tell everybody to start standing up. Now, this one is coming out to sit on the throne. In short, I think most of these thrones have to the list because most of them are warrant throne, which are not for me.
You are breaking off. Oh God! Now you're broken off. I'm back.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's breaking heavily. No, it's just making some noise now. But when like I said, the people abhor this sort of a thing. Before the Oba can sit, even the Oba himself, before he can sit on that throne, at least for the first time, he has to go through a series of rituals that will then qualify him to sit on that throne for the first time. And here you have some random man casually just, yeah.
You see the problem we're having here. You're having problem with this because first and foremost, Baba Adeboye is a Yoruba man, right? If it's one Oyinbo that comes to sit on that seat now, I won't call it throne. You see, because I've told you my understanding of what throne is, right? Traditionally and legally, I won't call it throne. So, if you find one Oyinbo, okay, one mulatto from somewhere in this thing that just come and the Oba allowed to sit in that place, you won't be making all this. There may not be really noise like that on social media as the way we have it. But because Adeboye is a Yoruba man, which everybody believes he should be able to understand tradition, that's why we are saying this. But don't forget, I just gave you a Latin maxim with the explanation recently. I said there's a Latin maxim in law you call voluntae non fit injuria. When you invite somebody to cause injury to you yourself, you can't complain. Okay? Let me give you an instance of where this happened in law. For instance, somebody, you are inviting a quack, okay, to come and repair your car. The quack came, everybody told you, that's quack, the guy cannot repair car well, and you say, oh, no, we can repair, let me try him. And the person got to your car and destroy your car, and you want to go to police station. No, you can't. They will tell you voluntae non fit injuria. It's a consented injury. You brought a quack yourself to come and repair your car. Everybody told you, you are aware it was a quack. So you don't expect the best expertise from a quack. It's exactly like this. Okay, you invited Adeboye to the palace. You offered him the seat. He sat there. And now you want to complain? You can't complain. If you will hold anybody responsible, you hold the upper responsible. That is if Adeboye has broken any tradition at all. And those traditions are unwritten. I'm so sure of that. That said, now, what P said, you can't bring a law into tradition. Maybe before colonialism or colonization, that's why you can't bring law into tradition. Because if you think you can't bring law into tradition, why is it that the governor of Edo State was the one who gave staff of office to the president of Benin? Why can't you just pick up Oba Benin and enthrone him and do away with the governor and call him Oba Benin? And let's see the reaction of the government to it. So the point is this: every traditional stool in Nigeria has been subjected under the law. They operate now under the law. Forget all those. They operate under the law. And that is why governor can remove any of those traditional rulers. And we have seen several of them in Nigeria. They will go to court. Some court will still affirm that yes, you've been removed, and you go. Deji of Akure is a very good example. Mimiko removed Deji of Akure. See, today, the Deji of Akure is still, I think, is it even late now? That Deji left that throne. There was another one in my state, Alajero of Ijoro Ekiti. He was removed, and so many Oba were removed. So my point is this: yes, what do you define as a throne? Is it that seat? Do you have many of those seats with that insignia in that place? The one Babado was sitting, was that the one the Oba was sitting before? There are many things we need to investigate and get context before you just allow somebody to just post something on social media.
Ogbeni, I'm not talking about the legality as in the power the government have. I'm talking about the tradition, the rights, the importance, and the respect. The secret of that tradition. That's what I'm talking about.
Understanding of throne. What's the
understanding? It's not about the throne. Doesn't really matter. The church doesn't really matter. But what it represents, the custodian, what he represents, that one matters. As a king, you are a king. Where you are seated, where you are seated. Somebody else cannot sit there. Not even the president. That's why you see the president go to the king's palace. They give him a separate chair.
What piece? What piece?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
If you have three seats in that palace, and the Oba was sitting on the biggest one and gave Adeboye a smaller one, is he sitting on the throne?
No, that's what you are bringing logic. What we are talking about now, the accusation that the seat of the Oba, the way they put that he stood up and that's the whole seat of the Oba was supposed to sit. That's where Adeboye is sitting. Hold on now.
The information we have is not complete.
No, we're not talking about information now. That's why we're not talking about information. We are condemning everything in totality. That's how tradition works.
You can't continue without getting complete information.
No. We're not going to court yet. It's not a court matter yet now. If it's a court matter,
wait. It's logic now. Do you
no, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's where I have a problem with you now. we're not talking about logic now. If there's a case of government wants to remove him, many other things, then you can start proving logic. This tradition, pure tradition.
No,
But
what's
the
the
optics
tradition? Is the tradition that you can't offer somebody a seat smaller than your throne or the main seat?
no, that you're going a different route. What they said that he sat on the Oba throne. That means when the Oba was supposed to sit, he left there and let
And
the
I
Tope to
said,
sit there.
and I said that it's journalists' license of couching heading to attract readers.
I agree with you, but let's keep that aside. Let's keep that aside. Even though journalists or not journalists, that's not supposed to come out at all. But that
So
want to
let's,
come out.
let's get the full part now. Why are we wasting our time?
No, we will not get to that
all
part.
right.
But I want my hold on,
So
please.
you are just all out to condemn
Yes.
somebody without getting full facts.
Yes. We
That's
are condemning the action,
anti-intellectual
not the
now.
person. No. We're not condemning.
You don't think that is anti-intellectual? Adeboye Connie,
No. And when you look at my point, we are not condemning Adeboye as a person. We are condemning the action, even though it's true or not.
What is that
We
action you are
condemn.
condemning?
Hold on. This is why this is why in the traditional matters we don't bring law or that to it. Everybody stand and quiet and listen to the elders or the traditionalists who know the rights.
Not like that now.
It doesn't matter Yoruba land. It doesn't matter Yoruba land. What is right is right.
You know Yoruba throne we are talking about here. Wait now. If you say we don't bring logic, okay, into tradition, that is not true in Yoruba land. In Yoruba land, there's a saying that says, "Ọmọdé gbọ́n, àgbà gbọ́n, òun la fi dá Ilé Ifẹ̀." We don't disregard logic when you are talking of tradition in Yoruba, and there are flexibilities. They are not rigid. So you put context into everything, okay? So if you are saying, and that's why I ask you, in Yoruba land, wani Oba Gunwa. When you say Oba Gunwa, it means Oba is in his throne, okay? And I've cited example of Oni of Ife. He has so many several halls in a palace, and in those halls there are so many seats there. If Oni of Ife choose to sit in one, that becomes Oni's throne at that point. Nobody can sit on it, but Oni can offer you other seats around him. And I said, I've matured to an extent now that I don't start criticizing some random pictures online. Why? Because there are millions of infants who post things online. There are idiots too who will not give you complete story, and they just give you one side story and you start feasting on it. I don't do that any longer. So I put in my critical and thinking cap and I ask questions. Okay, what of you? This Oba has his own bigger seat, sitting somewhere in that place, and Baba was just sitting in front of him with that seat. And in order to respect him, he said, okay, bring one of the seats for him to sit beside me here. And time for prayer, he stood up. What of if that is the case? And I said the only context or the only time I will condemn is if that seat was actually the seat Oba was sitting for. And
what please? There's a lot of heavy background noise anytime you're mute. That's why I always mute you. It's heavy background noise there.
If the Oba vacated his seat for him to come and sit, that is wrong. And I condemn that. I said that shouldn't have happened. And for me, first, I'll condemn the Oba for doing it with due respect. I'll condemn the Oba. But I will also condemn Abadoye only because he's a Yoruba man. If Adeboye is not a Yoruba, I won't condemn him. He doesn't know to the tradition. So why would I impose on him the order to know the tradition? But because he's a Yoruba man, so I will condemn his action for sitting, if that was actually what the traditional ruler was sitting before, and he vacated the seat for him. So we put context into things. We shouldn't.
All right, Ogwene, I want to move you from that space, but before I move you from that space, I want to take you to one more storyline, and then I'll go on from you I'll go to Folly B because he's in Nigeria. But before I move you from that space to another storyline, there's a growing concern that the Yoruba monarchical space, they are desecrating somewhat traditional stools. Let me play you this clip. In this clip, you will see how the Ooni of Ife, who a lot of people will argue is the preeminent Yoruba Oba, how he leaps on his feet to greet the governor of Osun State, or yes, Adeleke. He leaps on the feet to greet Adeleke, but watch very closely when Adeleke goes to greet the Oba of Benin. Watch this. Do you see that? Are the Yoruba Obas now starting to sell the tradition too cheap? Hello, am I still here?
Yes, one man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. That was
Hold on for Benny.
Okay, so one man, I will agree with you if you tell me that I will agree with you on the point that the what do you call it, the importance, the significance, and the reference or the weight that we attached, or the Obas in the Yoruba land, weighed in those days, had actually diminished or has decreased in our society. And can you really blame the Obas? Let's start with that's the question I like asking myself first. Can you really blame the Obas? So first and foremost, you can't really blame them. Why? The selection of Oba, the process of selection of Oba these days, you just need to do some research in that aspect, in that area, and then it makes you to understand why the Obas these days have a way of obnobbing with these guys and giving them some unnecessary respect, which erodes their own weight or what they are meant to preserve. Okay. While growing up, I still grow to an extent, at least, to meet to see when Oba will be on their seat throughout in any occasion. Regardless of who you are, you must come to greet Oba, and you prostrate, or at least halfway in terms of prostration before Oba will now raise his rukele to tell you to stand up. You don't need to prostrate, But what do we find today? Then I said, Yoruba will say, "Amukon eru ewo," said "Isale ni ke wo," right? That's the way I look at it. So we know all the politics and everything that usually now go into the appointment, the selection and enthronement of Oba. We know presently now, I know of cases where kingmakers and all the traditional these people, they've appointed or they selected some Obas. Now the governors have refused to give staff of office to date. The governor have refused, and I know some that, in fact, same Oshun, a traditional ruler was, I think, given staff of office by former governor. The new governor got there, we do the staff of office of the. So if you find in that kind of situation now, you find that governor now probably releasing such staff of office back to all those Obas. What kind of things will you be? What kind of unnecessary respect, or do you think you'll be expecting from those Obas? And that is
Ogbeni, the law, BT here. I am disappointed in your take tonight, sir. With all due respect, I am highly disappointed in your take on this issue. In fact, I am not pleased with you tonight. Honestly, taken. Last week, we had a picture of this king leaning down. You cannot touch the head of a king. It's a no-no.
Who told you that?
Excuse me.
No,
These current Oba is different.
But it's different.
Excuse me. No. I'm not in the mood. I'm not pleased today.
No,
last week
I want to also suggest. Hold on, Baba T.
No, let me finish.
You are interjecting, but let everybody go round.
I'm only here for 2 minutes. I'm not supposed to come up in the first place. Just give me 1 minute. You might be no job. Last week he was on his knees on Bowlight, which is a no. This week somebody is sitting on your throne. Next week, who knows? He might be sitting with his wife and
they already might be
and find a way to post one law that some section 4-5 in the constitution says where he's sitting with his wife. You find a way to also make a decision for that. We need to stop making a decision for this nonsense. We need to stop. Our culture, Abi, oh man, this thing, take care of this thing now. No.
They are starting to sell it short. We saw the only leap on his feet to give an ordinary governor. The Ulu of body was sitting down.
This is a matter of constitution here. Okay, let's talk about tradition here, please, for God's sake. I'm not pleased with you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry, but before you move in, thank you, but when you came in, this is the problem. When sometimes we want to talk about tradition, they will bring it to come to segment like, no, this is Yoruba tradition. Tradition is tradition. That's why I kept quiet when you were saying it. I cannot argue with him because it's Yoruba tradition. But again, what is the tradition where everybody sees? Tradition is almost the same. Now, quickly, let me correct you, Ogbeni. Government does not give staff officer to Oba of Benin, Ulu of Ori, Obi of Soluku, or Sultan of Sokoto to go and check. It's not done. Probably they can be doing that in the Yoruba land. Fine. It's not supposed to be so. But if they are doing it, doesn't make it right. A man mother cannot crown an Oba. It's his chief in hierarchy that will crown him. Who's supposed to crown him? The other one that came the other day, the show of Ogumosho. This guy, Shane Makinde, was giving him a certificate of return and staff of office. Who does that? Where would the respect come from? And like I said, for the optics, this guy not supposed to sit there. It's wrong. You give bad impression to other people. But let me use the floor for Adewale to talk. Thank you.
No. Bring that topic home, Ogbeni. Yeah, Ogbeni still has support.
One man, thank you. Two strong reaction to that. First and foremost, you should know by now that I don't express my opinion to impress people. Okay, I express my opinion the way it is from my mind. I don't care much about how people are impressed about what I say. My opinion is my opinion. So, and I have no apology for that, please. So that's for that. Now, the question I ask people is to say, Oriton Singberes, who told you they still do Singberes Ori? You see, you overrate, and that's the question I ask myself. I ask you, how much do you know about the process of selection and appointment of Obaship? How much do you know about the how do we call it by now? The decrease or how it has been eroded over years. In those days, if I will pick, right? No, sorry. Kingmaker will pick, then if I will confirm. Who told you they still use if I to confirm these days? When you now start the normal rituals, your traditional ritual and everything in those days, they want shake, everything. Who told you they still do all those things inside there? Who told you? Have you ever seen anyone? Who told you? There are many they don't even do. Because it's very simple. Let me tell you, the potency of any Oba, you don't need to announce it. In history, we've seen Oba that somebody just look at his face and you burn alive. Go and read your history very well. There was a particular laughing like that. That's why they call him Iku, because he was the only person who can pronounce death sentence on any of his citizens. And he's the only person you must not look directly to his face. In history, there were people who looked directly to their laughing's face and burnt alive. But these days, if you had any Oba that somebody look at his face and burnt alive, no governor will be moving close to that Oba to go and be shaking that Oba. You will respect that Oba. So you see all these things, they are hand. They are not something I'm just demanding for. So what I see people custodian of tradition these days is you are asking people to respect the tradition. But do you really hack the tradition? Do you really practice it any longer? So you carrying an empty thing around and you still want people to still give it the same respect that would have given it when the potency was still there. That's exactly the way I see these things. It's just like, okay.
People like Benny are dangerous to the culture. I'm going to say that tonight. People like that are liberal.
Education,
yes, they are very dangerous. This is the problem with the culture.
It's simple. You see the problem people like you have now is this. You will come and say, oh, you are dangerous to tradition. Why? Because I've asked you, go and do little research if you think this tradition are still really there.
Benny, so I can go to details. You know where I'm from. So I can tell you details. I want to come out lab. So I'm the last person for you to try to blackmail with that crap. I can go to details. So don't give me that. No. Hold on. Somebody from the city of cannot get to ask that kind of question.
No. Wait. I know your phone. First, don't say hold on and using foul language. I try to be respectful in my engagement with anybody on this platform. Don't say I'm saying crap. You are not a custodian of tradition. I'm a Yoruba man, you're a Yoruba man, and you can't be more Yoruba than me.
I'm not sure about that at this
And
point.
so no, you may not be sure. Maybe you have probably superiority complex. But for me, I would not say any Yoruba man is more Yoruba than me. And I will not say I'm more
Ogbeni, we're
Yoruba man.
about to do a DNA test on you.
No, you don't need to do that.
To find out.
You see, the problem is that you don't want us to speak the truth. You think you want to demand what is no longer there.
I am not Ogbeni.
And that's why I said address the issue itself.
Ogbeni, you see, the thing is, the Yorubas, they jealously guard their tradition. They don't like desecrated.
Sorry, woman, I'm leaving now.
What piece? Let's give an instance now. What piece told you that governor doesn't give staff of office in Edo State, but governor gives staff of office in your state? So what are you guarding? Do you still guard anything?
I'm saying, no. My point is making Ogbeni, wait. This is my point to you. Okay. You said we're not following it, and that thing has been going on for a long time, which I agree with. But I'm saying that itself is the problem that I have with it, that we're not following it. I'm not saying that somebody's not doing the right thing and yet they should get the same respect. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because we abandon those things is the issue I have in the first place. That's my own point of contention. Not okay. Oh, say the right to they should not give you the same respect. No, they should not. If you don't go to the right. But
so we are saying the same thing now.
I mean, but I'm saying for us to abandon those is my own issue.
May I come in, please?
I've condemned that too now.
So that's my point now. But we are comfortable with all this kneeling down on the throne. We abandon tradition is my problem.
One man, may I interject, please?
I got it.
Ogbeni has the floor. But come in, Baba.
Ogbeni, Baba T, everyone, Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you.
I salute everybody on the platform. I came in specifically because of this. I couldn't resist it, even though I have a lot on my plate right now. I will quit after I contributed. First and foremost, my heart bleeds, not only for the Yorubas, but particularly for the Yorubas, for Nigeria, for African Obazee or Monarchical or royal thrones in Africa. And I believe that one of the reasons why we are the way we are right now in poverty in Africa is because of all the desecration that is going on in our space. Tradition is tradition. But coming to the Yoruba ones, I think these Obas, they are doing all of this because they are not the ones to be on the throne. They bought it with money, with influence. They were just selected. None of them, even if you see all the fancy things they are wearing on their head, are not traditional crowns, because they cannot put it on their head, the original ones. In the inner caucus, the sanctum inner caucus of every palace in Yoruba land, they can't wear it. Even during the Olojo festival, I see the Oni is not wearing the original one. Even Okunade Shigua they wore. It's not wearing it. They are afraid, so they are running to Jesus. And at the end of the one by one, Jesus will not save any of them. Like one man said, a throne of an Oba is so revered that if you sit on it, the original throne, they are there in the palace, in the inner sanctum. That's what they are supposed to. They just make their mouth. Which of them is joking on the affair of their father? All these carved things they bring, they can't deceive everybody. And I dare say, going to the Oba's palace and the Oba offering you a revered Christian leader a seat, most when you're a Yoruba man, Adeboye shouldn't be doing that. It is not a good optics for Yoruba tradition, the Yorubas and Yoruba land. Respectfully, I say to Adeboye, even if he's offered, he should have politely rejected it and sit somewhere else. Jesus is Jesus, Ogun is Ogun, Shango is Shango. Our tradition is our tradition. It's not nice. And until we come to respect that which is ours, respect our art, respect the art upon which we all work in every land that belongs to us, Africa will not get it right. We will not get it right. I saw the crowning of King Charles. What they want us to see, they will show it. After some few minutes, they take this thing they use in hospital to wrap a bed when a doctor is privately attending to. That's what they use to surround Prince Charles and do what they have to do there. And those they can't even contain within that small space in the public glare, they go into the inner sanctum. They respect their tradition. They respect their tradition. Why we do that? Anyway, because the owner of the throne is the one actually being enthroned. All these people, in Yoruba land in those days, even if the Afobajes, that's the kingmakers, when each of the royal houses put forward their candidate, and the Afobajes have to contact Ifa to choose, most times the Ifa has always told them, no, go into the forests. The first man you see, or the seventh person you see, by so and so river, by this one, wearing this, is the next Obas. So Yoruba tradition actually does not really sit on the royal houses thing. Ifa has spoken several times on different locality in Yoruba land. Hunters, unknown hunters who strayed into the forest had been crowned as king. Ifa chose them. So we have to be very careful. If not, I strongly believe that we are suffering today all over Africa because of this desecration. Thank you, one man. Thank you, the platform.
Okay, one man.
All right, brilliant. So that's the strength of feeling I was talking about.
Can I conclude that space now? Okay. Somebody wants to talk.
One man. Good evening. I don't know if you permit me to speak.
Well, Ogwene has the floor, but you have a new voice. Arogidigba.
I joined you not long ago.
Arogidigba.
I think we were corrected. We'll be corrected that in fact it is. I can't remember. Now.
One man, we must speak on this topic properly because we cannot let Agbeni get away on this topic.
All right, let Arogidigba speak.
One man.
Excuse me, one man. The
Yes.
topic, that's actually why I came in.
All right then. Okay, let's let it flow.
I will be quick.
All right.
I'll be quick, and I want to applaud Ogwene. I happen to be of a prince from Ibitoju Motimo. I don't want to say more than that. And my own patriarch has been the Oba in that particular town. I think anybody that is Yoruba can understand the town I speak of, Ibitoju Motimo. And my patriarch has been the Oba, in that town in recent history. I think this issue we have is, as others have said, is possibly one of the reasons why our society is decaying. It is inappropriate what happened.
Yeah, but you are not agreeing with Ogbeni then. Ogbeni was throwing the legal books at it.
I will tell you why I agree with Ogbeni.
Okay.
I think Ogbeni is being factual because it's because of the reality of things. I think some individuals have spoken of someone I can call my father. He's not my patriarch. I can call him my father. Okunade Shujuade Olubushe II. Batiwaja now. But okay. And I think it is impossible, although Baba attended Redeemed a few times, I don't think Baba demanded the respect that he still afforded him. But he did it with grace. And our Obatanin say they don't do anything with grace. And it's because of how they come to the position they are in. A lot of them are the mercies of the governors. And increasingly, a lot of the Obas now that we have, especially our Oba KDJ, they are the mercies of individuals like Baba Adeboye. Baba Adeboye is increasingly influencing the selection of Obas in Yoruba land.
He influenced He influenced the selection of the Shonwo of Ogbomoso.
More than that, sir. More than that. I can tell you that at least 50 Obas in Yoruba land in recent times have been influenced their selection one way or the other, because there's at least 50 or 60 Obas now who are active members of our CCG. They sat together, they were singing at they did some recent retreat for Obas not long ago. I mean, within sometimes this year. And we heard some people giving testimonies and whatnot, which is fine. My own patriarch as well was a practicing Christian. I choose not to mention his name, but he was a practicing Christian. He went to church on Thursdays, he went to church on Sundays, unfailingly, including the day he died. He practiced Christian, but he did it with dignity. And from all accounts, from Anwebomi, my older ones, my father, who was his son, he did not stop practicing the religion that was bequeathed to him as a consequence of the Stuli Saturn. He respected that fact.
What religion was that?
Sorry?
What religion?
Not even a religion, our culture.
Oh, okay.
Because we need to understand that the culture is different. Religion or whatever is personal. Culture is different to religion. I think I already saw this comment from the moment this particular man was selected. Because it was already evident that the man could not distinguish his cultural obligations from the religion that is personal to him. The man should have never ventured to that seat. This is the Oba, that Baba was laying his hands on his head. The man should have never ventured there, because it was already evident to me that that man can't distinguish between the two. I agree with Ogbeni in the fact that this is not a new thing. This started, forgive me for saying this, for individuals that respect and revere Baba, Obafemi Awolowo. This started with Obafemi Awolowo. The politicization of Babaship in Nigeria started with Obafemi Awolowo. It is difficult for some people to agree with that fact, but I want us to embrace that fact.
No, I agree with you.
From then
in what sense?
In the sense that in Yoruba land, Entubani Ale I've forgotten the word.
Someone that is
Alebu Lara.
Obashiju
Ade has astigmatism. It's not supposed to be crowned. In Yoruba land,
I
it's
wouldn't say that.
forbidden.
Obashiju Ade is my father. I wouldn't. But I don't even think it's a matter of Alebo. I'm talking about the political influence, the use of political influence in selecting a particular individual. Because any year, Ojoreyi, or because now Obazee was already predicted that it was going to be the Ooni of Ife from a young age. Everybody already, it was said. He was born a particular period, and it's been said that the Ifa divination had already pointed to the fact that this man was possibly going to be the Ooni of Ife at some stage in the future. This is something I know of. But I'm speaking generally, beyond Ile-Ife. There were some things that happened then. I don't want us to go further into those facts because it is offensive thinking about it. But some of the actions that Obafemi Awolowo took in political actions. We know of the incidents in Owo, we know of Owo, and we know of Oyo at the time. At least those, including other ones, even he ventured towards Lagos at some stage as well. Some of those political intrigues.
Did he do it with Awujale? I like it.
All
right. I think you're debating someone there.
No, not that one. The reason why I'm saying it. One thing you probably don't understand is there was a 100-year civil war between Oyo and Egba. That thing was still going on till the British literally promised the Egba people that they will have their own country. They used the Egba people to actually gain ground, create this Nigeria that we have today. What do you think most of the most educated Yorubas are Egba? The Egba literally team up with British against the Oyo Empire. The Oyo Empire was the empire in that place that the British for a long time wanted to bring down, and also the Benin Kingdom. These people knew us. So when you mention Awolowo, there's a lot of things behind that people don't know. And that's why I ask you, did Awolowo try anything against his own Alaki? What he did with the Oyo?
I'm not just speaking of that, but I'm just speaking of some of the intrigues around them. He had some. He was not as bad as a current crop of politicians. Our current crop of politicians are abusing it. Awolowo just did some of the things he did because of the political position, because he thought he wanted to defend the Yoruba, and in doing so, some Obas suffered because because they had divergent views to the action group. So it wasn't even Awolowo as much as action group intrigues, if I put it that way. Then, so let's go beyond that. But I agree with Ogbeni. It is the reality. The politicians control the Obas because they decide who's going to be Oba.
All right, Bilal, stay there. Ogbeni, take Zita's comment and then you address all of their concerns. Zita, you said you wanted to come into that space.
No, I want to talk on that space. I am not coming in to interject anybody. Let them speak. I want to talk on that space.
All right, I'll get it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Wama. You see, But
you see the strength of feeling that I'm saying the Yorubas, they don't joke with their culture.
Because Wama, you see, you don't joke with your culture, but how much do you do to defend the culture when it's being eroded? You see, that is hypocrisy. As far as I'm concerned,
I agree.
Olisa Bakoba reason. No, please don't interject now. Let me just flow so that I can hand. Next person can talk. I've been on this for one day now, please. So now, Olisa Bakoba said something recently, and I agree with him. I'll send the little article I did immediately because it's a space I love. This transitional stool thing. Olisa Bakoba said that he advised Mr. President. It was one program he did, and Tinubu was there. And he said, look, please, go back to the custodian of indigenous Nigerian people, the traditional rulers and others, that we need to go back to them, to gather them, instead of, he said all the Sovereign National Conference that he has attended.
It was Akpabio's colloquium.
Yeah, okay. He said all the Sovereign National Conference that is rubbish because the owners of the tradition and the lands in Nigeria, the indigenous ones, people that are representing them presently, they are the traditional rulers and their leadership. You hardly find them in all these conferences that we've been doing. But they are the people that can come together and say, this is what we really want for this space. I believe in that man. I wrote a very short article immediately after and said, what the Obas, the Emir, the all of them should be making noise about is what this man is saying now. People should be emphasizing more on it. These are the owners of our tradition. They are the custodians of the land, both land and everything on it. At a point in time, I said it again. Alafin was the only person who can pronounce death penalty in the Yoruba land. He weighed that power. But where is that power today? It's been eroded. Now, for the person who said Awolowo, see, it didn't start from Awolowo time. If you go back, see, every state in Nigeria, and I will use this also to address what piece that said, oh, governor does not give staff of office in Edo State. We are joking, no? The governor sanctioned the selection of Oba Obini. The governor of that state, you must sanction. Because every
sorry to interject you.
No, hold on. Just let him flow. No, let's not. When it lands, when it lands,
you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, but let him land, and then you can I knew as soon as he mentioned that though. Yeah, you were
one man.
You know, if I had my will, I will give you the crown of Edo. I don't know a man that is more Edo
than I love his love and enthusiasm about his space, particularly by his traditional rulership in his space. But I will advise him more to go and read the law that regulates that traditional stool is even talking about. Every state in Nigeria has what they call chief laws. Ekiti State, chief laws of Ekiti State, chief laws of Edo State, chief laws of Ogun State. And in my book, I questioned this. I've sent you the link to my book. You can go and buy this. I traced the genesis of this problem in my book, chapter 2. And I said, look, the colonial guys, when they came, they had their own traditional rulership in their own country. But they came to mess up with our own. Why they protect and preserve theirs? And I asked the question, why? Because why would you even in the first instance title that law as chief law? Chief is not traditional rulership. Chief is derogatory. But we still keep having things in every state. In Edo State, you have chief laws of Edo State. And that chief law, let me tell you, when the colonial guys came, including Egba, because I know Mike has talked about Egba now, as if Egba is included. There is chief law of Ogun State. Okay? Now, what they simply did was that they subject our traditional rulership, okay, under both the Western laws and the political class that carries the Western laws.
Yes.
And they subject it under the selection, the enthronement, and the removal. In that same Edo State, during Oyaro Gulem. And that's why I said these days, the way the law is couched, you can only hand that respect if you now weigh the power. Nobody will move close to you. They will give you respect. For instance, Oyaro Gulem, Governor Oyaro Gulem, back then, now late, he removed Oba Obini as the Shama of the permanent Shama of in Edo State. This thing. What happened to him later? With history now, I'm going to read what happened to the guy, the calamity that befell that guy. And Oba Obini got his respect and everything, reference and everything back intact. Why? Because the consequences that did come in those days befell that person immediately. But how many Oba these days? Okay, they put hand on Oba's head. As that man of God was putting hand on Oba, let's say thunder just came and just strike the guy. Do you think we'll be doing this debate? We won't. Everybody will just respect Ogbomoshon and say, what? This Oba. But where is the power that you are coming to defend? And that's my question. Now, let me end this here. See, one man, in those days, you will have a Remo. Let me tell you of Ile-Ife, for instance. In Ile-Ife, whoever will be enthroned as Oni, there is a day, a time, and the particular month of the year that the person must be bettered. And I'll repeat it again. There's a time, a day, and a month. Thank God that one of the princes of Ife just spoke now. And immediately that happened.
You caught what he meant, Abi. You were able to narrow him down.
I got him. I speak in Ife now. Yes. So there's a day, a time, a month, and the wife that will even bat or the Oba. So the moment that happened, the Onifa and other will signal to them to say, see, that is a future or need there. And do you know that in those days, Such a Remo will not be trained in the palace of his dad. What do you have today? They send them to different places to go and learn tradition. They learn royalty. They learn the clinking ways. They learn their language, their proverbs, their parables. How do you eat as Oba? How do you dance? How do you greet? What do you do in public? What you don't do in public? How do you talk? The importance of your throne. They will teach you the past Obas. You will know all the past Obas in your head. Alaafin of Oyo was a very good example, the late Alaafin. All the past, Alaafin of Oyo, if you've ever listened to that guy, he'll be telling you, Oba so in 16 Oba, he had everything in his head. How many can tell you this day? Go and pick that Olugbo and say, come and tell me the past 100 Olugbo. If he can tell you, they will teach you the history, you will learn Ifa, the divinity, the religious understanding of your space. How many of them these days do have all those things? And you want to still attract the respect, you will attract to those Obas in those days to them. You hate these things. And that's the point I'm trying to say. So by the time you want to intro the Aremo, even the Aremo himself is like a king. And that's why most times they say Oba Olepe Meji Laafin. So they will hardly even relate with their dad because they are already living their kingly life. They understand what the throne meant to their people. And when you enthrone them and they are sitting there, they carry the importance and they will protect it with their life and blood. But do you still have this these days? And that's the question I keep asking. Are they really
now they bring them
fighting?
from Canada.
Yeah. Look at Oluwo now.
They brought him from Canada.
One gangster from Canada. Look at how the guy is just desecrating this thing. The president of Kori Adeboye grew up in Lagos. He was doing his own business and was just doing his own funky thing in Lagos. Now you brought the guy to come and stay in Ife. If you've ever been to Ife before, you know Ife is not really a city. With due respect to Prince that I said, Ife preserves, and I love it so. Ife preserves the traditional setting of Ife. They never allow the colonial guys to destroy the Agbole of Ife. If you go to all those areas in Ife, all those areas, they are intact in Ife. You see all their Ojubo, all those you see all those Ojubo in every household, and you still see all those old mamas still making their divinity and doing all their rituals every morning within it. That is such life is Ife. You now brought somebody grow up in Lagos to come and head that space, and you want to demand the same thing you demand for Aderemi or Baolusoji Aderemi, or you want to demand the same thing from Olubushe second, and you now say you want to place no now. So that's my point. I'm not saying what about Adeboye did. I'm not saying, oh, he's right. I'm saying there are more context to it. And I'm saying, is that his throne? If that is his throne, wrong. But if that is not the throne, if it's one of the seats in that palace, why not? So that's just my point, one man. And I would like to end my this thing on this so that other people can also.
All right, brilliant. We're still going to do that DNA test on you. We have our suspicion. We'll do a DNA test on you.
Point of correction. Obaseki under the British have no right to involve in Oba. We just select our Oba. Our next 3-4 Obas already, we know them. Is father to son. If Obaseki try, he will be castrated. Let's use the word castrated.
I will look for the law now.
No law.
I will look for it.
One Piece, not a fight. Calm down.
One Piece. Can I explain something to you?
About what, my king?
Can you give me a second, please? Let me explain.
Who said? Oh, sorry, I don't have any issue with you. Who said so? Who?
That's Zita.
No, Zita talk to me. No, but somebody said so after Zita. Who is that?
No,
it's me now.
Hear from Zita. Just hear from Zita.
Okay,
Zita,
okay. Yeah. All right.
Let me explain something to you. When he was trying to say it academically, let me explain something to you. Because whenever it has to do with the Bini Empire, I am interested because my Igbo came from there, I must say. So it's a place I studied over the years. Let me explain to you. the throne of the Oba of the Benin Empire is no longer in the hands of the throne of the Oba of the Benin Empire. Rather, it is now in the hands of the citizens. Let me explain.
It's in Abuja.
Let me explain. The citizens of Benin Empire, I still call them the Benin Empire, although they call them Edo State. Let me explain. The people of the Benin Empire are so inclined with their golden stool that they will never watch anybody desecrated it. That is one. Two, if an Oba, according to the tradition, is to be the Oba, because of the way the people of Benin Empire see the Obaship, no governor dare intervene. Not that the governor doesn't have power to intervene. That's what I want to explain to you. The power has moved. It has been mingled to the extent that the governor has to say. But when it comes to Benin Empire, the governor dare not because he doesn't have the power, but because the way the people of the Benin Empire hold the stool sacred. That's what I want to explain to you. So you have to understand it. The governors do decide who becomes the Oba. That is how the law is. But in the Benin Empire, he dare not. He dare not. That governor must have a lot of enormous power, guts, wisdom to tackle the people of the Benin Empire for him to say, no, this is somebody I want. Not that he doesn't have the power. That's what I want to explain to you. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. And that's how we understood it as well.
Madam Sita, that was just my point about Oyaro Gulem that I cited.
All right. So that covers that. Let's go to Emeka, who is also with us. Mekos. All right. Let's go to Dewale. Dewale. All right. Let's go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind. Okay. Let's go to Zita.
What's happening to everybody?
One man. I'm busy here. Can you just go to the next person, please?
All right, brilliant. Let me go to Zita, and then from Zita, I'll come to you, World Peace. So Zita, you're up next. Zita. You just spoke now, Zita. What's going on? Okay, World Peace, then you take the floor.
Okay, thank you, one man. Yeah, for me, I'm going to speak from the angle of tradition, pure tradition. I'm not talking about Yoruba Benin right now. I'm not talking about the governors. I'm talking about the optics, the pure tradition, the way it's supposed to be. Yes, our tradition is we have challenges in our tradition. This is a difficult time that everybody, not only in Nigeria, in Africa, we are recalling back to our tradition because we have nowhere to go again because we are already at the bottom. The only place we have to go back up, and now we are going back up, trying to bring back our tradition. Now, it gives me concern. Yes, I've been seeing Adeboye's hand, but I did not notice it till this other guy I couldn't put it together till this other guy just break it easy for me. Yeah, that guy be installing Obas, and we keeping short because sometimes when some people like us want to talk, other people will say, no, it's not your business, it's your Oba, or it's a Patakat Oba, it's Igbo Oba. No, it's wrong. I said when he came for the Gentiles, I didn't say nothing. When he came for the Jews, I said nothing. Then when he came for me, there was nobody to speak for me. Whatever we let go like this now, keep happening. At the time, it will happen to other people because other people are learning. Because we are in democracy, politicians are looking for anything to hold on to power. Now, what happened? I'm speaking directly on what happened. Him sitting on that chair is no. For the optics, we know the governors have power, but Adeboye is not a governor. He's just a religious man. He's just a common man. He has nothing. Now, he's laying hands on Oba's heads. He's sitting on Oba's throne. What will he do next? And whatever he does, people are watching. Other people are taking suits. Before you know now...
next he will be sleeping with the Oba's wife. That's the next thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Now you start seeing smaller pastors now will be laying hands in smaller ballets heads. Smaller pastors now will start taking charge, be talking to the ballets the way they want. This is culture. This is tradition. We must disagree with it. Even though there's a debate about tradition. Not that it's perfect, but whatever they do, we accept it and take it as the way it is. That makes it perfect. Not that every decision the president made was right. Even in court, some of the decision is not right. Supreme Court, not all the decision they make is right, but we are supposed to hold on to it and say it's Supreme Court and we'll do better. That's why their decision is not always the same. So when things happen like this, we almost stand vehemently and go against it so that other people will learn and desist from it. It's wrong. It's a concern. Yes, I will say it now because we have the ability to say it. Whatever is going wrong in mostly in the South, is because from the West, because of education, Western education. We are bringing Western education into our attention too much that we are letting some certain things go. But the Western people, they don't play with their tradition. Their tradition is their tradition, which they are well educated. We learn from them. How come they are not doing the same thing we are doing? Because of education, we want to be modernized, we want to be modest, we start modernizing things. No! When it comes to tradition, what is tradition supposed to be tradition? I'm supposed to separate the both of them. They're like oil and water, they don't mix. But then you let them mix, just have a problem. Look, most of the, like you just said, most of the kings in the West, they don't know their roles. But if they know their roles, they won't have the time to going around. Most of them are not supposed to be there. You just start creating one chiefs, one kingdoms. So many in a state, in a community, you have like 100 kings. What would their function? What would they know to do? Nothing. How come a pastor will be creating kings? How dare him? How dare he will come and sit on the throne of a king? Not to talk of putting his hand on the king's head. Every king supposed to have his own personal doctor. Don't you know Allah you have his own personal doctor then? Which after you see me up and down. Before you can take him to a hospital, somebody to touch his head, he must be his trained doctor for him. But now he has started everything. And when we are seeing it like this, you know our Gen Z, you know our younger ones, what they see, they say monkey do what monkey sees. Now when they see this thing, they can start talking to our kings, our Obazee anyhow. How can we preserve our culture? How can we move the knowledge from here to the next space? We start cutting, like I'm going to start telling us the logic about it, the law about it. I don't know yet the law about it. I know about the law. I know about Nigerian law and custom, tradition and teaching that I know. But you see me, I'm coming from a different angle. We first of all condemn it. The traditional law and council, that matter is for the inner house to talk about, not in the open. Now what happened in the open must be condemned. What you did that on that day? People cry, make people came out and say, okay, now Adeboye has done this. Go and check Adeboye war. All the Christians supporting him. They are even saying the power of the king, the grace he has is more than any crown. Before you know it, now pastors start insulting our kings, our headers, and our tradition. That's what they did before. That's why most of our parents went to burn their deities and all that. And see the problem we are facing. The other king said he wants to go be a pastor. What is all this? When is it going to end? When is that it must come from a particular angle? We should stop this. We should condemn it with every strength and breath in our blood. I say it. I don't know the word to use. But please don't use this kind of language now in a public forum. It's not here to lecture us. When your chairman can lecture us about we are going to court. But what we are seeing right now, if I have my way, I'll castrate Adeboye. Castrate him for sitting on that throne. How will people respect the king?
Omar, I have a question for you. Was he the
Hello?
Was he pastor that went to the Oba? Was the Oba that went to the pastor?
Does it
yes.
Who went to?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter who went or who. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. The Oba is the custodian of the deities of that land. It's custodian.
Is that the belief of the pastor?
Hold on. Let me mute you for a moment because your connection is so wavy. Let me mute you for a moment. Just to answer your question, Mike, it was actually Adeboye that went to the palace. What is agitating people is that if you see to the left of your screen, that's the Oba right there. I'm not quite sure if that is the Olori, but that is Adeboye sitting on the Oba's throne in what seems to be a prayerful sort of posture. And I don't know this guy now in the blue.
Okay, the following question is, was the Oba that invited him or did he take himself there?
No, I don't know, but it is the act of sitting on that throne that is agitating people.
Okay, one man, reason why I'm
I
asking
think
this
I
is
can help you with that answer. I think.
But wait, okay, go ahead.
If you look behind, there's a poster. One man, if you scroll up a bit,
the poster says Adeboye, right?
It says Pastor Adeboye, which seems to mean that even if it's in the palace, like Obazee made a statement, a legal statement, injuria or something like that, which means that you have actually invited the injury to yourself. This Oba over here has invited the injury to himself.
It looks like that Oba is giving his life to Christ. That's what I see here in this picture. Now, here's the deal.
Giving your life to Christ should not make you disrespect your stool. It's actually that stool he's sitting on.
Okay.
You guys
excuse me, if you can give me 30 seconds.
Baba, I just want to say something real quick.
Baba, one man, please give me 30 seconds. Let me
hold on, Baba. Let Mike line this point and then come in after. Hold on, yeah, Mike.
Okay, here's the deal. If you want to have a conversation, we need to get things in the right, actual context and proper picture of what we are seeing. Here's the deal. Pastor is a Christian. He believes in Christianity. Number one, is Christianity prescribe and forbid our traditional practice. That's a fact. That's one. Two, in his religion, after God is the pastor, and then everybody that following. Okay, now the Oba here want to be a member of his religion. What does that say? So according to his religion, the Oba has to is on beneath him. So we are here pointing finger at the pastor for following the way his religion. That was the word. Describing to follow, right? So is it Oba? Pastor that we should be pointing finger at, or the Oba himself? No, do you want to tell me the Oba doesn't know that Christianity forbids his tradition? So they don't. So these Obas are giving their life to Christ, and we're blaming the pastors.
No, it's the throne that is really agitating.
The throne we are talking about.
It's not the pastor does not. His Christianity does not believe in the throne. Let's get one. That's my problem. That's my problem with Yoruba people. One man. That's my problem. Can I
hold on.
One man, I'm waiting just to.
Hold on. Let me just get across real quick. You guys have your time now.
Hold on. Yeah. All right. Land data, Mike.
Yeah, let me land it. One man. The problem with Yoruba land is this: we do two-faced. Like we do things like we mix things. Like when a lot of these foreigners, they are practicing our tradition. A lot of them from Brazil, Cubans. I'm a friend of many of them. I meet them in Nigeria. Come to Nigeria. I invite them over. They come and study our tradition, everything. And when they're being exposed to the way we do things in Yoruba land, they are confused. They're just confused. Like they ask me questions like, why do you do? Are you guys? Why do you do things backward? Like, okay. And the answer of people will say, we have to accommodate everything. No, it doesn't work like that. These other religions claim that you should not exist. That's their rule. Islam, Christianity believe your traditional ways should not exist. That's their belief. And you will see the same Yorubas doing the tradition and mixing it with the same people that say it shouldn't exist. And when things like this now happen, we are confused, we are crying. Why are you mixing it? Separate yourself from that. I'm not saying you shouldn't be friends with someone, but you look at that poster as a pastor. So the religion that says you should not exist, now you are doing event of that same religion in the palace. And we are confused here. Why is this happening? Are you kidding me? Oh, thank you.
Yes, one man. What I observed actually is this Obaz This thing started, I think, late 90s or very, very early 2000s. 2000s. It was the Oshile of Okiono that first went to redeem land. I remember that photograph that day. He was not wearing even his crown, but he held on to the Irukere. He wore a Tadia cap because the head of an Oba must not be left open. But the surprising thing there, he went with his 4 wives, and they were given prominent seats right in the front. Pastor Adeboye did not condemn it. And the Oshile of Okiono has then visited that redeemed land of dozens and dozens of times over the years. And he goes there always with the 4 Uluris. So if we are talking, that means Pa Adeboye, in my own reckoning, recognizes tradition. But if you bring yourself as a non-entity Oba, I think he will treat you like a non-entity Oba. Because as far as I'm concerned, the religion Pa Adeboye practices and preaches about does not encourage polygamy. But the Obas always go there with his 4 wives every time. So he knows his boundary. So it is the fault of the Obas. Thank you.
Okay, let me return my flaw. According to what people are saying and Mike is saying here, to me, it does not make sense that if Adeboye, who invited Adeboye, did he go? He went there by himself. First of all, Adeboye will never smell the palace if he's not there on appointment. And second of all, if Adeboye is being invited, does that give him that to sit on the throne, even though he's a Christian? Sorry, like I said,
the religion giving the right. Yes,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Please let me speak. Let me speak. When it comes to tradition, I don't think some people have this kind of understanding I have, but it's okay.
He's a traditionalist.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I am a traditionalist, yes.
No,
and I'm telling you that Pastor Adeboye does not believe in tradition.
Michael, hold on. It doesn't matter. Adeboye does not have a say. It does not. He's just a mere mortal. He's just a mere person. It does not.
His religion gave him.
No, forget his religion. Please, Mike, hold on.
Religion?
Oh, no, hold on, please. I don't know. I want to end it with this, but let me quickly say this. Thank God our warrior have enacted the law. Everybody, every descendant of Benin who have connection to Benin since 2016, 17, you enacted the law. They must come, the Obas, they must come back to Benin Palace and stay there for 3 months before they take their throne. And we can see some from Ekiti have kind of done their own. The new the Abode of Ekale did this, or Biofisiluku. There must be in the past, must teach them. It's a of tradition. You must teach them. Those are descendants from Benin. So you know the tradition still you are sitting on. You know the power, you right you are commanding. First of all, a pastor is just a main person, like I said. If you are invited to the palace, or you came on your request, you're just as a normal guest. Do you know how many guests you receive every day, from presidency to ambassadors? So what's so special about ambassador? You know the bishop, when they appointed the new archbishop of whatever they appointed in Nigeria, he was in upper class to pay respect to the Oba of Benin. He can't even stand 100 feet to the Oba. Oh, yeah, Adeboye. Who is Adeboye? I don't know what people are talking about. He's a Christian. The Oba gives right to religious parties to take place in his land. If he says no, that part will park and go to the nearest. You can go to Bishop Obomosha and start doing his church there. The Oba owns the land.
Really?
And what's Mike saying?
Nigeria Constitution says
forget Nigeria Constitution. This is the problem.
You can't tell us to forget things now. We have to speak
forget. No. Please, I'm talking about
let me tell you a couple of things. The Oba does not own the land. The land is owned by the state. The state governor.
The governor.
You know, even the federal government will have to go through the state governors to take any land. Hold on, that's one. And also the governor of Edo State, they actually have a supervisory right over the Obas, but they don't exercise it for reasons of of tradition. But Ogbeni has just explained now the constitution
Yes.
actually
We know that we know that we are talking about on written law. We are talking about tradition here. First of all, ask yourself, why is it that enter the governor has to buy land, acquire land, he has to buy it from traditional rulers? Have you asked yourself that? The governors are there to supervise the land on the behalf of the federal government. Hold on now, I'm not saying listen now. Hold on now. Hold on, please.
Now
I'm not giving wrong information now. Almost every land bought in hold on now. Almost every land bought in Osho and everything from the government. They bought it from the community leader now.
No. Who signs the seal? Who signs the seal?
Hold on.
Wait, just wait now. Wait. Who gives you the seal of vote that confirms your ownership of the land? Is it the Oba or the state?
No. Hold on now. Let me land. Baba, let me land. If you ever bought land in Nigeria, you need 2 signatures to authenticate your land you bought. The signature from the committee, which is signed by the Oba and the governor. If you don't have one, hold
on. Just hold on 1 second. Answer a direct question with the direct answer. Who issues seal of oaths in Benin, in Edo? Is it the Oba?
Leave hold on.
Answer the question.
Who issues seal of oaths? Is it the Oba?
I want to answer your question. I want to answer your question. Seal of oath in Nigeria hold on now. The seal of oath in Nigeria is issued by the government. Is a land lease for 100 years, not even bought. If you look at the seal of oath, you can confirm it. So we first start talking, the government said land, the government don't sell land to you. You lease the land to you.
That's the question you answered it.
Hold on. Now,
that's not the question, one man.
Why the question? Hold on. I'm coming to Ogbeni, I'm coming to make you. I want to use you as a reference, place of reference. You have a land you're dragging in Abuja, and you said it here that you have 2 documents, the CFO and the committee paper approved by the Sultan Abi, the Emir. Yet they are dragging the land from you. Did you not say it's true or false?
What do you say?
You said that your land in Abuja, that you have your proper document, that you're dragging your land with you, and you have the CFO of the document and the committee signature from the Sultan Abi, the Emir of the land. Hold on. Did you not say yes, true or false?
Yes, now I said it now. What has
okay, hold on, please. Okay, the land issue, let them not deviate. That's not the issue. Now I'll come back to them. No, I'll come back to them. Baba, leave them.
All right.
Hold on. Let me go to where I'm going to. Let me go where I'm going to. Now, like I said, because I don't know why you start using law to play and remind ourselves. The Oba is hold on now, Baba. When you correct me, let me land. You correct me when I land. Like just that question what I did to you when you were talking. I gave you the time and I came back and did that correction. Now, the Obas is even a constitution, even though it's written or not written, they said Oba is the considered tradition of the land, and the Oba governs the people, as in the head of the people.
Govern the people.
Yes.
Which part of the constitution said that?
Hold on. Listen, let me finish. Then, at the end of the day, you see first of all, when it comes to the West, I can only call like 5 respectable king there. The Alafin of Oyo, the Egba of something I call it, the Olubadan of Ibadan, only of Ife. I can only call 5 of them there that's responsible. This is another one, I don't know them. It's from 2000 name. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on now. Let me finish. I don't like what interjecting me. When you see some certain things happening there, when some any people come to the town, and then you go to the Allah for your palace, or they go to the Egba of palace.
What place? You are moving all over the place.
I'm not moving. I'm making my point.
Wait 1 moment. Go to one topical space, then give us the because you are now bring it up.
Okay, I'm trying to make a point that when big pastors or big ministers or also comes to see people like Allah for you don't see him getting up from his chair. They come to pay their allegiance to the land. Even this Adeboye. Let's remove me at the remove of Benin. Go to Iselukuye or go to Oluwafori. When a big pastor or a big person comes to the town, they come to pay allegiance to the king. The king controls the people. He's the custodian of tradition of his land. If he tell you this religion I get to my tradition, you don't practice it. Forget your government first. You don't need government. You can't force a cow. You can force a donkey to the river, but you can't force it to drink from the river. This is what I'm trying to tell you, people. You don't just bring thoughts. Hold on.
Mike, let him land.
Mike,
I want to
hold
move
on.
on to Zeta. Yeah, land.
Yeah. You cannot say because Adeboye was invited to the palace for that reason, he can do whatever he likes. And because the Oba does not respect himself, so that is able to do what he likes, whatever he pleases him. Now, take it like this. If Adeboye is against palace, against this, what is he doing there? Did he go there to do crusade? And then I took this one from the Pope Benedict the 8th of the when I to Pope at the border during 15th century. He said the greatness of a woman is not blamed on the woman, it's blamed on the man that knew so well and went after her. How can you that said you're not a man of God, that you are so powerful because the upper have been literally said that you go there to distribute it to the last? That is the problem we have in Nigeria. When you see the people that is shouting about corruption, when they get to be more corrupt, look at him that is saying that he does not want the throne is fetish. And when I sit down and try to highlight the world to be what he emphasized so much to be. So like you are saying the Queen of England is not good, is this, that. At the end of the day, we want to be King of England. What does that make? What sense does that make? A tradition is a tradition. We should not miss it or we should not play with it. What's wrong is wrong. And this boy, if I catch him, if I have the right, I can castrate him for that. If you guys don't like it, take it to the bank. Oh, take me to court. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, please. Yeah.
Oh man, we are talking emotionally. We are not facing reality. The Nigerian Constitution. You do know that this Nigerian Constitution gives a non-indigent right to run for governorship in any state. The time will come. A generation is coming, at least maybe 20 years down the corner, where a guy from maybe Calabar or a guy from Abia or one place where they don't believe in king will become a popular guy and he run for governorship in a place like Edo or Lagos and he will win.
We nearly had it in Lagos now with Chinedu.
Exactly. The guy could have won, and the guy didn't really like because the Oba was supporting the opposition. He could have won and just do whatever he liked and not respect the Oba.
Mr. Mike, please, can I quickly correct something?
Probably even dethrone there.
Can I correct something, Woma?
Go on, and then after that, Zeta.
That's on the War Peace. You see, War Peace just came and was going different places at the same time, so we couldn't really even pick what exactly. But let me address that space of land use act. War Peace, please stop saying that lands in Nigeria belong to the traditional rulers and they are the owner of the land. That's not true. In 1978, there was a Decree 6 made by former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who was head of state then. And that Decree 6, which presently now is called Land Use Act, because we have changed it, okay, to what we call Land Use Act. And what does this expressly say? Let me tell you what it expressly states, because we took it as a major cause because it affects a lot of things when it comes to land laws in Nigeria. And you have to know this verbatimly, even to pass a land law in your university days. And he said it's an act, and what it does is invest all land comprised in the territory of each state in Nigeria, except the one which I will explain to you. He said, except land vested in the federal government or its agencies. So he invests all land solely in the governor of the state. And what he's expecting the governor to do is what? The governor will hold such land in trust for the people. And then henceforth, the governor will now be responsible for allocation. I'm telling you verbatim, often, he will be responsible for allocation of land in all urban areas to every resident that wants to use it for either residential, agriculture, commercial, and other purposes. So when it ends that, full stop, we now say similar power also will be exercised by local government in terms of what they call non-urban areas of the land on behalf of the state governor. So in every state in Nigeria, including your Edo state, we have what we call urban land and non-urban land. Urban land, who exercise the power, is vested in the state. So within that urban land now, we have some territories we can call federal territory. And that's why if you go to Lagos, all those areas where they were using as federal capital territory before, those parts of Lagos are still owned by federal government. Apart from that, Sanwo-Olu exercise power on every other part that you find in Lagos. And now there is another part now called non-urban. Those are the areas that local government now have power. But you see those areas, local government chairman and their local government authorities now delegate part of their power to those Obas to exercise at their level. You see how they took it away from the Oba. And that's one of the things I keep saying, that this stool We just wake up one day and want to be protecting tradition today. It's been deroding, they've been deroding this over time. You are not protecting it, you're just waking up today. They took away, prior to 1979, these Obas and different families that owns land, they were exercising power. They were distributing. They were giving people land. But Obasanjo woke up and said, look, we have to do land use decree. And some people said, history to that.
And that was a military government.
Yes, they said it was because of his Otafan. Some said so, that it belongs to a land that if he left government after, they will collect it from him, because that he by force got that land. So because of that, he has to promulgate a decree to preserve his own, to protect his own district. And some said that was the history to it. Whether right or wrong, I don't know. But now, he promulgated that decree. And that decree took away a very major power that our traditional rulers were wielding over years. And nobody is saying anything about it. Nobody is saying, let's revert. And that's why I revert this Olisa Agbakoba thing and said, go back to these traditional rulers. And then, after that, they have all those things. Then let me tell you another thing. Oba Obini that you're talking about, apart from the fact that the governor must sanction the appointment of Oba Obini before you can enthrone Oba Obini by their own laws. Apart from that, let me tell you, the money Oba Obini is collecting today, there are laws that protect it. Do you know every Oba in Nigeria collect money from the local government council? There's a percentage of money that goes to local government council that they allocate to Oba's palace. And they said, who dictate them? How do they even call you? Who plays the Papa dictate the tune? So you are collecting money from the government. You don't want them to control you? They must control you. And my point, finally, is that you now have to weigh an extraterrestrial power in order to preserve that which you want to preserve. And I've given you an example of Oyarugule. He removed Oba Obini as a permanent chairman of traditional rulers in Edo State. See what followed. And immediately that followed, Oba Obini regained his strength, his weight back in the state. And no other traditional ruler dare look at him, because that power still resides in him. And he exercises it, whether extraterritorial or non-legal, whichever way. So, but how many traditional rulers do you still weigh this kind of power today? Somebody touch your head.
The girls have left them now. The girls are not them again.
Somebody touch your head and then you're like, do you think we'll be saying that this kind of thing? If that happened, everybody will adjust and say, hey, there's still power in this throne. No? The go. Can you do this thing to Oba Ogunmola? And you think you will go with it. So that is the point. So you have somebody is leper now, and you say, why are you walking like this? You are just bending. He said, look at my leg now. Can't you see that one is not the same with the other? And that is what is affecting what I'm carrying. So that's just my point. Thank you, Wama.
All right, excellent bio when as always. So Zita, I hope you're ready now. Zita.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Okay, Wama, first of all, before I start saying anything, I want to say is that seat, the throne, the guy, the golden stool he's sitting on, is that actually the real one?
Well, in appearance, it would be, because it has
it's not a real thing.
Well, it has all of the insignias.
All these are carvings they just did recently.
Well, yes, but that is where the king sits to hold court.
Okay, so even if it's not the real one, it's the representative of the real one, because that's where the king sits.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Wama, before I start saying what I want to say, I want everybody who is listening to this platform this morning to hear me loud and clear. You see, over the years, we've been crying of how the Europeans came to desecrate our land, take our deities, take our monuments, destroy our culture and our tradition. And for every inch, even the younger ones that never knew what happened then, holding on to the books they read and what they were told, seems to despise them for what they did. Now, the question I'm asking, does Redeemed Christian Church of God, the way they worship, do they have a place for tradition? The answer is no. And I ask, in the traditional ways, Africans, when I call it paganism, do they have room for Christianity? The answer is no. I've heard a lot of people say things this night. Some try to defend the Oba, some say blame the Oba, some say blame the man. But I am sure and I am happy that Adeboye is a Yoruba man. And at his age, I would say he knows the do's and don'ts in Yoruba land. I know that most pastors, more especially the ones in Nigeria, see themselves as God, or rather mini-gods. But I think a man of his caliber should know better than sitting on that seat. Even if Oba tells him to do that, he don't have, because he's a Yoruba man. And I am sure that is not the only seat in that palace that day, to the extent of him being photographed sitting on that seat. Now, let me ask, we Africans, what is really our problem? And I can affirmatively say that we have not been able to lay our hands in what our problems are. If we do, I believe we will be good. We said they brought a religion. What is the religion doing in our tradition, if I may ask? Whosoever Adeboye is representing is foreign to our land. And I have heard everybody in several occasions, including Mike, in this platform, who says he's a traditionalist. Whatever Adeboye is representing doesn't have place in our tradition. And whatever that's true, I'm not talking about the man who wants himself a number or whatever. I'm talking about the seat itself. Represents, doesn't have a place in the church. Now, let me ask you a question. For those who, I want to say this before I ask the question. I know the world is evolving. Everybody is trying to be modern, to see things in another way. But let me tell you something. I don't really think people want to lose who they are all over the world. Nobody wants to lose who he is. And nobody wants to lose their land. Let me ask a question then. Will the Oba that this man is sitting on his throne go to Redeemed Church of God and sit on Adeboye's seat in that church? I'm talking about people who are saying that he invited him, he did not invite him, invited. I'm not talking about giving him a front seat. I'm talking about that high table where Adeboye used to sit.
Zita, you are correct. The president was not even given. There? Jonathan was there as president.
Can the Oba go there and sit down on that Adeboye seat? I know in their churches in Nigeria, they created a kingdom for themselves. Okay, let me remove the church, because the church has nothing to do with this. Can that Oba go to Adeboye's office and sit on Adeboye's seat in the office?
Can
in
I answer
his
that?
Office. I'm asking.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
If the Oba goes to Adeboye's office, if Adeboye invite the Oba to come and sit on his seat, the Oba will go and sit there. So it depends on who is inviting who.
Listen, let me say something, Obeni. You see, if you are telling me that if a baby, because most of these people who find themselves in a position of power these days are actually babies. They are novice. You are telling me that if a baby tell you to put your hand in the fire because he's a baby and he's holding a position, you will. You won't say, no, I shouldn't put myself in the fire. That's your seat. You will say that. You will see it, right? And I am sure that's exactly what played out in the Oba's palace. Maybe he told him to sit down there, and he did. And that's the world we are in today. And tomorrow, these same people will go to their YouTube channels, their social media handle, and talk about how the expatriates, the colonial masters dealt with us, took our things, destroyed our life, fought us, disregard us. So who are we actually, and what do we want? I can say that we blacks, we're actually confusing the world. They don't even know how to help us. Honestly, sincerely speaking. Because seeing Adeboye sitting in that seat, to me, looks gory. By the way, what was he thinking in the first place to sit on that seat? If I may ask.
And he posted it on his social media space as well. So he knew it wasn't right. It's almost like a conquest. You know when Europeans go on safari and they kill a lion and then they put their leg on the head of the lion and hold their gun. That is what he's doing on that throne.
You know, one man, you see, I've been enjoying, when I say one man, I'm actually making a general statement. One man, I've been enjoying my Christmas. Somebody sent me that clip. And I just waved it off. I was like, this is not happening. Until I saw it in your platform. And I said, so this actually did happen. What the heck is that man doing in that state, if I may ask? What business as a pastor does he have with the golden stool? I am not understanding this. You said what he represents.
Would he sit on the throne of the Sultan of Sokoto?
No, I'm coming to that. One man, just give me a second. If I have time, I will
carry on.
I'll come to that. Are we going to say that what that man represents belongs to us? That is what we call foreign. That is what we get angry at. Although some people are holding it with their hand. I've said this several times. I see the way people have been trying to dance around what this man did. And I smiled to myself. I said, when your basic needs are replaced, you are in a big problem. And that's exactly what is happening to us. Now, we are replacing Adeboye with the golden stool? Oh, really? It's happening in my country? That a man of God will walk into a palace and sit in a seat up a seat. Really? And we are dancing around it. You see, one thing, let me tell you something, one man. You see, I keep telling people, well, somebody has said it in this platform, the Ugutas will always tell you they're not the Igbos. And I know, as the Igbo, we don't have an institution like yours. I admire the Yorubas, the Northerners, that have institutions that bring them together. And the Benis, I respect Benin Kingdom. Whenever the Yorubas want to say they are before the Benin, I will say, look, you cannot say you are before somebody whose history started before yours. The Benin Empire, the history started before the Yoruba Empire. Now, let me say this. I admire you people a lot because you have something that holds you together. And sometime in this platform, I said, in as much as I pity you people, but I am glad you are losing it. You guys are losing it. And you people have lost it deep. If you don't call it to order now, you will lose it. And if you lose it, you'll be like some tribe I know. Nobody says stop, and they stop. Nobody says run, and they run. The next people who are hanging on now are the Northerners. I am looking forward to the day Bishop David Oyedepo Adeboye will go and sit on the emir's throne. It's going to happen, one man, it will happen. From the ridiculous ways people has been discussing this thing because it's a Adeboye. One man, I asked a simple question. What the heck is that man doing sitting on that seat? What business does he have sitting on that throne? What he represents has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with that golden stool. What that golden stool represents has absolutely nothing to do with him. I don't care who you people call your Oba. He can be a Christian for all I care. I don't care. But I am more concerned of who we are, which is that golden stool. That is who we are. That Oba will come and go. Another Oba will come and go, but that stool will still remain. So I've been seeing people talking about the Oba, talking about the Adeboye, but I'm more interested in this too. Adeboye, is he trying to tell the whole world that he doesn't know what that stool represents? Even if the Oba tell him to sit down there, who is he going to obey? The Oba or the stool? You see, I heard somebody saying if thunder has struck him, it wouldn't have happened again. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Those stools have earned their respect over centuries. And that their respect must remain. I have a good mind of placing a curse, but I will not do that. I have a good mind of doing that. Those things are sacred to us. They should please, I beg them in the name of God, to leave something for our children to see. Now, let me ask a question. For those who are very much interested in Christianity, hear me loud and clear. Can the Oba of Benin be allowed to sit on a bishop's seat in London? The answer is no. You know why? Because what the Oba represents has no business on that seat. Why do we blame our colonial masters and we cannot blame Adeboye? They came to our land. They disregard all those things. They took some of them away. They dumped them somewhere. And some of us come to this platform to speak angrily about these people. And today, I have not seen that anger on anybody's voice. And I ask again, what is Adeboye doing on that golden stool? Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent, always excellent. By
well, what is happening with this? What is going on here with this? What's it called? The Oba and the RCCG pastor.
I thought it was just a satellite little story, but people seem to be somewhat taken by it. The whole of the Yoruba space, they are somewhat enraged. We saw it. We saw a first incarnation of it when the RCCG pastor Adeboye, when he was placing his hands, you can see it right there. Was placing his hands on the heads of the Shon of Ogumosho, the Shon of Ogumosho kneeling down in prayer. So that somewhat rankled with people, and now it doesn't stop there. So this now next one, this was posted by the RCCG space itself, and what they are saying is that you can see the RCCG logo right there. So they put this out on social media. And here now is Pastor Adeboye yet again sitting on the throne of the Olugbo of Orile Igbo in Oyo State, Oba Francis Alao Akimbola. So a lot of people feel that he's desecrating the Yoruba culture via desecrating the Yoruba stools.
Well, I think my take is that, you know, I've always said that here on this platform online, that religion and governance in this instance would be, or in this context would be our royal fathers who have their own kind of authority in their own way, that we should separate these things from each other. But if you say separate, then, I mean, even our own traditionalist is a form of religion. So I would say we should separate that as well. That would be another thing to debate about. But what I just know is that religion in any form or whatever it comes should be separate from governance, from authority, from people who wage some form of how do I say, governmental kind of, they have some governmental kind of role, in this instance, our Obas. But I think some things are not sensitive, and some things are, I don't know why, I don't know what the RCCG are trying to achieve by bringing that kind of photo like you just showed here and trying to make a point. What point are they trying to make, that the Oba is on his legs, or is on his knee or whatever, and a pastor of a church is the one occupying the throne? Is that what it is? You see, I just don't. I don't just, not because I mean, if I have to speak against Adeboye, I will speak against him. I don't care about who he is. I've said it here on this platform. I don't worship him. I'm not a personality worshiper. If many people are like that, I would insult whoever I will have to insult. Even this is Oba too, I will insult him. If he I don't care. But there are certain things that are not for reason of they call it emotional intelligence. Some people just don't lack. They lack that. They lack that. I mean, because now look at it now. A lot of people have been riled up by this whole. Just look at that photo. The Oba is taking a stand, and why a pastor of a church is sitting on the throne. What are they trying to achieve by that? I mean, what is the message that they're trying to send to the people, that, oh, you see, our pastor is even more bigger than is that what it is? I mean, just look at that photo.
Yeah, that's clearly what they are signaling, isn't it? That is above that, and the Oba is standing.
That's my point. Are these people really the so-called Christians they call themselves? That's the question. Because when people go about like the APC people, let's go about chasing clouds. I mean, looking for validation. I don't get it. You know, this is what we get in that space. The way they bastardize the mind of our people. You just want some things for the optics. Just like, oh yeah, it's this, and this is this. The president has just this. I mean, like, I don't get it. This is the same culture we've started in that country, whereby our people, the psyche of our people, is always geared to this optics of personality kind of worship. Oh, this person is this. Oh, he has done this. He has done this great thing. I don't get it. I mean, I'm so fearful for the future for our people coming behind us, the generation coming behind. But for me, I don't know. This photo is very, very offensive. I would say for me, it's very offensive. How can a traditionalist, a monarch, be taking a stand, while a commoner, in this instance, Adeboye is a commoner. He's just, I'm sure he doesn't have any, even he's an Ijoye. He has a office, a staff of office. Doesn't mean that a king will be standing and you will be sitting on the throne. What kind of how do I say, disrespect is this? This is a disrespect of our culture.
Never mind, juxtapose this image that on your screen now with this one.
Who is that one?
That's the king of the Ashantis and the Archbishop of Canterbury.
What's that supposed to mean?
No, it's Baba wanting to move the conversation like that. That's the king of the Ashantis.
I don't know what Baba is trying to achieve with this, but the point I'm trying to say is this: is that in the Yoruba culture, is this traditionalist that that anoints the king. It is on Afobaje. Those are the people that does this whole thing. That if it's in the English culture, if it's the Archbishop of the Canterbury, and this is a Christian that does this rites for the king, like we saw in the last coronation, then that's a culture. I don't know why the Ashanti, who is more like they are very traditionalist. I lived like 6 months in Kumasi. I stayed in Kumasi for some months, and I know very, very traditional people. I mean, they take pride in their tradition. Those people are very, very traditionalists. But I don't know. I mean, where are you digging this from? How does the Archbishop have to coronate? I mean, is it taking blessing from him, or is that the coronation or what? Man?
It looks like a coronation to me, and it looks
Woman,
like
you know Sajwa Uhuru, right?
yes.
He went to Ghana.
Diners.
Yeah, Daniel. He went to Ghana and he saw this. The guy was disgusted. So the Ghana brought here and did a show about it. The guy was disgusted. Like, black Americans, the way they see white people, you understand? So for him to go, the way their relationship with white people, it's not good at all. It's like they really just detest white compared to we Africans. So for him to go to Africa and saw that, the thing hit him so bad. You know when Danis went to Yoruba land, when the guy went to Oshobo and he saw white Babalawo there. The guy he literally wanted to fight them. He refused to greet. He was giving them attitude. So the black American, when they go to Africa, they see certain things like they just like wonder why Africans are like that.
No, they have a different expectation. They have a romanticized notion of what Africa should be.
No. The way they see white, you understand? It's just completely different from the way we see them. Like then they are very close to what happened to them in the past, and they live in close proximity of white people. So they call white people the devil. That's the way if you talk to when black Americans are talking, get around there, they will see, look at that white devil. They see white people as devil. That's just the way they see them. So when they see us Africans relating to white people in this manner, it's very disturbing to them. Like, how can you trust these people like this? That kind of stuff. Like, the guy literally was like, how do you let the white man touch the head of your king? And the guy was confused. So it's the way they see things is just different, Sha. Well, Africa, I don't know.
Mike. Hello, one man.
Yeah, carry on.
One man, the picture on your screen and the picture I put a submission to are not the same. I said I do not.
I will say this is worse.
No, I said I do not have problem with the individual. If the Oba of Benin wants to go to Pope to prostrate, that is his business. I don't care because he will come and go. What I am concerned about is this too. If you are showing a picture of this Bishop of Canterbury sitting on that stool, then I can comment.
But the king of the Ashantis is the custodian of that stool. It's a representation of the depth and importance of that culture and people.
Woman, he can be disposed of.
Yeah, but whilst he
cannot be disposed of.
Yeah, but whilst he's the king, he is greater than the stool because it's the embodiment of everything that is those people.
Madam Zeta, in this culture, after God is the king. You know that, right?
It's the embodiment of whatever the stool represents. But what is going on here is not the same as what we are talking about. He is doing whatever he's doing with this archbishop.
Yeah, I'm saying this is worse.
It's even worse. It's technically the same, but it's even worse.
One man.
The archbishop is not sitting on this stool.
Madam Sita.
He's leaning down in front of him. And leaning down in front of somebody is not worse than sitting on this stool.
Let me say something. Can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Ogweni.
Something. You see, I think we have different understanding of what this traditional stool means. And I've said it here before. Traditional stool does not necessarily mean that seat. And that's why I disagree. And that's the area I disagree with Madam Sita. She started her own argument by asking a question. Is that the throne? Is that the seat to the throne? And she got an answer, but I was expecting her to make more critical engagement on that answer, but she didn't. Based on that, she built the entirety of her argument. Fine, the way she wanted to build her argument, which she has a right to do. But the area I want to correct is this: when you say it's two, you are talking of an institution. Okay, when you say it's two, you're talking of embodiment of the Oba in council, all the traditions he stands to represent, all the witches and the wizards in his community that he is representing and is heading them, all the widows and the widowers that is heading, all the religious group and others that he's representing. You see all these people visiting him as a new king, and that embodies his two. With time, then it constitutes his two, and it becomes his two. So, for instance, like this one now, when the Oba moves, it personifies his tool moving around. And that's why I said, okay, like this now, this Ashanti traditional ruler kneeling down under this man with his bar head is wrong. Just the same way Sean Ogbomosho will be leaning down before Baba Adeboye to be touching his head. Because as far as I'm concerned, they both head different. They both symbolize. They don't belong to the same space, and everybody they are head in the same space. It's just like you have somebody like Sultan coming to Ooni of Ife and be kneeling down to Ooni of Ife. Because
no, we saw that though. We saw that.
Sultan kneeling down.
Yeah, I'll show you. Carry on.
One man, all his picture.
What are you trying to do now?
No. Carry on. Carry on. I'll get it. I'll get it.
So the point is that they.
Are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, but I think
you can hear me.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, so they both belong to the same space, to different space, and they are head of different space. Let me give you a simple example. You see, in those days, when Oyo was still Oyo Kingdom, that had Alaafin, Oyo, at a point in time, had a battle with the Dahomey. Dahomey also had a very, very, very strong king in his own kingdom, and the two of them, at a point in time, had to meet in Egba. That's why I think Mike has read much about this, because they call it Egba United Kingdom. That Egba was never colonized. Egba at a point in time voluntarily submitted their territory to the Oyinbos. They were never.
They have their own independence song.
Yes.
So sorry, Ogbeni. This is Lamido Sanusi prostrating to the Alaafin of Oyo whilst he was the emir of
yet now.
It was now. Look, the Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, is back from his European. Hold on. Hold on. It was. Let me read it. The Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Sanusi, is back from his European vacation and has since returned to his traditional duties. He received the emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, in his palace recently. And the popular emir, as a sign of humility, bowed down to greet the Alaafin. The emir went to the Yoruba royal palace as a simple man. So.
One man, this was 2014. It was already dethroned. It was already dethroned now.
One man, can I come in?
This is it now. Let
me say something. Can I say something, please?
Can't be verified.
Can I target, please? I heard you very well. Now, it would have been a concern to me. Where is the Oba sitting when Lamido Sanusi prostrate to him?
On his throne.
Thank you. It would have been a concern to me if the Oba was standing. I hear some people on this platform say they're traditionalists, but they're not getting my point. If the Oba was standing and Lamido Sanusi prostrated to him, it would have been a concern to me. But for me, who have read history, more especially the tradition of Nigeria, Lamido Sanusi was prostrating to the stool, not to the other. But if you people want to see it otherwise, that's okay. But let me say
that picture was taken before he became emir.
It was not an emir.
Wait, after he became wait, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Hold on. As
let me tell you why.
That man was sitting on that
emir would never do that.
No, they told you now in the caption, the emir of Kano.
As an emir,
let me tell you why
one man, as an emir, he wear his full regalia.
That's what I'm about to say. Like once you become an emir, that's the way you have to dress all the time. You have to wear that regalia, that turban all the time. So it wasn't. There was no time during time he was emir where he dressed like that. He had to wear that thing at all time. So that was that picture was when he was younger, before he became emir. It was
exactly.
It was when he was a governor.
We are all getting it wrong.
Yeah,
in African tradition, kings don't bow to kings. Be a small king or a big king is up before a bigger king. Kings don't bow to kings. No, hold on. I say in African tradition, kings don't bow to kings. I don't just talk history because I don't want to talk history. No king, even the smallest king, comes to the Oba of Benin palace, he will not bow to the Oba of Benin. He will greet the Oba of Benin the way he thinks best to greet the Oba of Benin. If he goes to the Sultan of Sokoto, he will not bow. He will greet Sultan Sokoto the best way he should. He will bow. It's an abomination in traditional rule for a king to bow to king. Even the king will never accept it. The king that accepts it is an abomination. The king will never allow a king to bow to him. That means he has distributed his own throne. Thank you.
So that would mean that maybe.
But somebody just.
Well, this Ghanaian king is blind to the white king.
It was no longer an emir, woman.
Sorry.
Can I get a short?
Yeah, come in. Rational man has the floor, but come in, yeah.
I appreciate Madam Zita, her passion, rational mind. I appreciate everyone's passion discussing this matter. But I think earlier on, I said I defended Ogbene's position. I defend it because we need to be realistic. We are talking about tradition. It is long gone. There's no point romanticizing a matter that is long gone. There are still Obas that are still defending the tradition. But the problem is there are very few out there that actually understand the seats they are sitting on. Many of them don't even understand the importance of what they are doing. They are there by chance. They are there as a consequence of political and social influence. And even then, they still don't understand the weight, the might of what they are. They used to call it Erilu. The problems, the aspirations of your people, you are actually embodying it. But these people don't understand. They don't understand that they are just passing through. They don't understand that this thing is something that's been passed on to them to keep. They're just a custodian for a period. They don't understand that it's long gone. They don't understand it anymore. This tradition we are talking about, these kings don't appreciate it. They don't understand it. It's foreign to them.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
So I appreciate your passion.
No, wait.
And I agree with you. I agree with you absolutely.
No,
but we are talking about people.
Hold on, Zeta. Let him flesh out a position.
We are talking about people that it's a loss. This war, it's been lost a long time ago.
No, I disagree with you, Prince. I disagree with you because in all of these shenanigans of these kings, the Adimula Owa Obokun of Ijesha land, a PhD holder, Obadekunle Romolaran.
I know him very well.
An author. Have you seen him outside in recent times?
No.
Baba, this youth of these days, they respect Bonner Boy and they respect any Oba in Yoruba land. I'm telling you.
That is why people like us have to speak up.
It's because we are older. Some of us are still old enough to be talking like this. These young youth,
I will never
Davido, they are more. They respect them.
I understand you, Mike. That's why people like us have to speak up.
One voice, gentlemen, one voice. Yeah.
I'll never accept the throne, even if I was offered it on a platter of gold, because I know that I'm far too proud to allow myself to be disgraced by politicians and people like Adeboye.
I want to put a position to you. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, carry on. You can ask questions. Yeah.
The last speaker, is it Prince?
Yes.
My name is
but he is a proper prince, unlike Babati and the rest of them who are just pretend princes.
So
Adewale is a prince.
I want to ask you a question.
That's how you said I'm
is an Ife prince. So that is the biggest prince we have so far. Carry on.
So what you were telling us on this platform today is that you have accepted that our tradition and culture is gone. So we should forget it.
Said. That's not what I've said.
So
what I'm saying is the individuals who we think are the custodians are pretenders.
No. I believe that they are what they call the Olamas and the Yovogans. They have what they call the kingmakers traditionally. Yes.
Those people have been bought out. They are compromised.
That is why there was a time I made a submission here to War Peace. I told him that is the citizens of Benin Empire, they are the ones still holding the Oba throne, not the Oba or the throne itself. Is that respect and the way they react whenever you want to do or say anything about the Oba or about the throne? That's why the governors has not been able to meddle with it. For those who do not have such citizens, and I thought that the Yorubas do have, but from what I'm seeing now and the way they have been putting out their submission, I think they have lost it.
I'm being very careful not to say some things over here. I'm being extremely very careful. But
they have lost
reality.
It. And
it's lost. It's long
and they have accepted the fact that they have lost it. So be it.
All the Obas now are just fanciful celebrities.
Is it now? I was just going to ask that. Is it part of show business now?
It's just celebrities.
Some of them don't even know what they are doing. They don't even understand.
Every big boy that is
when an Oba is smoking Colorado on the throne, I mean,
every big boy that's
they don't know it
now that in Lagos now thinks that once they tell them they're a prince, they want to go and become the kind of gather all the influence they can gather. They go and see the governor and they start contesting to be Oba once the seat opens up. That's what you do.
No, Prince. Let's go back to who we are. Who we are is not what it is. As I said before, traditionally in the olden days, the people make the Oba not to mess up the throne. Not the
Constitution. The Constitution.
Hold on. Let Ogbeni come in after Zita and then you pick it up.
Okay.
The people are the people who host the throne. That's why if you read the history of Africa, you see our Obas are being dethroned because they did one thing or the other. It's the people. So what you are telling us this night is that the Yorubans don't care because they decide, not the Oba. If Oba messes up a throne, he should leave. That's just the truth.
Most of them are Christians and Muslims now, so
that is what I am saying. You guys have lost it, and you have lost it, and he has said it's gone. It's gone.
They've gone to Christ and Muhammad.
Let me say something. You see, I love the way Madam Star tried to compare Oba of Benin and then try to compare with the Obas and see, why in the Benin space they are still retaining the reference and the weight of Oba of Benin. It has also, to an extent, also eroded, okay, to a certain extent, but it's still the best around that one can still make reference to. But let me tell you, it's not about the people. It's not about people protecting anything. From my own little research, it's not about the people, whatever people want to say. There are still some strong Obas in Yoruba land today that whatever you say about them, nobody dares. You can't dare. There are still some. They are not that popular, but you won't try it. Okay? So that's the way it is. But the area I want to draw your attention to is this. See this present Oba of Benin. look at his training, look at his recruitment, not even recruitment, look at the way they raised him. Then compare it to the way they raised Oba in Ogbomoso and the Oni of Ife, the president of Oni of Ife, Kadepa Lori, Eniton, Oba Eniton. It's not the same. The Oba of Benin, the president of Oba of Benin, was still raised in that indigenous traditional way of raising a parent to a throne. The guy still speak Benin, he speak. I'm not sure Oba Eniton can really speak Ife language. You know, Ife is not, they have their own language when they speak Ife dialect.
Of course.
Ife is not the Yoruba we speak. They have their own dialect. When you see those old women speaking it, you know this is Ife they are speaking. But when you see Oba of Benin still speak that his own, they raise Oba of Benin in the proper way they used to raise in those old centuries ago. That you stay outside the palace as also numbers of days in a year. They will raise you through so. You go to XYZ to go and be trained. They will train. But did they train many of Oba in the Yoruba land? Because the same culture that they have in Benin that we used to have in the Yoruba. So how many of them? So for me, it's not about the people. Yeah, people, whatever you put in the throne, people follow. So I will class the people now to 3. The royal families that are entitled to the throne. How do they raise people that were feeding to that throne? Secondly, the custodian of the tradition. And when I say custodian of tradition, it's not the people like War Peace that will be disturbing us now with tradition of Benin. They are not custodians. They are just
Company 1-0. You can't be
All these are becoming Japanese, and they're telling us
those are just they are staying in Japan. They are just custodian. When they do traditional, all those they are ordering Benin. One piece is in Japan, enjoying himself. Maybe
he's practicing tourism.
And he said it's custodian. Leave all this alone. But I'm talking about the real custodian of tradition. Those ones that are the kingmakers. Those ones that are the Bashorun Yoruba land. Those ones that they are the Olori and Adeboye and all those things in the Yoruba land. Where do you still find them today? They're all in churches. They're all in mosques. But do you blame them? I don't blame you. You can choose religion. After all,
some of them are there, but they don't have a voice.
Yeah. The president of our Benin is, I think he's Sir, and I know he's in Catholic Church. They get all these Sir. You even have JP also. So possibly a Catholic, I guess. But he understands one fact. Let me tell you about my understanding of tradition. I've asked one question before in one of my papers. I said, which religion did Shango practice? Which religion did Oya practice? Which religion did Oshun practice? These were human beings that were deified and became gods in Yoruba land because of their extra terrestrial power that they weigh. But you ask yourself, which religion? They were just custodian of tradition. In fact, their ways and their doings became tradition for the Yorubas. The people that worship Oshun, there was no Oshun worshiping until Oshun died or Oshun passed. And then they started worshiping because of what they saw, and it became a tradition for them. So, yes, you can choose your religion, but preservation of our tradition is not religion. It is our ways and culture. So I can be religious and go to church, yet I still preserve that tradition. So, and I agree with people who say, see, don't allow your personal, I think it's the word peace also, that say, your religion is personal to you. Then don't allow it to affect the collective determinant of the people. Our ways,
which is the culture.
Our culture, we inherited it. That's our identity. That is who we are. So don't allow your own personal religion, which you're free to do that under the Constitution, but don't allow it to affect the embodiment, the hereditament that you have inherited from your forefathers that you are supposed also to pass down. So that was my take on that.
Let me even bring some fun into this.
You're already crediting World Peace for my own position.
No, let me bring some laughter into this because, like Mike was saying, people like us need to speak. I mean, I wonder now, I will be talking to a child of mine and will be looking me in the face and come to hold me, daddy, daddy, daddy. Can I hold my father like that? Even in OBJ's one of his volume, I can't remember which of the books, he said there that he never knew his father had the traditional womak on his cheek until the father died. Who are you to look at your father's face, not to even talk of an Oba? I mean, our children, they need to learn. A lot of things is happening in Africa today. We think it's ordinary. How can over 50 countries all wearing the same colors with the intermingling culture that are not too dissimilar? Why are they all sleeping and facing one side? Not. Why are we not progressing? What have we done to our land? My answer is in the spiritual. Thank you.
Oh, all right, back to you, Arogidigbe.
Yes, sir.
And then Ratnam picked up from there.
I appreciate everyone. And I don't want individuals to think that I'm dismissing the current situation as a lost cause. But we need to appreciate the people that I think we should look at what. Let me put it this way. Adeboye sees himself as a prophet in the likes of Saul, in likes of the prophets of the Old Testament, who anoint kings. And I've heard it's been said in the RCCG family. Proudly.
Wrong. Adeboye cannot pass on this one time.
Let's have I want to let him land and then
I'm talking about the way he
sees
himself, the way he positions himself. I'm not talking about what he is or if we accept it or not. I'm talking about how he's positioning himself. There's been a number in the last several years. RCCG have been going out of the way to influence the enthronement of several kings and to influence the fact that several of their members are becoming kings. It is not a new thing. We've actually heard kings themselves say this. Now, that is the situation. If the kings, the problem is actually starts at the selection of the wrong people. Once you select the wrong person to become a king, forget it. It's gone. It's a lost cause. So it starts at the selection. The problem with the selection is this: the constitution mandates that the governors influence who becomes a king. I know what happened when the current Ooni of Ife became the Ooni of Ife. I'm a prince from Ile-Ife, so I know the intrigues. I'm being very careful because the Ooni of Ife is my father. Baba Meluje is my father. I have to appreciate. I have to accept that because as is, he is the Ooni of Ife. I can speak of that, but we need to understand that it starts at the selection. The governors influence the selections of Obazee, and it is only going to get worse from here. I'm just trying to prepare all of us for the reality. If we need to rescue this matter, the constitution with regards to the chiefs is actually not even called kings. It's actually called something chiefs. It's regarded as chiefs.
Yes, they are chiefs.
Chiefs.
Yeah.
They are chiefs who are subservient to the local government chairman, not even the governor. The governor just gives them appointment. They are actually obeying the local government chairman.
You are right.
It's just some of the first class kings. Just by protocol they liaise with the governor, but technically they can be sacked by a local government chairman. So we need to realize the reality of it. And there's not a single king in the whole of Nigeria that is actually that is not covered by this fact. Governors would continue to sack, to influence. Everything that's happening to us in Nigeria is social political. The other problem is this, like I think Mr. Mike said, especially in Yoruba land, everybody is now either Muhammad or Jesus. There are people there are princes. I'm sure that if you go to Facebook or Twitter or wherever this matter is being discussed, they are princes, and they'll be defending Adeboye. Adeboye sees himself as a kingmaker. As a kingmaker, he's a kingmaker. That's the way he sees himself. That we accept it here or not, that's the way he sees himself, and he's going to continue to try and, influence the selection of kings. I'm sure that this king, the reason he's doing this for Adeboye is because Adeboye influenced his enthronement. If you go and look into it, it's possible that the governor actually appointed this particular king, because kings are only appointed now. Let's just not deceive ourselves. And the kingmakers they have all been corrupted. They will collect Prado. They will collect Land Cruiser. I'm telling you this. I'm trying to be very careful what I say, because I don't want to. But the kingmakers are collecting Prado. In Oyo at the moment, Oyo Alafin, have they selected an Alafin? No. There are actually particular intrigues going on there right now as we speak. The kingmakers are still very traditional, because some of them are very old people. They've been there for a long time. But right now, there's political intrigues right now in Oyo Alafin, social-political intrigues. So I think we need to actually realize that this is a matter that is beyond tradition.
Can I say something real quick? One thing, my years of studying Oyinbo people in Africa, and I'll categorically tell you something. This is a fact, that Oyinbo man, I've never seen him bow down to an African president, an African pastor, or any person in Africa. The only time I've seen Oyinbo man bow down to anything in Africa is to our Orishas. That's all I've seen. This is my experience. The only thing I've seen Oyinbo man bow down, literally bow to in Africa, is my Orisha. That's it. So me, I don't know.
So, woman, let me quickly just round up this. I think everybody has spoken well. But one angle I'm just looking at this whole thing is, I think I overheard somebody saying that, was it Arole? Is that Arogidigba be Arole? Anyway, so yeah. So
Gidigba, indeed, yes.
Your own is Gidigba.
A big one.
Arole.
You know that if Arogidigba, if he stamps his leg on the floor, you will go up in flames. You will go up in flames.
Shangoni. Okay, all right. So anyway, my point is that when we start saying this, see, this is why I said what I said at the same time at the point I began. I said religion should be separated from all of these things. Now, like somebody said, which got me thinking when they said, Adeboye has been influential in making sure that some monarchs are Christians that are being appointed or anointed, as the case may be, to become kings of their various locality. Now, when the other religious people hear this now, it becomes another war between the Christians and Muslims. That, you see, Adeboye is been influencing the Sheyi Makinde. After all, we know Sheyi Makinde now is a Christian now. The one in Osun State, we know him now is a Christian now. You see, there's been a plan to Christianize the whole Yoruba land, and these are some of the. These are what I'm sorry to bring this up. I don't want to bring, but it's because I heard somebody made that point. When the other people of the other religion hears this now, it becomes Christian versus Muslim now. And that is why I've said it that, religion should be separated from all of these things. Because when people hear, and it makes sense to believe that maybe that's what he's doing. Because why would a monarch abdicate his own seat, his own throne, and give it a commoner in the person of Adeboye to sit down on it, and him himself is captured in a video or in a picture standing? What kind of an insult is that? And why would people not interpreting to mean that, he's been influential? Because if the king could stand for him, because he knew the impact, knew the influence of what Adeboye did in helping him to secure that seat. And the same thing goes for other Obas too that we hear that are becoming your so-called RCG hold on, no. RCG members or other Christian denomination, but it's influential and making sure that they get that seat. And if the Muslims hear this now, they say, oh, this is a grand plot to Christianize the whole of Yoruba land. And you see, this is the reason why I said we should push religion away from all of these things. If you want to practice your religion, let your religion be your personal thing. Do not bring it to the public light. Do not even talk about it. Do not talk about it in a forum where that involves everybody of mixed religion. So that it doesn't make it look like you are promoting one religion above the other. But these people will never listen, they never hear, because we know what they are all about. It's all about to promote their church or to promote the way they deify them, make them like a godlike person in their church. Because everybody, you must not talk about bad of Adeboye. They will say it's thunder that will strike you. Is it that will happen to you? One God, touch not my anointed. All those crap that they used to throw around. You see, I don't think we're ready to move forward. Like we're having that debate yesterday here. I've given up on that country. Nigeria is a lost cause. I just don't know where we're going to start putting our house in order. Because where are we going to start from? Is it from the kings? Is it from the church? Is it from where? Is it from the mosque? Is it from where are we going to start from? Everybody seems like so corrupt in one way or the other. Now this is some form of corruption. Why must you bring religion into all of this politics? That's a form of corruption of its own. So I don't know where we're going to start from.
You are gaslighting this issue.
You say what? You say what?
You are just gaslighting this issue. Where do you see corruption now again?
Actually,
no. Just let's have. Hold on. Let's have someone.
I'm a teacher. For your information, I'm a teacher. My lecture in English. When we say corruption does not have to mean your kind of corruption where they go and steal. Religion mingling with politics, it's a form of corruption of it. The word corruption does not have to be corruption could be lack of morals. It could be anything that's a total deviation from what was supposed to be the right thing. It's a form of corruption, an adulteration. I don't know how you're understanding English, because when I speak English, I don't know I'm speaking high English.
Better put, adulteration.
No, it's not adulteration. I'll call it for what it is. It is corruption. It is corruption. It's not they don't have to steal money before we know it's corruption. When they deviate from the course where they were supposed to go and proselytize, go make disciples. That's what the one that started the whole thing, religion for them. Just go and don't put yourself. Jesus never had a motorcade whereby people he only rode on a donkey. During his time, they have chariots. They have people. Some of those kings, some of those big shots during this time. They wore regalia. You will know that these people are very influential people in the society. But Jesus was an ordinary person. Why can't these people emulate this person they said they profess to follow? No. It's all about for them. It's all about just to make money. Did Jesus Christ build a university for himself? For his disciples to go and learn in school? I don't just get it. And then don't get me started on all of this. I don't want to start on all of it. My point is this: it's a form of corruption. Either you understand the English or not. It's up to you. The audience that understand it, understand. But so my point is that this is what we get when people start making this kind of narratives now. That it's influencing some the coronation of some Obas within Yoruba land that are Christians. Other religion, they hear it. So this is what it is. Let that weary that calls himself Nasfat, or what is it called? That Lasu is it lecturer? What's his name? That guy that dressed like Yasser Arafat. What's his name? Somebody remind me his name.
Akintola. Is it
actually, you see, we've discovered a grand plot by the Christian can that they're crap. And then you start becoming another war between the Yorubas and Pastor Yoruba. You'll start butting Yoruba heads against each other. I don't get it. Why can't the people just stay out of these things and let these people do their thing? No, they will never do that. Well, man, that's my case there. Let other people speak.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to whisk the topic round, and then maybe we'll start to wrap it up. Let me come to Mike, who has not really had the floor. So Mike, and then after Mike, Roque Digba. Mike.
Yeah, Look at Africa, man. I just always feel sad, you know. You know, normally they say if you don't know where you're coming from, there's no way you can understand where you're going. You can't understand where you stand. You know, they'll be confused, you know. And we are like the only continent of people that doesn't regard history as anything that matters. Most Africans will tell you that they didn't know slavery happened until they came to America. Yeah, most people, it's like the fact of the matter is where you are today. If you don't not ask questions, that's why I enjoy philosophy, man. Philosophy will always teach you something. Always ask questions. You don't ask yourself, why do I do what I do today? How did I become people that do this? Is this the way uh, my forefather used to do it? I mean, is he why? Why? We don't ask questions, you know. You know, see, Europeans, they have one thing in mind, one agenda in this world is to conquer this world. That's it. And conquest is not always physical, some is mind. And one way to really the best form of conquest is the mind conquest, to be honest, you know. So when they were coming to Africa and when they're going around the world, one thing they understand is for me to conquer these people, I really have to know their mind. I really have to have control of their mind. And if the only way I can have control of your mind first is to wipe away your own knowledge that I don't have. So that way I know everything you know. That way there's nothing you know that I don't know. So what is their game? What's the colonization all about? Let's wipe away these people's knowledge and give them something of our own, so that way at least we understand them very well. See, when I interact with my Black Americans, I always say, man, I envy you Africans, man. You have your identity, you have your knowledge, your language, your tradition. I don't have any of that. And from my interaction in workplaces and things like that, I always notice like when those racist white people want to have their way, they easily successfully have their way with the blacks in terms of maybe what they want to do, but they struggle with an African because they struggle understanding us because there's certain level of wisdom that we have for them to be able to calculate us, calculate things we want to. They struggle because they don't know things that we know. They don't know strategies and techniques that we don't understand, wisdom that we have. They don't understand it, so they're always confused. So the British, when they came to Africa, they're like, we have to be able to control these people at least from afar because they know they're going to leave. They can't stay in that continent forever. So they know when they leave and give us independence, they want to be able to control us from far. So in order for them to be able to do that, they have to make sure that we do things their way. We do everything their way. Religion, institution-wise, everything their way. So that way they can easily, they are the master of their own knowledge, their own system. So they have to make sure we have it. When they started building schools, the first thing they did was missionary schools. They have to convert you to their religion first. Most of the schools in the early days were Christian schools, missionary schools. That's why you see all the name of these schools, St. Gregory's and this and so. And after that, the moment they created TV, one of the first places they brought TV was Africa. TV is another way to use to program people. That's why they call it programming. You understand? Any one of us growing up in the 90s or 80s, whenever TV was in Nigeria, most of the things you on TV is religious program and demonizing of Africa. Demonizing of your religion, your deities are just the movies, all of them. The Europeans left, but they left their agents behind. Who are their agents? The pastors. They always have agents in Africa. There's nothing Europeans have done successfully that they didn't use Africans to do it. Whether it's slave capturing, it wasn't a white man capturing the slaves in the land. It was some Africans they were using. The colonizing time to enter another empire, they had to use Africans to do everything. Even up to the digging of the minerals in Africa. Go to the mining fields in Africa. Go to Congo. Who's digging the minerals out of the soil? It's the Africans. The white man is only using his own hand to dig it. So when they want to finish us, they have to use us to do it. And it's unfortunate when I see with the killing of our tradition, our culture, everything just dying off. Like sometimes just like, wow, where are we going with this? Che Guevara is a revolutionary. When the guy left Cuba to go to Congo to try to help them to fight the Belgian and free the Congolese, the guy had to abandon. He's out of the missions he has gone to. He said, "This is the one I know that I have no chance of succeeding doing because the mentality of the African is." He said, "Until the African man we put the interest of his stomach behind I mean, if you put the interests of the greater cause above the interest of his stomach, he said that's the only time the African man we actually be free or get somewhere in this world. He said that the way they think, it's just even the king, the leadership, they are ready to sell their society, sell everything about themselves for money. These Obas, when the British came doing all these colonizing and everything, they paid them to look the other way now. They are demonizing your culture and tradition, and they kept quiet. They are paying them to look the other way, to shut up. Today, it's money. They use money to destroy everything, man. When they were doing his slave capturing, the Oba is not like he's think any Oba like his own people being captured to be sold. It's money now. They say umbrella, mirror, all those stupid things. Nothing has changed. We're talking about traditional Obas, all these things that's going on. It's because the government is paying them now. All the Obas are on salary now. That's why they are keeping quiet. You're telling me Adeboye is sitting on that throne, and you're telling me all the Obas in Yoruba land and even in southern Nigeria can't say no. They're all keeping quiet. Why? They're on salary. Me. Somebody asked me, see, I say, Mike, I thought you're traditionalist. We in the tradition, we see in the olden days we follow we after the Orisha is the Oba, and then the everything else. Now we don't abandon the Oba. We only stick to Orishas. I just follow the Orisha. I don't follow you guys anymore. The Oba and everybody else. The humans are the human factor of my tradition. I'm done with it. The spiritual part of my tradition is all I stick with. I don't respect all these it's our culture. Some Yoruba we trying to use culture when it's convenience. In Yoruba culture, you don't insult this. Come on, go and sit down, man. Do you practice the culture completely? So don't bring that shit to me. You know, they don't. Most of them have become Allah worship, Jesus worship, and they be coming to tell me we are above Yoruba. We should practice. I should know our culture. Get out of my face, man. I don't consider. If you want to do culture with me, be 100%. Don't be half European, half Yoruba. And be telling me culture when it's convenient. You want to preach culture to me. I don't follow. I've abandoned. I just hope the only thing I can pray for is maybe a generation wake up to this. The destruction that's going on. At the end of the day, where Africa is going is we're all going to become what we're going to end up becoming is those of our brothers that were captured, taken to the West, that have lost everything, where they don't know how to get away from the Oyinbo man. They just confuse their mind. That's where we are heading to. We're all going to become French and British and forget where we come from, become nobody. That's where I think we are heading. Our youth today, when I interact with them, it's like some of them can't even speak their language anymore. They don't even regard anything. Some of them want to become Americans and British. They just don't want to be Africans anymore. Like, it's just gone. It's like everything's just dying off. Everything is bastardized. The history, the account of European with your ancestors is only one-sided. European wrote the whole story. How they came out. Your forefather didn't listen to their own side of the story. They say we conquered you. How can you say you conquered me and I'm still in my land? Everybody else you conquered, you took the land from them. When you conquered the Native Americans, you took the land from them, you wiped them out. You conquered the Australia Aborigine, you conquered them, you took their land. I'm still standing in my land, and you are telling my children our curriculum is written by the British, and we are still teaching it to our children. Can you imagine? The curriculum is telling you you've been conquered. Mogo Park, Discovery Financial, all this rubbish, and we are still Jesus is this. In schools in Nigeria, the Bible study, everything, Quran study, everything foreign. Like, what the heck, man? Wonder why we are not moving forward. We just have our own consciousness. We are not using our own consciousness to advance, to think. That's why when we want to do anything, and most of the things they teach us is that we are useless, indirectly. That's why we want to do anything. We just go call on the white man to come help us build it.
Can we interject, Mike?
Yeah, hold on. I think Rational Mind wanted to. Rational Mind.
Mike, like your people say, so Yoruba people, our culture is dying. We've pushed aside for the most part, and I think it's this decline. It's over time with time, because I remember when I was growing up, I remember my parents would be telling us that, oh, this, that, this, and that. This is what we do. Like this morning, I was just thinking. I was reading one of my granddad, my maternal granddad. There was some letter he wrote to my mom about some issues back then. I still have those letters today. So, but in that letter, I was reading some things that he was referring to, was referring to certain things. So, but then I look at it that have I passed down some of those things that my granddad was saying to my mom then? Have I even passed that to my own kids? So it's like over time, we're just declining we're just forgetting our very source, the very source of our culture. That is what we're saying with this how do I call it, identity crisis we're having. Sometimes you listen to some of our music, I don't know if you guys have listened to some of this old music where they portray Yoruba's culture. Was it yesterday? I was reading to this. Is it Infinity? What they said, what they say is Oluwa Kushe, something like that. The way they portray Yoruba culture there, the band and the attires and everything. I said, when was the last time I ever see this? Even now we just see Davido, we see Burna Boy. We don't portray. So why would we not decline? I mean, even though you've done our own time, when we still see some of those things, we still listen to some of this Ayinla Omowura and all those things, and some of those bands that they use, some of those Ilu and everything. You see those things, and you see some of them, they play those music. But now we don't see all this anymore. So I was just like wondering, I was like,
when you were listening to that music, did you put on your Ashoke and do a little bit of a boogie down? Was there any boogie?
Woman, the point I'm just trying to make here is this: is that I just reminisce those times when we still have that cultural thing. I don't.
We always look.
I don't know.
We always look to the past with rose-tinted glasses. Those were uncivilized ages. A lot of people getting away with a lot of stuff. Nostalgia is always through.
Exactly, that's the word, nostalgia. Yeah. So
they wear the Ashoke Agbada, but they will sing Jesus Christ song. I beg.
That's not the point. That's not even the point. At least they still portray Yoruba culture there. They still portray Yoruba. I mean, the song was sung in. Most of the
started mixing it up gradually.
Hold on.
They were killing it gradually.
No. You see, this is the point. You will not say because of you are a traditionalist, other people does not have the right to use our language to speak about their home religion. No. I won't be a party to that. But the point is that I don't believe trying to put down other people's religion just because you want to promote your own.
No. Here's the deal. This is the problem. Go to your pastor and mention Orisha. They will tell you they are demons. The fact of the matter is, the Christians forbid our practice. They call us demons. It's a fact. They call us demons. They call Eshu Satan. Eshu is not Satan in our tradition. It's an Orisha. So don't tell me that I'm the one putting down that religion. No, the religion wants to destroy mine. They want to, they are there to their cancer put in our midst to kill everything about ourselves. That's what it was. So don't say I'm not here to attack. Listen, me personally, Christianity is not a threat to me, or Islam is not a threat to me, because they can't do nothing. It's just artificial. You understand? It's just some artificial crap. It doesn't really hold any energy.
Can I interject? Thank you, Mike. I hear what everybody's saying. For me, I feel we are deviating, and to me, what we are talking about right now,
I can say I'm deviating.
I know. I don't say you are deviating. I say we. I not say you. Now, Mike, I really like taking personal. Listen to me carefully before you respond. Now, I feel we are deviating. Now, whatever we are talking about right now, Mike, is the secondary issue. We need to talk about the primary issue. We are supposed to be outraged what happened to send a signal. Now, what we are saying here has weight. You might feel you only affect one person, but that one person is very important. If we all cannot stand together in one voice and condemn this, and we keep coming up with options and excuses, it keep going the way we are not expected to go, like that way that enrage us. You understand? Now, I'm not saying my tradition is better than yours is better than me, my king is better than your king, or your king is better than my king. But it's unfortunate now, there's no king in the West you can make reference to set an example, like, go and see this king is still like this. Why you guys don't behave like this? But it's still a good thing. We still have our Benin, which anybody can make
reference to.
Hold on. It's still you see about Benin that I will still make reference to. I see is there, you behave like this. A pastor will not go this, pastor will not go that. This will not happen. This will not happen. Now, my point I'm making, we're talking about white man taking our culture. That's not our problem. Our problem is what is happening in our tradition right now. The other day, I spoke about what's going on in Kwara. They said that it's stuck in Oba. And I said, no, it's the people. Yes, I agree with some things that Zita said. If the people cannot uphold the tradition, the Oba is nothing.
Okay, Whoopi, let me get my floor back now, please.
Hold on now.
Being long-winded,
Hold on. Mike, what you're saying is not the issue right now. You're talking about Christianity.
You gotta make it quick now. If you want to interject, make it quick. I've seen a bunch of stuff.
Okay, let me make it quick. We are talking about Adeboye sitting on the throne.
I didn't even mention Adeboye. What are you talking about?
Hold on. One piece. We've addressed that matter for over 3 hours. I think the conversation has evolved. That's what it's at.
Exactly. I've gone to a whole different zone.
Okay, go on with your Christianity. Christianity got something to do with people that don't want to respect their tradition. So we can preach about that tomorrow.
It's not a matter of not respecting tradition. We've had chapter and verse on Adeboye. So we can't. The conversation.
No, go on with your this thing. I will attend later.
All right, carry Mike here.
Yeah. So the point I'm making is, they say what you consume. You have to be careful what you consume in this life. You know, food you eat. They say you are what you consume. The food you eat will determine how your body will look. The information you consume will determine how your mind will be shaped. So, what have we been consuming all these years? What are our children consuming today? What are we consuming? We are the only people that don't even care. Countries like China, they care about what their population consumes. Even Japanese, when the Europeans came to their society, they begin to study and watch them, realize, what are you bringing here? What are you bringing to our people? Even everybody protect the minds of their people, because they know minds can be. It's a one strategy to conquer a person. Yeah, if you can capture their mind and conquer their mind, and how do you do that? You misinform them through propaganda or load some. So, and what they were doing, the colonialists were doing, which their agents are still carrying on in Africa, was a lot of propaganda to kill everything African, to demonize or destroy everything African, and elevate everything European, and make the Africans begin to become British, become part of the British Empire. And we become completely British. We're reasoning British. Now they know your mind. Once they understand your mind, they know how to deal with you and control you, engage you, and have the upper edge to control you. So that was the game. And it's the game that's still playing out. We can say they are gone, but they are agent. One might give an example. You say when Adeboye sat on that seat, it looks like that hunter that will hunt a lion, and say, look at my kill. So to me, what I saw in that picture was that, okay, Jesus is the king. I've finally conquered this king here and put my king above him. My king is above this king. My king, Jesus, is above this king. Whereas in Yoruba land, after Olodumare is Obaze, is the king. That's why and that's the reason why I made that statement. Like, I don't follow these kings again, because these kings, they themselves have put another person above them. A lot of them have put pastor above them. They put their foreign religion above them. So I can't follow them. I just follow the deities, you know. I follow the deities. So my association as a Yoruba person is I follow the deities. I don't follow, because everybody, the people, the population is lost, it's gone. The kings have relegated their position to the governors and the politicians, and the British, whenever handing independence to Nigeria, they didn't invite any of the kings. They only invite their the people they have taken to England and conditioned to be westernized. The westernized people that are not even relevant to their people, they handed Nigeria to them and say, take the politicians. Now you are the one in charge. You are above the kings. And we continue with that tradition since independence, where some individuals, they are nobody. They are the most powerful people in the society. They are above the kings, above the priests. In Yoruba Empire, for example, look at the hierarchy of powerful people. You have even the women. The woman, I saw you guys having conversation about women, this and that. Do you know in our empire, the women, the most powerful positions in society are position of women. Someone like Yalode, You understand? Those positions, these are powerful. I'm talking about women equally as powerful as king. We don't have that anymore. The women, there's no woman position in our society anymore. And our spirituality warns us. There's nothing we do in ritual that we don't involve a woman. It will never go through. There's no ritual that we do in Ifa that can't involve a woman. If a woman is not involved, that thing will not go through. There's no initiation we do without involving a woman. And if I said it, anything you do, you don't involve women, you will not progress. You won't succeed. There's only one country in Africa where somebody discovered that wisdom. It was Rwanda, where Paul Kagame decided to put almost over 40% of the cabinet women, and Rwanda within a couple of years became just transformed. There's the spiritual energy women have. Women are very powerful, but that's who we were. Women had powerful positions in ancient times. This idea of women are nobody's a man's world is something Europe, Arab brought through their Islam, and the European brought through their Christianity and other rubbish. In African real sense, we are people of the gods, man. We relate to the universe. We are cosmic people. We are metaphysical beings. We know the way we do, but we've lost all this wisdom. Europeans are studying our own knowledge, using it to advance technologically. We relegate it, thinking, oh, it's primitive, it's backward. So we have so much we are losing. And others, oh Lord, it's crazy. You know, look at our system, look at our governance system. There's no position for women at all. Nothing. It's who get muscle, I ain't gonna get there. Who can shoot guns to become governor, to become is muscle. There's no accommodation for women. They're relegated. That's why you have so many poverty everywhere. Man in charge of management. Are you kidding me? Even a company, you don't involve women in your company. Go and talk to your successor, they will tell you, man, that department will load you with women. That's why they are the backbone of this company. That HR department, all those areas, they put women there. You know, so there's so many things we've missed, man. We're doing wrong that we just don't know. We don't know. I don't see us going anywhere, man. We continue to rotting, man. You think if women were in position of so many power, they will allow these rotting things going on with our children be going on? They won't allow it now. They were making policies to kill it because they are mothers. They can't allow their children to become. I'm talking about powerful women, highly educated women. If they have position in society where they make policy, where they have nothing goes through without their own inputs. Like in the olden days, all black cannot make a rule without the yellow approval. They had it's a pillar, two pillar. There's the king, there's the council of women, and then there's the gods. That's the way it was back then. So the three input have to be there. The Orisha have to put their input, the Yoruba put the input, and the women have to put their input. But look what we practice in Nigeria today. It's just a bunch of crooked men, just running power, who's holding power. Just you look at children are just hungry all over that country. You think a woman will be ruling a world and children will be hungry? Like, come on, look, hunger, malnourished children. It's because the place is being ruled by men. I'm not saying men should leave, but women have to be involved. It's got to be partnership. You know?
All right. Thank you, Mike. So that's the excellent Mike delivering it in his own.
Can I say something, Mama?
Yes. Yes. Say it, and then after you are Gidigba. Yes, come in.
Okay. Sorry. There's an aspect I think a bit passing, which I like to weigh in on what Mike said. It looked very smooth what he talked about, but there's one mistake he's making in all this. And what is that mistake? He's mixing tradition with religion. As far as I'm concerned, my little thesis, there's nothing like traditional religion. As far as I'm concerned, there are many.
Did I say traditional religion at one point?
No, I'm coming. I'll get to where.
I didn't say that. I'm just correcting you.
Okay. Now, Yoruba has tradition. It's different from religion. Now, in different kingdom in Yoruba land, they've had kings, and I'm not talking about contemporary kings. The kings over time in those days, and they practice different religion. They didn't practice the same religion. You see some of them,
they were religion in Africa.
Some kings worship Ogun,
but that's not religion.
Worship Shango after exit of Shango.
When you don't correct,
some worship Oshun, some Ifa, and others. Okay. Now, when you talk of Ifa, before Ifa definition came, we've been having Obazee. Okay. Ifa was not from the beginning of the Yoruba, from the Yoruba cradle. Ifa came along the way. We'll go back to history.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you may have books you read. We also read books.
Books? No, me, I don't go
Now,
to books. So me, I actually go to the source.
In your, where do you get the source? You read the
Ah,
books.
books?
If you're saying,
Who told you I learned about through
source,
books? Okay,
you're
okay,
living
thank
in
you.
21st. You're living in the 21st century. Where do you get your source from?
Ah,
that's the question you ask yourself.
so Babalawos are learning about through books.
In
okay.
epistemology, that's what you ask. What's the source of your knowledge?
Well, I'm not going to get into debate with you.
So Yoruba society had always in the past practicing theism.
Eh?
Okay.
Practicing what?
Theism.
Paganism. What is paganism? Explain it to me.
Pagan practice.
Okay, what is that? Explain.
No pagan. So what we practice is we believe in gods. Okay,
gods.
we believe in gods. We believe.
What's the gods? Name the gods.
We believe there are yes.
What did you call it?
Mike, let's.
I'm trying to know what you're saying.
Hold on, Mike. What did you call it? Did you call it theism?
I said
theism.
Theism.
In Yoruba language.
Hold on. Yes. How do you spell that?
Theism. Theism.
Oh, all right. Okay.
So in Yoruba language,
it's the basis of humanity before any religion.
Now.
Yeah.
All societies started with theism. All.
Yes.
What? All right. Let him take him to let him take us to where he wants us to be. Carry on. Yeah.
So we believe there are gods. Okay. We believe there are extraterrestrial beings that controls or determine what happens in this physical world. So individual, you have your gods. You can be that which you may decide to believe in. And some, when they die, they become a deity that some people will start worshiping from that hand. So my point generally is this: tradition is not religion, are different things. So the fact that you have some people now who said, I'm a Christian, you have some who said I'm a Muslim, you have some who say I'm a Buddhist, you have some who say it's if I'm worshiping, some say it's Shango, some say it's Oya, some say it's Oshun, some say it's this, some say Ogun, and others. It doesn't stop or affect our tradition. Our tradition remains, and our tradition has nothing to cross-set with religion. Religion, you're moving on your own path, anybody choose whatever you want to choose, and then our tradition remains the way it is. So the fact that somebody has embraced one religion, you say, oh, majority now embrace Christianity, oh, that's what you demonize. No, they engage religion. Our society had always been like that. We go back to history. You can choose the God you want to worship, but you don't use that to affect our tradition. Our tradition, our culture, they are our ways, they are our identity, they are our language, the way we dress, what do we believe in, what do we do. These are our culture. They're not the same thing with religion. You can embrace any religion.
Okay, thank you. I get your point.
With our culture. Yeah.
All right. So, first of all, in my own knowledge, let me give my own knowledge. In Ifa, actually, everything started from the beginning. The story of the beginning, how the world was created. The story in Ifa. That's one. Two, the Orishas. We don't worship. We have a relationship with them. Not worshiping. It's relationship. It's not a religion. We don't have religion. We have, and our tradition, our spirituality is a relationship with the universe, with the fountain of energy, which is the Olodumare, the fountain of energy, and everything is the parts and parcels of that fountain of energy. Everything created, everything in nature, everything that has a share in it is parts and parcels of Olodumare, and they all have hierarchies. Just like
which sect are you talking about here?
Say it again.
Which sect are you talking about here?
Sect? What sect? What do you mean sect? You speak Yoruba to me. I don't understand English. If I'm having Yoruba language, give me Yoruba term of what you are saying.
Let him just go through it. Let him just go through it. I mean, sect. All right, he's telling Mike about sect.
Who are the people?
I don't give me the Yoruba term. I don't want mixing Bible terms with my traditional term.
No,
but anyway, let me continue.
We have listeners now.
And here's the deal.
Yoruba now.
No. You have to. If I'm giving Yoruba, knowledge. You can't be telling me sect. That's Christian stuff. I don't. People is
It's
like,
not
well,
Christian. You see the issue you have now.
But we don't do sect.
It's sect about Christian. Don't you study theology?
I just okay.
Don't you study?
My brother, can I talk?
You
You
just
talk
told
now.
us
Can
to
I have my
study
Can I have my own
theology now.
voice too? You just spoke now. Let me have my own. You don't have to agree with me.
I'm just interjecting you. You said you study philosophy.
But then you can't force me. I know I'm not going now. I'm not talking philosophy now. I'm talking Yoruba stuff now. Okay, my own spirituality is what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you right now.
I know. So the question.
And then let me. Okay.
But
okay, there is no sect.
Go ahead.
How can you ask me when I just told you that there's one supreme energy which is known as Olodumare, and everything is part and parcels of Olodumare. So why are you asking me
now? Is that by you or what? What do you?
No, that's my knowledge. You don't have to accept it. You give me your own knowledge, right? You give me your own knowledge, right? And let me give mine.
That's fine.
Present your knowledge. Let me present mine. You learn your own from one book, and I learn my own from my own source, and I'm giving you my own from my source.
No,
okay?
Yes, now we are not fighting.
You don't have to agree, but let me just present it.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
disagreeing. Why are you?
Then let me learn. Then
don't be cantankerous now.
Okay.
Just simple question. I are going.
Okay. I got your question. There's no sect. Okay, that's the answer. There's no sect.
So the point is, I'm not talking about sect. Oh, this is my spirituality. It's simple. Some simple question you just.
And that's what I'm telling you. What my spirituality is all about.
Don't complicate it now. Simple question.
If it's complicated to you, maybe it's not complicated to others.
All right, carry on, Mike. Carry on, Mike.
Lord. Okay,
so it was interrogating your point, but
let's interrogate you.
Okay, but I have to land. I got to land before you can interrogate me. Now you can't be cutting me every second because
let me land. It's so
but the thing is, he is not knowledgeable of what I'm saying, so he's just going to be asking me a lot of questions. I'll be very.
That's
Emeka, you woke up. I came to you earlier.
You just display a sign of complex now.
No, I'm not. I already know. No, my brother. Let me tell you where I'm coming from. Here's the deal. When I'm
okay, Mike, land it so that I can go on to other voices.
Don't say somebody is not knowledgeable.
See, I just took all my time.
No, carry on. You still have the floor, Mike. Carry on and make that point. You were going to give us your perspective on
exactly, that's what I'm doing. But you always worry because when I'm giving my perspective, Christians don't want to use their Christian mindset to try to question me.
Why are you
it's always Muslim. So
Colin, let him just land. Just let him just go.
No,
Colin,
just be my open now.
My brother, let me land now. You just took on my time. One man will not let me.
You say, that's how all Christians do. That's a straw man argument.
Okay, thank you. And if they're all Christian, I don't know why you just come here and argue with me, man.
Is it not by answering questions?
Why are you trying to suppress my knowledge? I'm
not suppressing.
Then let me talk.
He's afraid that you will expose him. That's why he's
No, one man. No. Let's be serious here. You are in a platform where we engage with questioning. I'm just questioning you to get information from
I already gave you an answer. And I said there's no sex.
Yes,
all right.
And you start saying, "Oh, I like the knowledge," and because I'm a Christian, that's why I'm asking that question. That's stereotype.
Okay. Thank you. But let me continue.
Simple question.
Okay. Let me continue, please. So I'm just giving my knowledge. There is the supreme energy, the supreme universe. Everything is universe is energy. You understand? Now, we call the Olodumare the supreme energy at every part and parcels of the universe. Everything in this universe is part and parcels of Olodumare, including you and I and all the forces of nature. They are all tied to one source. Even physics can prove it. Now, everything have hierarchies. Even humans, we have hierarchies. In the spirit world, there are hierarchies. The next to the supreme being, the most powerful forces are the Orishas. They were there from the beginning. For this planet, I'm giving the creation story of the Yorubas now. How the earth we live on became habitable. This Orisha, you are telling me that didn't exist, they came later. The reason why we call them the god of iron, the god of fire, the god of this, the god of that, we are tying them to element of nature because they are the one that make those things happen to become, for this earth to be habitable. There's no part of nature that's not associated with a particular deity. Is it a river? Is it the ocean? Olokun? Is it anything? They are all just to prove to you that the Orishas were here before humans. And when humans were being formed, the Orisha that's really led that mission of creating even humans or Obatala. The story is there. They'll tell you why some human, when Obatala drank at one point in the post-rest, he started creating deformed human beings. That's the reason why the iron in your body is that iron they're talking about. We also goon that make that iron in your body. You understand? I'm trying to tell you how Orishas were here before humans. The Orishas now in the beginning when our time.
means hearing. Where did you learn
Bro,
that?
let me continue, man, please. When in the earlier time, they live in they come and exist among us as humans and go back. They come and go back. The way the world was in our beginning time was there are a lot of magical, super much where things were happening back and from the way it's going now. So they used to come and go. They existed more than once in our midst. So just to let you know, and those are the people we refer to as Orishas. And Olodumare gave them duty. They are our assistants as we, the humans. They are the only assistors. We that practice tradition, we don't worship them. We have relationship with them. When we need assistance, when we need listen, hold on now. When I need help, it's gonna go to them. And I communicate with them. They say, hey, for me to help you, give me this, give me that. I give them something, they help me. You know, it's a relationship. It's not free. There's no deity they'll do anything for you for free. So that's our tradition for you in a nutshell, my brother. So my knowledge is a little different from your own. So that's just a scratch of the surface of knowledge I will present, but that's what I have to say, Oman. Thanks.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I was going to go to Aroki Digba, but Emeka is back with us now. So Emeka, you take the floor.
You don't want us to engage Mike, right? No
are you sure you are brave? Are you sure you are brave enough to engage Mike? Mike is a tough customer.
No, I think we should engage Mike.
All right, engage Mike.
Engage Mike. Yeah, like Mike. I'm curious. Sure, but I want you in your view because based on listening, right? I just want you to have an open mind so that others can learn from what you know. But I'm curious. I don't want you to see like anybody is trying to antagonize you. And actually, you are the reason your voice woke me up, and based on the topic you were saying, and I find it very interesting and curious to ask. Do you, how will I put it, practice this from time to time or day to day on a regular basis, or are you basing it off from what maybe your ancestors must have handed it down to your lineage, maybe from your dad to you?
Yeah, I practice it definitely daily, and it's in my family lineage until my grandfather, and then my father left and went to Christianity, and I was actually born into Christianity, but through divination, I discovered I was having a lot of problems. The family was having problems. I discovered that wow, we abandoned our deity. That's where the problem came from. That's when I went back. So I went back to tradition.
Okay, I see. So from your view, that point is you were not trained that you were taught about this. How would I be Yoruba spirituality, right? That's the word I can use, right?
You see, everybody wants to say it's belong to Yoruba, but actually it's the universe. See, in Africa, we can call it Yoruba spirituality, but it's just spirituality.
Yes, spirituality, but interpreted in the form, because I can somehow want to relate with what you are saying, right? Based on my own independent research, but because like what you said, the creation of humans, most definitely, it didn't start with from the Bible. The Bible didn't even probably describe it the way in my own research, I may be wrong, but my own research didn't describe it the way it actually happened. Like what you were saying, the deities, the Orishas, they came around, did their thing. They came back again and like supervised. So some other people would they have their own name for that. That's why I said Yoruba spirituality. Even
Yeah,
we probably we have our own name for it, because you understand, with our own tongue, that's the way we can express what we can see. Like if you go to the Bible now, Prophet Ezekiel, when he said he was carried away by chariot of fire, right? And when he went there, what he saw, he didn't name it that they were like gods. So the way he said it, if you read the chapter, he named things that they showed him around. He was flown around in a chariot of fire, right? So that was his own way to interpret it. But from the look of it, it appears like they were extraterrestrial beings that came around to the earth, helped with our civilization, helped us to understand, or even created us. We're part of the human creation. You understand?
Emeka,
Yeah.
sorry. I know many people may not like this, but the topic that brought us here is not about this. It's about what happened between Adeboye and our king in the West. That's what we're talking about. That was brought up here. All this we are talking about is important, I understand, but it's not important to the issue we are talking about right now.
Yeah,
We can talk about it tomorrow or next tomorrow.
What piece?
We've moved
I
now.
understand. We move.
We cannot be moving. This is the problem. We cannot be moving. How can we solve the problem? We just talk about it like just jump away. We cannot be moving. I don't understand. Move where?
So what piece is the owner of the show now?
Move where?
What piece? You are the owner of the show
That
now.
man that sat on that throne with his balls that is not castrated yet. How will people not take this action, take your body and let
What piece? Calm down. Why are you being so emotional? Calm down.
I'm not emotional. Be angry. I'm enraged.
But you are shouting, man. Calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down. Don't tell me to calm down.
Emeka took permission from the owner of the show to ask me questions. You are getting mad at everybody.
I'm telling you, I'm making the note what we are facing. We are talking about danger. You're talking about what's the,
are you my father? Are you his father to be telling us what to talk about?
I'm talking to you.
Mike, I have a question for you. On the wheel.
I don't know why people get emotional when it comes to African.
It's very emotional. Mike, you're using the wrong language. Nobody gave you the authority to manipulate English. I'm not emotional. I tell you, I'm angry. I'm enraged. You say I'm emotional.
Why are you angry at me then?
I'm going to be angry.
You are
no person will come and sit on the stool. No person will come and sit on the stool and we just talk about 2 minutes and we move on because we don't leave Tinubu alone. We'll be talking about Tinubu now for 100 years. Now these things that are affecting us, we are jumping to what does not make sense.
We understand that. So the point is,
this is the problem we are saying. Baba just came here and said, "Oh, the traditional is desecrated," and we talk about you. We preach your salt.
What piece? We spent over 3 hours talking.
No. That's what hold on.
No, you can't say hold on.
No. Let me say what I'm going to say. Let me say what I'm going to say. Hold on. Let me say what I'm going to say. Then you can listen. Let me say what I'm going to say. Then you guys can do whatever you want to do. Listen. You're not listening. No. Hold on. Let me say what I'm going to say.
Spending 3 hours talking about
what I'm going to say. What I'm talking about right now. What I'm talking about.
Be on this platform for so long. You know how it goes here.
Can you just wait and let me say what I'm going to say? That you can have your way. What are you saying? Why are you stopping me now? When you're talking about Tinubu, do I want to stop you? Leave me alone, man. Let me say what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
What are you saying?
What are you saying?
I'm saying, just quiet and listen. Now, we are all yet trying to find a solution to what's going on in the West, because when it's not only what's is happening to, it's happening in all Nigeria. Right now, we are, as a person of Nigeria, we are talking about our tradition desecrated. Yes, I understand we're talking about it led to other things, but let's focus on the main issue. Now you are saying you are talking about it and let's move on. Hey, hold on, let me land. If you want, let me land. You didn't let me land.
No, what's going on? What's going on?
Why is sitting in his back?
What's going on?
I don't know why. Somebody keep interjecting me and then you telling me I'm shouting. If you allow me land, will I shout?
Oh goodness me!
God.
Wow. You can't do that now. You know you can't do that.
I'm not doing that, but they are doing this.
All right. Where's the conversation, everyone? Let's go to Arogidigba.
No,
Mama,
you
let
are
me
still
laugh, please.
asking
No,
my
no, no. You
let
can't be raising your voice like that now. What's going on? I just
No, Mama,
and
Mama, it's not about raising our voice. This thing is not funny, but we are making it look funny. If we brought a topic that is so important to national platform, what's affecting us as a people, then we
yeah,
must talk
no,
about it.
no, but what piece? You cannot ask people to accord your sentiments to a topic. They will go to it how they see it. You
Mama,
know.
I'm not telling anybody to accord to my sentiment. I'm saying, and let me say this final word. If this how you both think we're going to sort of issue, then we should not bring it up anymore. If you talk about the preach of sort and move on, but people can be here talking about politics for the next 5 years, talk about people for the next 700 years. And now the
But
most fundamental right
what
of
we are
our problem,
discussing, what piece,
we are
what we are
living here.
discussing now, right, is a solution to what the problem you have raised. If we can go back to our root of African spirituality and allow people to know who we truly are as African people, yes, we will not have a pastor to lay hands on the king or allow a king who does not understand his spirituality as an African, allow him to tell a pastor to sit on his seat. Because if we understand truly who we are as Africans and practice truly African spirituality, we will know that yes, that Christianity is not even meant for us in our own civilization. That is the topic that I wanted to ask Mike to
Mike.
speak about so that Mike can elaborate further. That is a solution to the problem you are raising.
That's what we are doing now.
So because
Peace.
you're from your own viewpoint now, as a Bini man, you have your own tradition, you have your own culture that is rooted to your own spirituality in Bini. There, I know the Bini people are well rooted to their spirituality. The Oba of Bini will not allow a pastor put his hand on his head. He knows himself. He knows where he's from. He knows his root. It is kings or obas or igwes or ezes that don't know themselves that will be doing all that. Because for me, I was really, really surprised when the Oni, when he was choosing, go to church to go and give thanksgiving. I was aghast. I was like, what is this? Does this man truly know what he is doing? And from time to time, we keep seeing that he is a bit confused. Thank you.
So, Mike, don't run away. Where are
Can I
you?
can I,
Uju now,
can I
Uju.
come in now?
Ogbeni, sorry.
I
Ogbeni,
want to
sorry.
ask question now.
Ogbeni, I want to tell something. Sorry, I'm not trying to raise my voice on anybody, but it's funny how we do things sometimes. Let me just say this quickly. No, no traditional institution is perfect. What makes it perfect is how the people who uphold that stew. The people. Let me make a simple example to you. There was a time our new Oba was coronated, and he traveled with his wife to, I don't know where he went on a tour. In the Benin, according to Benin, the Oba wife don't sleep out on that different bed. The whole Benin, all to my uncle, everybody was afraid. Everybody. And the Oba got the message. Have you ever seen the Oba Benin, even the filter in his child, you see his wife? No. That's how the people uphold their tradition. The government is not going to do it for you. Just make it just talk a little better and move on. It will not make a change. The people must stand firm to the last. We get it to the last so that the message will get to the appropriate authority that will talk to the king like, okay, this is not right.
What piece? It is quite clear that you observe your traditions are quite differently in Benin than other spaces. So,
One man.
Let me tell you the truth. Wait, Ogbeni, you asked me a question. Ogbeni, is a lie. One man is a lie. The Yorubas don't observe their tradition differently. As Mike is an Ifa person, I'm serious Ifa. I've been to most of the part of Yorubas, and they uphold their things seriously. But we come when I come to Diaspora platform, so now we are civil, we have not becoming. No, it's not true.
All right.
In fact, in your line, some places you cross, you're not supposed to cross. You have the big balls.
What piece?
AV.
What piece?
In
yes? 1978, there was a law in the old Bende state, right? That was passed as chief law of Bende state. And with that law, Oba of Benin can never be coronated except with the approval of the governor of that state. Did the Benin people revolt against that law?
I don't know where you are reading this that law.
Topic of grant right now is not about coronation.
Oh, you are not aware of that law?
Hold on, listen, hold on. I don't want to defeat. That's the problem I'm having with some of you that bringing Western education to our tradition right now. That's not the issue right now. The issue of grant. No, that's not the reality. That is not the reality. That's the problem I have with Chuck Benny. That's not the reality.
That's
it can't
the reality.
Be the reality.
That
No, it's not. Hold on, please. Since I'm using my own case to make reference, that's the only standing that's good. It's a good thing, not that it's a bad thing right now. Use it to say the superiority, but at least so that people can still draw from that. There's hope. Now, for 1 year plus, do you know Obazee did not pay money to the Benin Traditional Council? But our Oba and the remaining the Duke was still carrying their function. Oba was still flying private jet and the rest. Do you know who was spending that money?
My brother.
The people. Hold on. What I'm telling you is this. Hold on now. The problem I have with you, Benny, you try to see. But I don't want to say everybody. I want to say you. The problem I'm having with you right now, because it has happened to one man, you try to justify it with law that the British put there, and so we accept it. But the fact is there doesn't make it right. If people can do more than this, I'm trying to make an example. So don't stop on my tongue. Hold on. Don't tell me I'm not a baby. I can read.
It's getting too much now.
No, but why you step on my tongue? Why must you tell me when I'm talking now? Why must you step on my tongue when I'm talking? Let me finish, then you have your way.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So for 1 year plus, Obazee we solve that artifact money. Artifact issue. If we tell you about the Benin Traditional Council, not about the council, we told their money, and you know the bodies of Benin yourself. Just 2 months ago, 3 months ago, you released the money, almost $1 billion to share among all the traditional rulers, your Oba money. But the question is this: how come the Obas and the traditional rulers ever in those states were still carrying out their function? Because the people talking about themselves right from day one. There's what we call Imoha. That is like 10% we pay to the Oba, the traditional houses around Benin. The kingdom was sustaining on that. Even people didn't even know that Obazee didn't pay the money. What did I try to make say you this that? If the people uphold their kingdom, forget what they write on that paper. What does that write on paper? It's just paper. But somebody has to carry out the law.
All right. Let's just move on. But let me just say this: the Constitution supersedes your Oba. But within your tradition, your Oba.
Nobody's saying that.
Guys, for goodness sake, settle down now. The Constitution supersedes your Oba, but within your culture, your Oba is preeminent. But your Oba is not above the Constitution. Neither is my Oba or any Oba within the Nigerian space, and that's just the truth of it. Let's just move on. Emeka.
Wama, just bring us another topic.
Let's go to another topic. It's I think the audience were even starting to.
Move ahead.
Emeka. You want me to go to someone else?
Go move to someone else.
All right. Let me bring this topic up. We did have quite that topic just held the conversation hostage for pretty much the length of but let me take you to this one. It's because I didn't want it to be too heavily weighted politics. Celebrating Christmas abroad is boring. We miss home. So this is Nigerians in diaspora, and when I saw this, it somewhat struck a chord because for my Christmas now, because what we do is we hop from one person's house to the other. So, yeah.
Sorry, there's one important question I want to ask Mike. You didn't allow me to ask that question.
All right, go on. It's
not contentious. It's just to understand the Yoruba spirituality is talking about. I like just gaining knowledge. That's why I said, it shouldn't be cantankerous. It's just I'm gaining knowledge. If you may permit me, just
carry on.
Mike, I think you've not run away. Don't run. It's not there.
I'm here. What is and some people here they don't want me. Well, if they permit you,
no. We want to learn. So, you talk about Orisha. I know you told me I have limited knowledge. Anyway, I'm used to.
Did it jar you a little bit when he said that?
Dive now. Trust Mike now. I'm used to Mike now on this platform now. Babani. So no, see, this Orisha concept is what I'm trying to understand from what you have explained to me. I'm not saying I believe what you have explained to me, but it's your belief, so I can't question your belief. But what I want to ask is this: Shango, for instance, Shango presently is Orisha in Yoruba land. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, but Shango lived as a human being.
Yes, as same as all of them. Yeah, we're going to all of them that all of them are sent to this earth. Yeah, and they are still here with us. I have Shango in my shrine, Gonzalo.
Okay,
and
so
I communicate with him.
Okay, so if you now say that the Orisha has always been with us, even before the cradle of man, and they've been coming and going, are you saying that Shango had existed before the Shango king existed?
Yes.
So he had once existed, he left, then came back.
You see, when we die, it's just our physical body that dies. Our spirit exists. You understand? We still exist. We just don't go. That's why we have Egun. You know what that Egun means? Ojubo Egun. We want to communicate with our dead relatives. We invite them. They come right there and they communicate with us. And we have Oro. So there's no depth. It's just separation from physical experience back to our spiritual way. That's why Yoruba say only. We just come into this world for a mission. Everybody come for a destiny. You understand? So a lot of them, sometimes when they want to do a special destiny on this earth, that's when they come. You understand? And become powerful and show the people things and do things, and they go back. And sometimes they come. So in the early time, they used to come a lot. But after some time, they decided to stop and not come. But they will still come back. According to what we believe, they will come back. But after some time, they decided to just exist among us as spirits. You understand?
Okay. So like
only and not, yeah.
So there's a possibility that Shango that had gone now would have come back also, but not as Shango again.
You know, when you go to Igbo land, they will say Amadiora. If I go around Africa, right, they will tell me there's nowhere in Africa they will tell me a dating. I won't be able to say that date is that date, this date in Yoruba land. You know how we know? All I have to ask them is where is this signature in nature? And when they show me lightning, thunder, I'll say, oh, that's Shango there. But it may be a different name. When I go to another part of Africa, they will say the one name like that. I will ask them, show me the signature. Once I see the shrine, I see the sign there. There's one material in nature that will be there that relate to that date. I'll say, that's Oshun, or that's Yemoch, or that's Oloko, or whatever. I will know. So in Africa, they've existed all over Africa. They've come and gone within among people, among different tribes, and they come and go. They just exist. Their job is to they will come, do their wonders with the people, and the people will remember them, but they will go. But they are still in our midst in the spirit. But sometimes they come as in the flesh.
Okay, I understand your belief now. So, but
even our Yoruba, we believe in people sometimes come and go. Like some people incarnate. That's why Wani Babatunde or something like that, or things like that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So my last question. I understand your belief now. Not that I believe in it, but I understand it. Now, so my last question is that so it means that it doesn't now mean that the Orisha when we now say Shango worshipper, we are wrong to say Shango
we don't worship. It's a relationship. All they tell us is, hey, if you want to do this, if you need help in your life, call on me. I'll relate with me. And now you consult them. They will say, okay, this is your problem you have. I can help you solve it. Just give me this and that and that and that, and you give them, and they will take care of it for you. That's how they operate. And sometimes, let's say we Babala, for example, like if you come to Babala now, you say you have one problem. If I will not tell you that,
what to do?
This problem you have is Oshun that can help you.
Yes.
Shango that can help you. It's Ogun that can help you. Now they will not ask Shango or Ogun, what do you want to help for you? For you to be able to help this guy. Shango will say, okay, give me 3 goats, give me cola nuts, give me this, give me that. So you give Shango, now Shango will assist you in that problem. So their job is to assist us in solving our human problems.
Okay, I understand you now.
Because we abandon them, most of our problems we can't solve it on our own. Okay. Because they are more in a more higher dimension than us, so they see things beyond us. We are in just a lower dimension, so we are in a third dimension, but they are in a higher dimension. There are different dimensions.
What dimension are they in? 4th or 5th?
More different level. I don't know. They are in a higher dimension. They are somewhere higher. In fact, let me tell you, There are other energies in this world. They are the negative spirits. We call them the Anjonos, the Ajogule.
Mike, do you know about the age of the Aquarius? Do you know anything about that?
I don't get into all these Europe century things. I'm more focused on African stuff, man, because I know they do all their own things there. You know? So here's the Maker. Let me tell you one thing that's very critical. You know those negative spirits, right? We have in this world, right? They are cause problem. Like some people, those guys that do money ritual, those evil things to people, they work with those negative spirits to do those things, right? Those negative spirits, they are in a kind of like same dimension we are in, but little higher. So they have advantage over we in the flesh. But the orishas are in a higher dimension than those negative spirits. So if those negative spirits are tormenting you, who do you go to help you? Is it not the orishas? So we abandon the orishas, and all these negative things is happening to us, and we wonder why we are we are in a messed up position, you know. So that's why I say we are in a mess.
My follow-up question to Benny, I'm just following up on his question, is what you said. You talked to Shango, and Shango talked to you, right? Is it that you speak maybe verbally, or then how do you get his communication from when he's speaking to you, or you just see it manifest?
Some of the orishas talk to you with voice. Some of them talk to you through possession. They may possess someone, like when we do certain ritual in the room, we possess somebody, and then we talk through that person. And then the most easier one we do is we use divination tools to communicate with them. Divination tools. One of the orishas that speak voice, they can hear the voice, is Osorin. If you go on YouTube, type talking Osorin, you see some white people in a village in Oshun where they were talking to Osorin. The voice, you can hear it. In fact, on my phone here, I can send you when I was talking to Osorin, was talking back. You hear the voice talking like a human being in the room, like the voice is talking. So we can hear their voice.
Wait. So what you're saying now is you speak, and the voice you speak back audibly, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, just along that line, they were reporting in Yaba Psychiatric that the intake was 100% this year. So maybe it's people hearing voices.
No. One man, go on YouTube right now. No, type. Wait. Let me say. You will see. We have there's something called the Ojubo, like the points of contact where they will land, and that thing. It's like put a stick in front of you, and that's the voice will come from that stick. Okay, one man, go on YouTube now. Type talking Osorin, just talking Osorin.
I know. I've seen clips of it. Yeah.
Okay, just play for Emeka so you can see what I'm talking about. You see the days he's talking. You know? So there are many ways we communicate with them. So just to let you know, the energy exists. And
so Mike, my last question now will be: so under this Yoruba spirituality now, where do you people positioned the prophets that have come, great prophets that their work were very visible. You can't say you don't know, they never existed, like
who?
Like Moses and all these guys that came. Then where do you also position Jesus? Do you see him like another Orisha, or or does Orisha only existed in Yoruba land?
Have you heard about the Council of Nicaea? The Council of Nicaea?
No.
So you don't even know who created the Christianity? They are the one that sat together.
Why would say he doesn't know the Council of Nicaea?
He said no now.
What do you say?
The council, the Catholic Council that
they are not Catholic, no. The Council of Nicaea. They are the people that sat down.
It's a Catholic thing. If you don't know, you don't know. It's a Catholic thing.
I was the one I even told you about then, because you didn't know before. I was the one that came here and talked about the Council of Nicaea. And then you went to Google it.
Why are you so like this? I mean, what is wrong with you?
No, I'm not insulting you now. I was the one that came here a long time ago. I told you about the Council of Nicaea.
That's how you said my knowledge.
Because you said it means I don't know about it. What are you talking about?
But I was the one that came here that day, like almost 2 years ago. And I told you guys about Council of Nicaea. You guys went and Google it and came back and said, Mike, I didn't know.
All right, go to the wider point you are making, Mike.
So answer my question now. So where do you
Can you
position Jesus?
imagine living in the same household with Mike?
Oh my goodness.
God. In your party, they'll be dead. Somebody will have to die for the other one. Imagine living in the same household with Mike and Emeka. Can you imagine that?
No. You
My
can, you know, I'm very okay, but with
Somebody
Mike,
will
I
jump
just
through
want
the
to.
window.
I just want Mike to just stay calm.
Carry on.
What he's saying is really. I like this topic. It's really relevant, right? No, I don't think anybody is trying to be contentious to Mike, right?
Yeah.
Mike has knowledge that I think may be beneficial. We may not agree with him, but may be beneficial to us, right? So,
I agree.
Mike, just stay calm. Nobody is trying to ridicule you. Honestly speaking, that's for my view.
Yeah, but does Mike have just a surface understanding of what he's talking about? Is the wider question.
Exactly right. Yes, that's what I want to try to see. Like he said something about some people in a dimension, the spirit in a dimension. Mike he's right in the bit, but he probably maybe just the way he understands it is different from the way we may understand what he's trying to say. So the Orishas he's talking about, I think they're in the 5th dimension. The troublesome spirit is talking about they're in the 4th dimension, but Mike is right. So what
I don't agree with those dimensions you mentioned. Well, go ahead. Yeah.
But you said there was something you were saying that there's hierarchy, and I agree with you. You're right. You're very right. You're not saying something. It's the way you understand it. Like maybe the tongue differs, right? Now,
So,
I
Mike,
think Ogbeni is now asking, where do you put Jesus in
where do you
between
put
this?
Jesus and other prophets that they existed?
They never existed. The Bible is the fictional story. You understand?
Okay, so
and that's why I told you to go and look at the history. Okay, let me take you to history, to Europe. All this history of Christianity. Christianity, Islam.
No, wait. Don't even go too far.
Okay.
You know we have limited time. What of Prophet Muhammad? I do. We know that.
Muhammad existed. Is one guy that went to the bush and trying to conquer people.
So
hold on now.
It was not a fable.
No. Okay. Here's the deal.
Hold on, sorry, Mike. Christianity is somewhat of a fable too. You know, when Christianity actually came about, it was considered one of 1,000 or more pagan religions. Because the Romans, of course, held sway during that period, and they were worshiping things like Zeus and things like that. And it was considered
Why is it like they're ganging up on my
about you actually come and help me?
No, we are not ganging up on what? No, see, I am not ganging up on Mike.
We are back in the Inquisition now. We're back in the
Inquisition. I'm not ganging up on Mike. I'm just, what he's like, he got me really, really curious when he spoke about, and I think I might probably want to go about that the talking spirit that can talk audibly without any physical form around. Still, the spirit being.
Those things exist, though. Don't doubt it.
No. So you want evidence-based practice in Yoruba culture? You want evidence-based practice?
No, you are not getting me.
Yoruba culture is different now. Listen, you cannot look at You cannot look at Yoruba spiritual belief.
You don't understanding him though.
You're not understanding me. You are coming from the point of
I've heard of something before. Now I know that one.
You're coming from a point of criticism. I'm coming from a point to learn. You are coming from a point of criticism. Now you are speaking about you are speaking about Yoruba this and no, and you can learn. I think you should learn something from Mike. Mike said when he goes to other African places, and they say, "Oh, this is our deity," he said, "Show me the signature, and I will relate it with my own deity back home." Now, with what Mike is saying is these deities are everywhere, but we know them in a specific term or language. These are and I'm not saying in spirituality, these are deities from the 5th dimension. There's a point like there's somebody, if you go online, that keeps saying there's what did they call this individual that's manifested across the world, right? In different regions, everywhere, but people interpreted them in their own way. Like Mike will say Orisha or Shongo, and somebody will say, "Oh, this person is the god of this or the spirit being of this individual manifesting in this way." It's not Yoruba. It is extraterrestrials. It is extraterrestrials that are manifested in this war, and they are still in this war. And Mike was saying, he said, they say they will come back. And truly, if you are looking at it, they say they will come back. And if they are not even coming back.
Emeka, here is an example of what Mike is talking about. Watch this. So that is the Osonye speaking right there.
Okay. That's interesting.
I've experienced this before.
He's speaking through that thing, but he's not the thing, no. He's around there. His energy is around there. He's just speaking through it. So don't say that's your God that's small on the floor there.
So Mike,
he's in the room. He's speaking through that point. So
Mike, where do you
Mikey? So it's not the God. That thing we're saying there is not the God, right? It's just around there, right?
That's an effigy now. That's an effigy.
No, that's not Babalo do that. I don't even understand. Like when he talks,
Mike, calm down. Calm down,
Mike.
I just
Mike, what question me turn now? Question me turn.
Can Jesus talk like that? All of you. Yeah?
Hello, Mike. No.
I'm hearing you now. Yeah.
Okay, so my question has not ended. Now you said Jesus never existed, right?
Yeah, according to the people that created the religion,
but
it's just a fiction.
But there are historical relics to show that he existed. Even his own people who never believed in him said he existed.
Okay, let's say he exists.
So let's say he exists now. So the question I ask is: so where do you people now put? Where do you place it? Is he one of the Orishas? How do?
No, he's just one. Some people will tell me he's a Palestinian guy that lives around his people. Some people will tell me he's one European guy, but I have no business with him.
So where do you put Muhammad to, prophet?
He's just a man. Like I don't know. Go and ask his people. I don't have a relationship with him. He's not among our pantheon. He's not a deity in our pantheon. Like I took a bit. Wait, hold on. Give me something. Okay. Anything that's not part of force of nature is irrelevant. You understand? It's not a deity.
Okay.
Like, I just told you. If I go to Emeka, if Emeka tell me that, hold on. Give me a second now.
But you just said Songo was a human.
Give me this guy. I don't know, man.
Is that what you said?
Okay, thank you. Just calm down. If I go to Igbo land now, and they point out a date, I'll be like, they tell me the name, but I don't speak Igbo. But I say, okay, what's the signature? They say, oh, lightning and thunder. I say, oh, okay, that's the signature in nature. They all have to have some signature in nature. They have a force of nature. They have to be associated with some part of nature, either a plant, anything in the nature that keep us alive, either a river, ocean, fire. Those elements of nature, a deity have to be associated with it. If you tell me Jesus Christ is a god of the iron, then I'll say, oh, okay, in Yoruba land, that's our Ogun. But you can't tell me Jesus is any of that. You just tell me he's one man that has magical power. Well, we have ancestors like that are powerful babalawos that are able to perform magic. Even to Yoruba land today, we go, you see some priests some people that can perform magic. So those are not deities. Those are just men that were powerful individuals. You understand? They're still beneath deities.
So Shango now that became Orisha.
No, he was an Orisha. He didn't become Orisha. He was created as Orisha. Olodumare created the Orishas.
But he existed
before. He was an Orisha before he was a man.
Wait,
now. He was an Orisha.
When he was a man.
He was a man, right?
He was
Rational man, I'm not talking to you. Just leave me alone. Leave me and other people. I'm not interested in talking to you. Let me and someone else
You're
talk.
not talking to me. We're all here to question.
No, I'm not. I'm not engaging you.
Wait,
Engage somebody else.
Mike, calm down. Just calm down.
I don't mind talking to him, man. It's not here to have conversation.
Just calm down. So that
Just
you
want
don't
to
have
attack.
a
That's
chain
all.
of thought.
Don't be
So, Mike,
No, I'm not interested in engaging rational mind. Me and him, we just don't like each other.
Mike,
So
calm
I don't
down.
want
So you
to.
don't lose your train
No, I
of
only want to
thought.
engage him when it's time to insult one another. We can engage each other. But when it's time to have conversation, I don't want to engage him. When it's time to have maybe a conversation that's about something. No, if it's about conversation about something serious, I don't want to talk to you. But if it's about dissing each other or yapping each other, we can do that.
I'll just keep my peace. All right.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Mike, I will have a last question to just ask you. So, if Shango can be Shango was a Neo because he was a king of Oyo, we all know that. And later, after he passed, some people started. You said we shouldn't say worship again. They deified him. If that happened to Shango, why don't you think that can happen also to Jesus of Nazareth?
No.
If a Neo can become Osha, so let's assume Jesus Christ now was now a Neo. Why do you now think that he cannot also become Osha? Or
My brother, I don't think you listened to me earlier. You didn't listen to me earlier.
Oh,
I
sorry,
told you the Orishas were Orishas. They were in the beginning. In fact, they came to create to make the earth habitable. In fact, when we look at other planets around us, they are not habitable. And that's scientifically proven. Why are they not habitable? They don't have certain element of nature that can make life exist. So in our Ifa, we were told, even before scientists told us that there are other planets that are not habitable, we knew in our Ifa teachers that this earth was not habitable. Olodumare sent the Orishas, the forces of nature, to go and make it habitable. We learned the stories in Ifa, we learned it in Ifa. They came. Some of them, their work, they started doing the work. Oshun created the waters, the water. She made water available, the salt, the fresh water. Olokun, Yemoja, they work on the ocean. Ogun work on the iron, the metals. Osoin that you saw there work on the herbs. You know the herbs, the plant coming up. Shango work on the rainfall, the lightning, on all those things. They work, so they all contributed to the habitable of the earth. So they created the earth for us to live. They were sent by Olodumare. So now when they did that, then they created humans, right? And they put us in charge. And in the beginning, they were living with us. They were more like superhumans among us, right? And sometimes they will go back to the spirit world, detach, and come back again. And when they usually come back, they become kings. Before Shango was born, there was Ifa that was oracle that said he will be born, and he will be born in the palace. That's why they started calling the Alafin, because he was the only king. He was born inside of the palace. He was coming as a human to come and when they come to teach the people things, or to put things in order, to work with the humans, to show them things, teach us stuff. You understand? So the Ifa oracle usually say they are coming.
A quick interjection, Mike.
So that's what we are saying. So Shango was the Orisha before he came back to become the Alafin.
Okay, so
they didn't deify him after he became Alafin. He was already known. He was deified from the beginning.
Hold on. Take a question from Prince Daddy. I think Prince Daddy is about to come and defend Jesus Christ, his Lord and Savior.
One bad God.
Okay, one man.
One man. You're very funny.
Well said, one man, and that's absolutely true. But I know where Mike stands, but I was going to say something to Agbeni, right? So it's amazing how people like Mike, not necessarily Mike, think their own religion or what they worship is so real.
I told you we don't worship, and we don't have religion. It's not a religion, it's not a worship, it's a relationship with the forces of nature. It's a relationship with nature. That's what we have. It's not religion.
Nature, that's it.
Yeah, relationship with nature.
So all the times I've heard about Ifa being a religion, one of the top
It's
religions
not.
in
It's
the
just
world.
ignorant people that are using that
Okay.
term because they usually have Christian mindset and religious mindset to call everything else religion.
Okay, actually, I like what you said. Actually, now I can. It's much easier for me to relate to you actually, because we that believe in Christ also believe rather that it's a relationship, is not a worship of some kind of religion, because religion has
Okay,
been
that's
around for
fine.
such a long time. So which is also your religion is almost akin to Christianity for that matter, which is nice. So, but why do you think your religion, your interaction with your deity is so real, and my interaction with Christ is non-existent, or is a fiction?
Because one man, did you watch the
Because
video?
it's alien to your culture, is what he's saying.
One is alien to your culture. Two, one man played or something talking, so that's real. You can hear their voice, but you can't show me anything that Jesus can show me that's physical. Something I can.
I'm sorry, Mike, because you don't know. The voice of
Well,
Christ is
okay,
so clear.
but show me until I know, then I'll believe it.
Can I say
I've been
something?
searching for a long time to
Let
see
me say.
actual way to
Can I
communicate
say
with
something?
people.
Is there a
Prince
video
Daddy?
clip of it somewhere?
Can I say something to Prince Daddy? Right, Prince Daddy. Do you know it's in the Bible that actually Jesus Christ came for the Jews and not for any other people?
That is not
Right?
true. That is not
It's in
true.
the Bible. It's in the Bible.
It is
I
in
will
the
get the
Bible.
quote.
It is.
I'll get the quote. I'll send it to
No,
you.
you don't have to, because I know what you're talking about. The danger that people like you or others pretend is that you misquote the Bible, or you quote it in half. It is true. It said it came first for the Jews, because because through the Jews we obtain salvation. That is true. It's a true
No, you
statement.
don't
There's no
obtain
lie in it.
salvation through a group of people.
I'm
That's
sorry.
wrong. You
Hey,
can't
Prince Daddy,
obtain
sorry.
salvation
Before
through a
you
group of
continue, real
people.
quick, sorry, I just want to throw one vital information to. I think Ogbeni asked me one question about deity coming back. Do you know what they call New of Ife? They are ruler of Udua. That's because Udua says he's coming back, so he's holding the throne for him. So no, he literally no one can become king. Can be Oni of Ife is not a king; it's a chief priest. So when Udua was leaving, say he's coming back the third time. That's when he told him to
Mike,
hold the custodian of that throne. That's why they call it the ruler of
Mike,
Udua. So he's holding the throne for Udua to return. Just to let you
Mike,
know what the date is, they come and go.
Mike. You know there were controversies surrounding the exit of Odudua, but that's not even where I'm
Well,
going.
yeah.
That's
Well, anyway,
not.
okay, go ahead.
See where I'm going. You see, all what you have painted now look like somebody who have seen, probably read Bible before and picked things from it.
What?
Pardon my apology. Pardon my this thing. For instance, if you go to the book of, you see, the entire thing you painted look like the story of Jesus.
I agree.
You know what?
Sorry,
You don't
Benny.
think it's
I
the
agree. And
okay?
I even made it more succinct by saying that his practice is a relationship, which is beautiful, which
Do,
is
do you guys?
which is
Let me
what
say,
Christianity is, which is
do you
good.
guys? If you guys know your history, do you know that the first Africa was the cradle of civilization? The Greeks were the first to be civilized among the Europeans, and they came to learn from the Egyptians, right? Right. So even Socrates,
That's
wait.
the
The
Europeans.
hold on. The ancient philosophers of Europe that transformed Europe, Greeks, they will tell you that they were students of the Africans. So the Europeans came to learn from the Africans first. So anything about spiritual God, anything they learned from us. We were the origin. We were the first. We were the source of. We were the first to be civilized, and we still we knew God before they knew God. And
No doubt about
whatever
that,
they
Mark.
practice, wait, hold on. Whatever your Christianity has dates, we can say when it began, when it started. But our own started from the beginning. I just told you, forces of
Mike,
nature.
my question on this is I don't know. Do you believe there was a great flood that almost wiped out humans on Earth? Where do you put it in between in Ifa?
Within our Ifa, we learn stories of time when deities get angry, right? And they go to Olodumare give them the permission to wipe out usually a village, civilization, or something. There was time where Oyo, there were when Shangu got angry and used, I think, maybe it was asteroid or is Shango used Edonara. It's more like an asteroid. He used to wipe out civilizations. And the time where Oshun gets angry or Yemoja get angry, they use flood. Oshun she's a goddess of she controls water, release things. She used flood to wipe out civilization. We have stories like that where they get angry, they just wipe out civilizations. So we get those same stories in our own tradition.
But Mike, Oshun also was a human being.
How many times we have to tell you that they are deities? They come and live as humans and go back.
I know, Mike. See,
not once, not twice, many times.
You've told me,
and they are still coming back.
See what the Bible says about Jesus. He said, "In the beginning was the Word." That's Jesus. And he said, "The Word was with God, and the Word was." Now, why am I picking from there? You say, all these deities they've been living with Eledumare, and then Eledumare sent them to the world. I'm just trying to rationalize to understand what you're saying. But my final question to you is this. So who created Eledumare himself now? How did he
that's knowledge beyond me.
Okay, so why is it beyond you? Is it that the religion, the spirituality doesn't explain how?
No. The thing is this.
Sorry, Mike. Mike, is that question answered in Christianity? Essentially, is that question answered in Christianity?
No. So if it's not answered in Christianity, I can't ask Mike.
No, I'm just wondering. Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. Yes, it is answered. This is assuming though that we're talking about the same thing. Like Olodumare is God. Is that what we're talking about or not?
Well, that is the Yoruba understanding. Yes.
So no. So if Olodumare is actually God, and Jesus is not one of the Orishas, so I don't place it in that same state. So I want to understand.
Do you know everything they say Jesus did? All those magic. You know, Romina did it times 10. Is he walking on water? Is he
I'm coming
everything?
Mike.
Is he teaching people? Is he this and that? The God of wisdom? Is Romina did everything?
So
even the philosophy they say Socrates invented. Romina already told Yorubas.
Kale. Did Jesus Christ not raise the dead? Did Orunmila, any of those their gods, did they raise any dead?
Absolutely. Today we still raise dead.
Somebody saying to us,
okay.
Somebody was saying to us now that everything that Orunmila or whatever did, Jesus Christ did it. I mean, did Orunmila or whatever raise the dead?
Rational mind. Look at it from this angle. He first told us Jesus didn't exist.
It doesn't. I don't believe he exists because I don't. But according to what Europeans said, not according to me. I'm going to do research on how Christianity started, and I begin to find out that it was a group of people that came together. Some people, philosophers, they just had to create their own religion, created Christianity, and they created a fiction called. Do you know the word J doesn't even exist in the Hebrew language? The word Jesus is even something new. Before they used to call it.
Mike is right.
They used to call it something else. And then
Mike is right. Is Yeshua? His name is
exactly. So they were changing
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Is quite irrelevant, right? In that point of view, but
because that's an English interpretation of the meaning in English as they coined it.
The thing is practicing a religion that does not acknowledge Christianity in the view of how it was told, right? Mike is practicing a how will I put it?
It's not practical religion.
He's practicing. Yes, he's practicing what his
my own
ancestral. Yes, what his ancestors have told him, and he's practicing it, and it's working for him. I can actually very, very well relate with Mike.
So I'd rather not do what the Europeans are trying to give me. Because I'm not European.
I can really relate with Mike. And what Mike is actually saying, if you have done research properly, you will see that the story is consistent from all civilization to other civilization, from one country to another country, even from the Babylonian to the Sumerian, you see that consistency. And that was why I asked him the question about the Great Flood, because that story has been told from time to time to time, even to the old Egyptians. They've told that stories about that great flood, and you can hear Mike saying it that there is something about that, and Mike is saying it in the way he has been told by his ancestors, right? That the deities got angry at one point and brought a great flood that wiped out humans. And Mike is actually right. There was a great flood that was caused by extraterrestrials to wipe out the human race that they've created at one point, and
Emeka,
they started civilization again
Emeka,
from the scratch. Yes, please.
Emeka.
Yes, please.
You know one of the things they taught us in epistemology class. Epistemology is the study of knowledge. You don't say someone is right if you never existed that time.
Okay. Sorry, thank you.
Emeka, can I ask you guys a question? One important question. Do you think when Europeans were bringing Christianity to you, do you think Europeans will know a way to God or to heaven, and they come and bring it to you black people, especially during that time where they really hated you and they're practicing racism, were enslaving you? Do you think they will now know way to God, and then they will come and show you?
Let me take a stab at it. Let me take a quick stab at it. You know, that's a reductionist approach to Christianity. That's the problem.
Europeans are not giving you anything good, anything else. They're not showing you how to make anything.
Because I believe
the only book they give is it, but they're not giving you a book.
Well, no, I believe Ogben is a Christian, and if you are a Christian, you would know that the religion Christianity, that is the follower of Christ, is beyond any European, any Jew, Asian, or anybody for that matter.
Based on what? Based on what? Based on just saying it? You have to be able to show me something.
Exactly my point. Hold on. Exactly my point. My point is that if you are a believer in Christ,
faith, right? Just have faith.
Well, and the evidence of it.
Let me tell you why I believe Christianity is fake. Let me tell you why. This is my own personal story, right? When I was a Christian, when I was having a lot of problems, spiritual problems, my life, things was going wrong. Eventually, at one point, I was literally, and I went to pastors to stand call trying to find out problem, why things in my life was going wrong. Until I did a divination and found out that my family lineage, we abandoned our deity, and that's why I was having that problem. And the Ifa told me what I need to do. I need to go back to my ancestral deity. And when I did that, that's when my problems went away. Why didn't Jesus Christ help me? Why didn't Christ solve that problem for me? Why?
Well, because
you never believe Christ will do it. You believe.
Get the hell out of here, man! Come on, man!
You believe in those pastors.
Stop it, man!
No. Hold on, Mike.
Let me tell you what used to happen.
Hold on, Mike. See, because you didn't find solution.
There is no solution there. I'm not the only one. Countless number of people that have come back to. Wait.
What about people that have found solution? What do you say to that?
Nobody I know found solution. Listen, countless number of people.
Are you the beginning and the end of the
including probably yourself? Probably you yourself. Countless people. Listen, countless people. You know, people that come to Babalawo the most? Christians. They come to us even more than our own people. Christians. They come when a problem become heavy. They come to Babalawo all the time. And they would tell us every time that we're praying about this, we're going to church, we've done it all. When the problem becomes hectic, when it comes to us, we're now daffer. Majority of the time, we'll find out what their problem is they are eating a taboo. And we say, the oracle say, this food you're not supposed to be eating. That's and they stop eating it, and the problem goes away. Some of them, it's just one thing they are doing, they're not supposed to be doing. And we tell them, if I say stop doing this, and they stop it, and the thing goes away. Some of them is just the ancestral this thing that's affecting them. We tell them you need to do this at peace. Go and appease your ancestors. Go and appease this deity, and they do it. The problem goes away. Every one of them will tell us they've been going to pastor all these years and they still having that problem. So that's how I know that your Christianity is fake.
Okay, Mike. Hold on.
Even pastors come to us, and imam they all come to us.
Thank you, Benny. They go to pastor, not Christ.
It's artificial bullshit. They're using to scam you guys.
Can I just chip in something? Right? Let me just chip in.
You don't need to call it bullshit now. Respect
I know, Mike. Let him be. In epistemology, like we shouldn't say something is true when we are not there. But in the Bible too, they still spoke about that great flood I was talking about, the Noah's Ark. That flood was still there in the Bible. You can see the consistency in that story, right? About a specific civilization that existed. There was a great flood, and it wiped out that civilization, and civilization started again from afresh. Who caused that great flood? That is what Mike is trying to relate in the way his ancestors told it. And for me, what I would say is, and I think why Nigeria, in my viewpoint, I might be wrong spiritually, why Africa is having problems is because we have accepted the culture of and the religion of other people that are not related and meant for us. We have abandoned our ancestors.
Well, that is true, except if it's Christianity. Okay. So maybe you compounding your problem if you accept Hinduism and Taoism and all these other religions, they compound your problem. But if you believe in Christ, in the blood of Christ, all that problem is taken care of. So we don't have that
I just told you my problem was not taken care of when I believed in Jesus Christ. What else? What else?
Mike, relax. Because you went.
And I'm telling you, people, countless number of people, they are believing your Jesus, holy blood, and all that rubbish. Their problem did not go away. So I'm telling you, real life accounts. But you are telling me this fictional crap they put in your head.
That you are relating to in the Bible. The Bible didn't even speak much about him. There are little you know about Jesus Christ.
Well, no. You mean that. There's a little that
historically, I can relate with what you are saying. Having a relationship with the Christ in you, I can relate with that. Okay, but the Jesus you are talking about, the Bible.
I'll let you continue, Mike. I'll let you.
Prince Daddy. Let me tell you what philosophers say.
Hold on. Maybe Gwen can back me up with this. See, it's the little that you know, Emeka, rather. See, there's something called in theology. I don't really subscribe to theology that way. Called theophany or Christophany. Essentially, what that means is that Jesus Christ exists from the beginning of the Bible to the end. So if you're telling me,
did he exist in the Old Testament?
Absolutely. Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
This Bible book written by the British, I'm giving to you guys. You guys are
Prince Daddy. Who was Jesus in the Old Testament?
In the beginning was the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Who was that Word? It was right clear.
Leave that. The Bible did not see. The Bible even borrowed some things
in the book of Isaiah.
They borrowed from Egyptian. This thing.
No, they actually borrowed heavily from Judaism.
They borrowed from Judaism.
Of course, what do you mean we borrow heavily? The 5 books of the Bible is the book of the Torah. It's Judaism.
They borrowed from Egyptian book of the dead, man. Go and read it. That's where they got most of their stuff from. And it was the Greeks that first went to Egypt to go and learn, and they took it. And then the Romans later came. They learned from the Greeks. These are African knowledge now. It's story of Africa that they are putting together.
Listen, Prince Daddy, listen to this Bible passage. The Spirit of God roamed around the waters. What is that telling you? What is that describing to you? The Spirit of God roaming around the waters. What is that telling you?
Gentlemen,
if you say, if we all acknowledge that God is everything, and God is us, and we are part of God. And if the Spirit of God in the beginning of the Bible is roaming around the waters, it means that's an individuality stuff. That's a spirit roving around. And if the waters, and I think Mike may
the Spirit as the Holy Spirit.
If the waters
as the Holy Spirit.
Yes, sorry, Prince Daddy. Let Kinzo come in. Akin,
I would like to come in from different.
Was that you wanting to come in, or was it Akin?
No, this is
we came to you at the start of this.
Yes, I had a family engagement, so it was getting out. I started to.
All right, brilliant. All right, all right. Carry on.
Okay, great. I know you guys have gone far, but I want to go back to the basic where let me remind everybody we had like almost 5 topics to talk about, but we so engrossed with this or your things and Adeboye of a thing. But I want to correct something real quick. Earlier, Benny said something about somebody, a king that was dethroned in the kitchen. Never happens. There was nothing like Alajero. Talking about Owajero, where I come from, never a time that he was dethroned from the throne. Never happened. But you see, I really appreciate and I salute the knowledge and expertise of Ogbeni. What he said earlier, I think I believe in it. We must not be quick to jump on that bandwagon of what is being put on the social media. I don't know what prompted that man of God to sit on the seat of that king. I have no idea. And apparently, the king was aware that somebody is sitting on his seat. And somebody was arguing so, you know, on this show tonight about traditional being put in the disrepute and all that. I mean, our tradition has gone to the dog for a very, very long time. But you see, the king in Obumasho himself, where Adeboye was shown to be anointing or praying for him. I mean, he was never at the time allowed to be allowed the traditional right to be performed. He specifically told the kingmaker, and that became an issue. But either because of the backing of the government, they're able to circumvent some rights and some other things.
Diwali, what is this traditional rights? What do they do in these traditional rights? Do they,
Yes, that
do they involve the Orishas?
of course,
Okay.
they invoke so many so many things. I'm from Ekiti. I witnessed it firsthand where our king was enthroned, and it wasn't just. I tell you, Yoruba will say, "Tomadebare eru eru aba." It wasn't just a childish stuff, but you see the way things are. I also believe that some of the kings that are there now are cronies of the politicians. They are there selected. They dictate to the kingmaker who they want to be in that. I mean, most of this town now don't want a poor person to be their king. They want somebody who is self-made, who has the connection, who has the capacity, and the reach is what they are actually looking for. They don't need somebody who will speak by Ifa. It's unfortunate, and that is where we found ourselves. My current king, he was actually in Houston a couple of weeks back, where we had a reunion. I wasn't there. Um, that man, when he was becoming the king, then it was the military administration, and the kingmaker presented who they wanted, and and he came. Eventually, when he became king, he was going to churches, doing Thanksgiving and all that. The first time he knelt down in the church became a very huge controversy in the entire town. It was the talk of town then. He had to appease the people, his subjects, because people won't take it. Why would you kneel down in front of a priest? And he said, well, that is his belief. But he celebrated 70 years last year. Believe me, he was in the front of a bishop kneeling down. He didn't sit down well. He didn't go down well with people because they believe that these people that are supposed to be the custodian of the tradition are the one putting it into disrepute. Unfortunately, that's where we found ourselves. And if care is not taken, in the next maybe a decade or majority of these kings now will be maybe approaching their old age and will be having a new king and we'll be having the upgrading of the ballast to Obaship and the first class and all that. If care is not taken, the tradition that we hold dearly will no longer be in existence. But I get it. We should not jump into that conclusion of what actually transpires saying Adeboye is sitting down on that. The king himself, that particular king that was sitting on, is actually like a Agberu kind of a king. I don't know if you guys have encountered him or watched his interview before. He's a learned person. This is not like he's like a WhatsApp king, not like a river king like the Oba of Benin and so. No, this is like a king that can find in anywhere. So, and for that to have happened shows what we are, we've subjected that institution to. It's unfortunate, but whatever happens behind that picture, the optic doesn't speak well, but that is where we found ourselves. And most of these traditions are beginning to wind down and wind down. The accusations or the argument going online, to me, is of no use because these same people that are saying that we are, cutting down our traditions are the same one that will say, well, this is the 21st century. We have to have a modernized king. We have to have a modernized Oba. And that's where we found ourselves. In the entire Ekiti state, initially or before now, during the military administration, the chairmanship of Oba Council in Ekiti was rotating, I think, among maybe 4 or 5 kings in Ekiti that we can call traditional first class Oba, talking about the, sorry, 5, okay. The likes of Oreo Fortune, the likes of Iwi of Ado, the likes of Ajiro of Ijero, Alara of Aramako, and the rest. So now I believe they are now rotating it among even the other Obas that have been upgraded to that status of a first class, just for the sake of inclusion. And to me, that is chipping away from the tradition. If you are going to upgrade, it's unfortunate that even that upgrading is chipping away from the tradition, because we now have king that have the means and the connection, and now beginning to say, you know what, I too can flex muscle because I have the connection. Look at this king from Ilaje. What is his name? Rational man, where you come from? What is his name? This Akinrutan, right? Akinrutan became king, and he said he's the number one Odua king, or whatever he said it at that time, and it became a controversy. You can imagine somebody who is not even a proper Yoruba saying that, he's the number one. So that is where we found ourselves.
What are you talking about? It's not a proper Yoruba. What are you talking about?
You see,
what kind of opinion? It's not a proper Yoruba.
It's not a proper Yoruba. It's from Nigeria. It's more or less like.
Right.
Why would you say it's not a proper Yoruba?
Apologies. Sorry, Washinaiman. 1 second. Ola is here, so let me use the window to build and hand over to Ola. Thank you, everyone. Merry Christmas. We skip Christmas Day. Come back on the 26th. Peace with the super chat.
Sorry, woman. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you. So I'll be leaving too for a function. I just wanted to say maybe we can have this topic with Mike some other time again. I hope Ogbeni will be around too, so we can all learn from Mike. Mike, what do you think?
Mike will give you a bit,
Mike, you're learning from Mike. What are you learning from him?
Oh, there's a few things I learned from him today. I didn't know about the talking.
Rational man.
I didn't know about the talking. I didn't know about the talking. I've forgotten the name, but I saw it today. I think I learned something from Mike. And there are things he said that are consistent with some of the few research that I've said. So I enjoyed the session today. I will rewatch the.
Emeka, I know you have a particular interest in that space, and I know you have a unique take on spirituality and what is going on in the world. So we'll find that window to have it. It's one of those sessions that we're going to abandon politics and just speak to things that really matter.
I want Mike to be on that session, right? There are things he said that that resonates with the spirituality across board in all civilization, and I really I appreciated though I don't know, maybe because he feels we're asking questions that but where Mike's disposition can be a bit harsh sometimes. But Mike, please, I'm very, very interested in having the conversation with you and trying to learn a couple of few things.
Yeah, all right. But
anytime.
Mike is quickly intimidated though. If you start to push him, he will get angry.
No. If it's just some people are there's a deal, one man. There's the reason why a lot of people that practice addiction, they even hide it. Because people that grew up in the church, a lot of people, especially Christians and even Muslims, they've been conditioned to see anyone that practices that tradition as evil and people they have to hate and condemn. So whenever
stereotype,
I'm not saying most people. In fact, come on, that's what they teach in the church. Like, hey, stay away from those babalawo. They demonize the word babalawo. They demonize even our data issue. They call him devil. So whenever I get around Christian, I don't hide myself. I used to do it before, kind of like not let people know what I do, but after one point, when I see what's going on in Africa, like this thing is dying. I'm like, so we babalawo, we used to say, we start coming out in the open self. We don't care. Even at one point, we started turning Christians away when they come to us because they are the number one people that come to us for Ifa work. Christians, followed by Muslims, than even our own traditional people. And the negative part, there's a negative side. We have left, we have right. When people that come say they want to do evil to somebody, usually Christian women, they are the number one, followed by Christian men, and then some Muslims. We in the tradition don't even engage. We know the consequence of engaging in the negative side of the tradition. So And the same people, they when they see you like you practice tradition, they want to attack you. They quickly get mad at you. Just they have this hatred, and it's something that's poured into them as children growing up. And through propaganda movies, all these Yoruba movies, fake movie, Hollywood, all those fake things they do. You have a Muslim and Christian producing movie about tradition, just bastardizing tradition. So many of them be conditioned to just have that hatred. That's why I'm always ready to push back because I know they
all right.
always want to attack me. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So sorry, Mike. Let me build hand over to Ola. Thank you, Ayo and Peace for the super chat. See you guys on the 26th. Merry Christmas to you all.
Christmas.
Yeah, one man. Merry Christmas to you. Real quick though, I have a question. One man. This is Akin, Kinzo. So Mike, I have a question for you, Mike. Actually, I have questions for you. Loads of questions. So number one, what's the difference between Babalawo, right? Onifa and Onishogun? That's one. Second, Babalawo and Onishogun, right? That's number one question. Now, second question is, I listened to you. You talked about before, or not even before. You said your Ifa religion belief.
I keep saying religion. I never say my religion. I never call it religion.
Okay. Your relationship, I should put it. That's how you put it. That you did believe in science before, right? So I wanted to know at what point did you start believing in science, and at what point did science and Ifa, started working together, right? That's second. Well, if you could answer those two questions, then I'll come up with other questions.
Okay. So the first question, the difference between Babalawo and Onishegun, right? And you say Onifa.
Correct.
Babalawo is Onifa, yes. And then Onishegun is those that specifically learn about herbs and charms. Now, there's even more you should ask. What's the difference between the term Babalawo, Onishegun, and Olor? Who's that? And you miss one. There's one you should ask. Olorisha, right? When I say someone is Olorisha, they are all Olorisha, right? Now, Orishas are all the deities. They are all Orishas, right? Now, they all have their different powers and their different roles in life. When it comes to warfare, Ogun is a god of war. When it comes to harbor medicines and charms and all those things, there's a deity called Osoin, which was the one we showed earlier. Osoin is the master of charms, like herbs, mixing things of nature to manipulate, to create charms, and he's the master of it. So his followers are the people they call Nishegun. He's the one that teach them charms. You saw it talking, right? When I went to, there was whenever someone is sick, when they go to Olosoin, Onishegun are usually Olosoin. That Osoin, I've been to in a room with Osoin where someone was had an issue, and Osoin told his priest that he should go to the forest at particular time and wait for that plant a particular time and plug that plant and mix it with a couple other things and give that person will heal. You understand? Also, he knows herbs and he also knows charms. He can tell them what to do, mix together to create something, maybe only Shoruka or Bante, all those things to fight, or different charms, herbs, Agbo, all together, both positive and negative. Those are Onishegun. That's their master. Now, Babalawo they are the Olorunmilas. There's a deity called Orunmila. It's like its role in nature is more like we call it father of wisdom. Olodumare given us special power to know the past, present, and future. So he's the diviner. He's the one that mastered the knowledge of Ifa. So he's the diviner, and his followers are the Babalawos. They go to learn Ifa from him. So Ifa is like the leader of all the Orishas. So he speaks for them. He's the one that when you have a problem, you go to Olorunmila. So they do divination. So Orunmila is the one that now tell you through that divination, like, oh, you have this problem. Here's the solution. If he can be the one to help you, he'll help you. If it's another deity that can help you, will not tell you. If I will not tell you that, Shango can help you to solve that problem. Oshun can help you to solve that problem, or this deity can help you to solve that problem. He now tells you that, okay, you're asking now, okay, so what do I need to do? What do I need to offer them? He will now tell you, go and give that, go and give Shango this, or give Oshun this, or give that, give Obatala this, and they will help you. So Babalawos are the student of Orunmila. So they learn to communicate with Orunmila. And Orunmila is the deity that know the past, present, and future. So he's the one that can tell you what's ahead of you, what's at your present, and what was in your past. So tell you totality of what issue you are dealing with. So that's what Babalawo job role is. And then when they say someone is Olorisha is just someone that in their they are particularly all of them are Orisha. So if you have one particular Orisha, let's say you can call Olorisha or even Babalawo Olorisha or Olosoyin Olorisha or Onishango, if that's the only deity you have, or Oloshu. So those are Olorisha. Anyone that work with a particular Orisha or that has a particular Orisha or that's initiated into that with that particular Orisha, that's what we call Olorisha. But they are all Olorisha. You understand? They are all Orishas. And then the word Babalawo is just people that particularly work with or deity or Orunmila. And the Onishegun are those that just particularly focus on the charms. They're usually people that work with Osoin. You understand? They learn charms and all those things from Osoin. So that's different. But every one of them is part and parcels of one another. Did I answer your question?
Okay. So
can I? Okay, please go ahead.
Oh, all right. So this is my question though. A follow up question. Okay. Now in Yoruba land, okay, just like I said, Onishegun and of course Babalawo. Okay. So you have some of those where you don't like that word religion. You rather say relationship, right? So of course so how would you categorize those people who do charm, right? Like for example, I go to a herbal doctor, right? A witch doctor. So how do you categorize those type of Babalawo? Do you categorize them under witch doctors or
What is a witch doctor? You have to first tell me, because there's no term witch doctor in our tradition. It's just something created by others saying witch doctor.
Okay, evil. I mean, anything that is associated with evil, of course. Like
Okay.
I need to say, okay, I need to attack someone
Do negative. Basically.
There you go, negative.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here's one fundamental thing you need to realize. In nature, the word evil you are talking is just negative, right? In nature, everything has positive and negative. Everything created in nature is created of both positive and negative. Even in science, you're going to look at a positive charge, negative charge. Your electricity has a positive and negative. Everything in nature, including you have both positive and negative in you. You can wake up tomorrow and decide to do good things, positive things, or you can wake up to do negative things. You can wake up tomorrow to go and save someone's life, and you can also wake up tomorrow and decide to go and take someone's life. The knife you're holding, you can decide to use it to do something positive, to cook or do something, to build, to do something great, or you can use it to go and stab somebody and take someone's life. The fire, you can use it to do positive things, or you can use it to go and burn down things. Everything in nature is created both positive and negative. Now, it's the application that decide the outcome. Now, in our tradition, we have the positive side, the positive and the negative side. You understand? You can choose to engage in a negative, meaning you work with there's some negative energies. They call the anjonus. You understand? They are very negative. They're very destructive. Someone which there are serious consequences if you go that route. And there are sudden the negative was created for a reason. By the way, is unlike Christian that will say it was one Satan that created the negative and God created the positive. No, in our tradition, Lord Almighty created everything, both the positive and negative. You understand? And he created all the negative for a reason. There are moments where you have to do the negative things. Just like I told you. Hey, I just give you an example of you can wake up tomorrow and go and take life. Is it good? But is there ever a time where maybe it's good to take life? Yeah. If there's a terrorist about to kill everybody, what do? You have to take his life before you take everyone's life, right?
The
No,
negative.
no. Okay. That's not my
Hold on,
point.
hold on. I'm just giving you an example when negative.
Okay. All
Hold
right.
on
All
now.
right.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell you
wonderful.
why Olodumare created negative and positive for balance. Now, when you're engaging in those negativity, there are consequences. We know that because the deities, like I said, when they live in our midst, they give us instructions about when and how to not engage in negative and when to engage in negative. They are watching us over us. So when we engage in negativity, they make sure we reap the consequence. You understand? There's everything for every action is opposite reaction. So everything you do in this life, good or bad, we always come back to you. You understand? So we in the tradition understand that. So we are the last people that usually engage in negativity. But like I told you, people that come to want to engage in those negative are usually people that don't understand the tradition. So there's a negative side. There's a Otunifa and Osifa. There's a left and there's a right. We 99, in fact, me 100% of my time engage in the positive. I don't engage in negative. I don't even go that route. I've seen people, even my relative that came to me because someone disrespected his wife and he came. I said, God, I don't engage in that, man. Now I do it for self-defense. Now, if you start attacking me, I don't even have to do it. The deities take care of me. You understand? So we in the tradition, we don't even engage in negative. All we do is tell the deities to defend us. That's it. But some people we choose to go make part with the negative forces, negative spirits, like those angelos, and be sending it to go harm other people and things like that. And those that are in tradition, that's why Ifa is very important. Before somebody is sending negative energy to you, Ifa already tells you. I've had people engage me in spiritual warfare before they even did it. I already knew it. And then I know what to do. I send it back to them. I already did something for Asheta where the once that John get to me, it's already going back to you, and that thing will just attack you. So that's where the spirituality is very important because it's the same spirituality that will help you to deal with the negative attacks someone might send to you. But those that have left it, hey, I'm sorry for you guys. Maybe Jesus can help you. Like,
okay, can I even say
now.
something about all this? You see
So did I
one
answer your
thing.
question, Sha?
Yeah, partly. I mean,
So there's
I have,
negative and positive. So some people
but
choose to do negative.
but Mike, what is really bothering me is that we are talking about Ifa Onishegun, and of course to capital Ifa worshippers, right, in Nigeria specifically, and I'm sure we have.
They are the best human beings you will find in Nigeria. I'm telling you, the only honest human being left.
Yeah, but listen to this. I'm sure we have Ifa practitioners or Ifa worshippers in other African countries, and of course
Ifa,
overseas too, right?
they don't call it. Yeah.
What's it called?
You see, one thing I've from my digging around Africa, I think what you will find in many African places is they have their deities, and some of them still have form of communication with Ifa. Like you go like Benin Republic, you some part you swear they have Ifa. If you go to like Ishekiri, even Benin, but most part of Africa, they just have deities. They just have the Orisha. Some of their Orishas there. You understand? But the roots where you find like almost like the complete whole thing is just that Yoruba land. To be honest, where you find the complete component of everything is maybe I haven't looked deep enough, but the only place I've seen like the complete component of the whole thing, totality of it, is in Yoruba land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My apologies to the other panelists, but this is my last question though. So how has this religion, this Ifa religion, right? And now I'm talking about the politics side now of it.
You asked me another question about science, but I will.
Yeah, how has it impacted the development of Nigeria or Yoruba land specifically?
I would say the greatest mistake we make was relegate it. That's the greatest mistake we made. When I look in science, I see principles of our spirituality, the principles of it in it. In every part, I just give one example. Electricity, positive and negative charge. I just gave you those in computer. The brain of computer is 356 bits, and it's binary
coding, right? That's our Odu, the 256 Odu. So I see that in science. If I use science, if I use about it's called search, relationship with nature, and science is all about relationship with nature. Scientists just study nature, and from nature they get wisdom, they get knowledge to do something. So all scientists are doing is working with nature. That's what scientists do. They spend more time in our forest. They even spend more time with our. If you go to your forest in Africa, those people with ancient knowledge, white people spend more time with them than our own people. If you go to University of Ife, where they are teaching, where they have course for Ife, most of the students there are Europeans and foreigners. But if you go to the Bible department, it's Nigerians are the one that are studying that one. So what I'm saying is, we were scientists before we began colonize. We stopped being scientists when British came and change our mind to become these people that just look to them for everything, to supply us everything, and we relegate this. First of all, nobody want to associate with people that are in this knowledge, talk less of taking them, putting them to invest on them, to use their traditional knowledge and natural knowledge to try to advance. There's no investment in that area, and that's why we are stagnant. Even the Chinese, I just mentioned our own divination is 256. The Chinese asked 64. A Chinese guy, when I was telling him about Yoruba spirituality, like, what? He was amazed. He was like, what? He said our divination system in China is only 64. You guys have 356. And he was telling me how they use their own indigenous Asian knowledge to involve in their scientific research and things. So I'm like, we are people that should be the most advanced in the world, but we don't know that we are knowledgeable people. We're very intelligent. We have knowledge that others came to take from us. I just told you earlier that philosophers, Socrates, all of them, they tell their people in Greece that their teachers were Africans. They went to Africa to learn. And they call him the father of philosophy in Greek that had made Europe advance. So we don't believe in ourselves. Colonization was Europeans came. They came more to learn from us. Took all our policy are talking about. White people during colonization, the Germans, all of that, they were sending our students to come and learn our stuff. They learned it, it ran to Europe, and then they realized that okay, now these Africans are so dumb. Let's figure a way to take their knowledge from them so they don't become as great as us. They can become the great people. So there's a work being done on you. You don't know. And they have their agents. Yeah, go ahead.
Mike, let me ask a question. Since you told us that all this
I can't hear you.
And all this knowledge, they've been with us. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, I'm hearing you better now. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So since you making us to believe that, since you make us to believe that all this deity and all this knowledge, they've been with us over years, in fact, centuries from the cradle of this thing before colonialism came. We all knew colonialism came less than maybe 200 years ago. So the question I will ask you is that of what benefit had all these things been to us? What has it developed in us that they had to wait till these people came to dispossess us of them and then give us the product of their own, which was way, way, way advanced and better than our own as at the time they met us.
They were way, way advanced by the time they came? Really?
And by the time they came, they had products.
Okay, tell me what they had.
Of things from their own science and knowledge that were far advanced than our own as at the time.
Give me examples.
Okay, for instance.
They travel miles away. Okay, on advanced ship. Okay, to come to your own. Yes, advanced.
Those ships were advanced back then.
They were super advanced back then. Yes.
Super advanced.
By the time,
are you kidding me?
Based on that technology, yes.
What did they have? Yes. What did they have?
They produced sheep.
They were able to use compass. They were able to use compass to navigate the deep seas, the high seas, to come all the way to your shores. That's advancement in technology. When this Arabian guy came Bain, I can't remember his full name, but anyway, and many other guest
Okay.
explorers from China, when they came to the shores of Africa, they were amazed in the negative direction. Let's put it that way. To the
Really, the whole
crudeness,
Africa.
hold on, to the crudeness and the backwardness of the African people. They saw the tools that they saw the tools that
Really,
the Africans were using. Those tools were like, tools that were like thousands of years backward, because they had
thousands. Okay. Can I let me respond? Let me
let me
respond real
finish.
quick. Okay.
They had I mean, in comparison to what they had when they came over and the way they saw the Africans, the backwardness of the Africans, it was like night and day. So the question I think Ogben was trying to ask you, with all our advancements in
Okay.
spirituality and all these things, what have we been able to really produce to advance mankind?
Okay. Okay. First of all, there were times the knowledge of Africa you have begins from maybe 500 years ago or less, right? You don't know what Africa was like before that. You don't know. And today, if you go around Africa, you can see evidence of possible scientific advancements prior to now. If you look at there's things you will see. And even when I study Ifa, when they are talking about things that were happening back then, I used to be confused, like, what? I thought they were
Do
talking
you have
rubbish.
archaeological facts? I know. Do
Hold
you have?
on.
Don't just talk in. Hold on. You talk, Mike.
Okay.
You're in charge.
But
Don't
don't go
talk
too far.
in
Just
abstract.
making sure. Go
Give
ahead.
us real concrete evidence.
Okay. Look, the pyramid in Egypt. Can anyone build that today?
Is that from your forefathers?
No, it's from my foremothers. Europeans came and saw that in Africa. They were like amused. To the point they started shooting the nose of those things, like just to even the Benin
The
Kingdom. Wait,
Egyptians are
hold
part of
on.
the Middle East. No.
Prince Daddy, can we talk? Can you can't be cutting me off? We dialoguing here.
But Mike,
Even wait, hold on now. Guys, allow me. The deal is this. The deal is this. Let me tell you guys something. Can I talk now? Give me a chance now. Give me a chance, please. Give me a chance. Just like Emeka was saying earlier, we have stories of when civilization wiped out and things like that. Today, if United States and Russia engage in nuclear war today, they will back to Stone Ages. If they begin to launch that nuclear bomb to each other right now, right, and don't launch at the rest of us, after the war is over, the Americans that will survive and the Russians that will survive, Africans will be ahead of them in the next 50 years because we'll be the only one. You understand? They will go back to Stone Ages. We don't know what happened in the past, but I know the evidence that we're very advanced at one point, just from things I learned from studying. In fact, like literally, I'm hearing about how a person was communicating with his son from another town. What was he using? I don't know. I'm like, these stories are not making sense. But when I look at cell phone, I'm like, wow, did they have cell phone back then? So there's evidence that Africa was one very advanced people. Now,
allow us to interject. We don't want to listen to lecture. Let us interject too, please.
Hold on. I'm going to your question because I'm going to your question. You're saying people, the thing we do today is we look at Europeans' advancement today, all these airplanes and the computer, all these things. We're trying to talk as if they had airplanes, a computer, cell phone, all these things before they came to us. These old things, all these technological advancement began less than 100 years ago. Industrialization began towards the end of 1800.
But they've had ship and compass. They've drawn maps.
Ship and compass is not, dude.
Is that not advancement to have ship that can cross?
Okay. Everybody, wait. Hold on. You can't tell me. Have you studied about my brother? The Europeans will tell you that the Moors, the Africans, was once in Europe. They will tell you the Italians, the Sicilian Italians will tell you
the map. The map they are even using, they dropped that map.
Okay, fine. Let's give them that. But the point of the matter is this: when this modern world advancement began, it's not too long ago. It's less than probably most of these inventions we see today. In fact, the 90% of the great inventions that we are all looking at today, saying giving white man and Chinese man credit, is just 50 years ago that it all started. And why are we behind? Why is everyone else engaged in advancement? Because their mind is right.
50 years
Our
ago,
mind is flipped. Wait. Okay, 50 years ago.
after Second World War, what do you
Do
mean?
you know that? Hold on now. Give me a second now. China 30 years ago, we're not nowhere near any European countries in terms of technology advancement. But because their mind is right, they got together and begin to, like, just because someone started the race doesn't mean it's the fastest. Now, China today is ahead of all European countries. The only country that can rival China is the United States. England cannot even rival China again. None of them. So don't sit here and tell me that you can't do something or you are this and that because someone else started before you or something. Because Europeans started modern industrialization before us. And why did this? What gave them the advantage to start first? First, they were visiting every society in the world, taking knowledge from everybody. I don't give you an example. They came to us to take knowledge too. They came to Yoruba land to learn things about us. They go everywhere taking knowledge. That's what gave them the edge to start modern advancement before
They had
everybody else.
advanced before they came to you. That's
They were not that advanced. They were not that
They
advanced.
had sheep.
The reason why they started building ship and running is because they had this disaster in Europe, this epidemic, Black Death,
But
where
they
half of the
had
population was wiped out.
technology. Their own
They
science
did not.
gave them sheep. Yours cannot give your Ifa cannot even tell you that some enemies are coming to take over
How do you know it didn't? How do you know it didn't?
Hold on. Okay, Mike. Let's
How do
interject.
you know it didn't?
Did he?
Oh.
That's the question.
Yes, it did.
Hold on, Mike. Say you say you knew that you get to advance. You were able to communicate miles away. I understand that. All you talked about, Mike, is spirituality, and it's not unique to Ifa.
No, it's not. It's science. It's science.
What science is it? Did you have telephone?
Right? You know what you're sounding like? Prince Daddy. You sound like those people in those villages that will see airplane. They'll say, "Oh, he's a spirit flying." That's what you sound like.
Okay.
Why is it when Africans do something you call it spirit? It's science. I'm telling you, it's science.
No, Mike, because I'm asking to show me an evidence of a physical or material composition of how they did it.
I just point at the pyramid of Egypt there. I just point at it.
It's not part of it.
What if I tell you? Okay, what if I tell you that? Okay, the video about Osoyin that one man played earlier when that Osoyin was talking. If I tell you that that's science. Can it that's a science that's beyond, that's a quantum physics.
It's not science.
What is it?
It's divination. It's in the Bible.
What do you mean it's
Hinduism.
divination? Okay, show me a white man that can do that same thing, make something talk.
See, that's
answer my question.
Hold on.
Show me a white man. Show me. In fact, I can tell you that's the most advanced technology in the world.
It's not.
An African can make something talk. Name a white man that can make a song talk.
Hold on. See, let me say this to you, and I've thought about
your sat nav not talking.
Yeah.
Your sat nav that you used to drive around, is it not talking?
Well, is he as advanced as your son? Is he as advanced as your son?
Let me tell you.
So the African thing is not science; it's spirit, right? But the white man's only science, right? So the Yorubas have the most advanced technology in the world.
Hold on, Mike. Let me say this about
those things couldn't help.
No, Prince Daddy, tell me anywhere in the world where they can create a song.
Let me tell you. See,
so we're very technologically advanced. But you still don't believe in us. You still believe
we there's no doubt that
so you agree that we in the tradition.
Let me finish my sentence.
Right.
If you make an argument that Ifa or the practice of our traditional religion in a spiritual sense is really advanced, is way advanced even than the other practitioners of different traditional religions, I can give you that argument and agree with you. Absolutely, I can.
Okay, so you agree with me that the most advanced scientists between the Christians, the Muslims, and the traditional people? Do you at least agree with me?
No.
Who's in Nigeria today? Who's the most advanced scientists? The traditional people, the Christians, or the Muslims? Which one?
Do we have scientists? Do we really have one?
No. We are all scientists as human beings. We are all scientists. Who's more advanced technologically between the traditional people, the Christians, and the Muslims?
Well,
in terms of medicine, in terms of
ask questions,
anything, we are more advanced than the rest of you. And you guys are the one ruling. You guys are all the presidents in Nigeria have been Christians and Muslims. Make us the president, and you will see. No. Make a babalawo with the president of Nigeria, and then we'll see where we go from there.
No, see, Mike, because some people call themselves Christians doesn't make them scientists.
Here we go. No. All of you that are Christians, What have you done? What have you achieved? All you Nigerian Christians, you've been ruling and Muslims. What have you achieved? Nothing. But you want to ask me what we in the tradition have achieved, and I'm pointing at things. At least some things we've done. We're doing.
You've not been able to point at one single thing.
Prince Daddy, you guys just go to school, read books and all that shit. You speak grammar, but you guys can't do anything for Africa, man.
That's
Sorry.
okay. Well, the same plane that you used to fly to Nigeria was made by the white man. So for information, it's not your father made it or any other.
The what? What is made by right? What?
I said the plane that you got on to fly
that's fine. Now it doesn't mean I can't make it. We can figure out to make it too. The Chinese were not making planes before the white people started making planes for the Chinese, but today Chinese are making planes.
See,
Prince Daddy, do you agree with me that the reason we are stagnant and we are not moving forward is because you Christians and Muslims are the ones ruling Africa? You are the people in charge. You are in charge of the ministries, the presidency, everything. That's why we are stagnant. But then you want to blame us, the traditional people, as your problem. We are not your problem.
If you say that you guys are powerful and most advanced in science and other things, then
you Nigerian Christians and Muslims, we are more advanced than you.
Okay, no argument.
If I'm sick now, if I go to my traditional people, they have solutions. If I go to my Christian Nigerian, they will tell me they go and bring me Igbo medicine. They can't give me anything. Jesus can't even teach you how to make medicine. Come on, man. So you guys are just useless in our country, man. You Christians, you are just useless. You guys just tell us some miracle bullshit, man. Fake miracle. They be planning, doing fake something is happening when it's not happening. So you guys are deceiving each other, man. Pastors coming, you and all that stuff. I mean, come on.
Okay, Michael, hold it. See, the thing is, any way you like it, you've got to allow everyone to his own religion. And trying to draw metrics between your religion and what some other people believe, I really don't see justification and empirical evidence to show all those things you are trying to say.
That is true.
Like what?
Like the advancement in technology and science you're talking about, Mike.
I just showed you now. Were you not here when one man played your song talking to you?
And that is what.
Huh?
What is that?
That's science now. That's my science.
No, that is
can you do it? Can you make that happen?
That is not science.
What is it? What is it, man? Do you know what science means? Do you know what definition of science?
Well, obviously you don't know. You don't know what science means. Obviously, you don't know what science means.
You know the definition of science?
I do. I don't need to tell you. I can just Google it right now and give the definition of science.
Okay, Google it and tell me. Google it. Tell me the definition of science.
Okay.
Daddy and Mike, hold on, please. Who is that person that wants to help Mike? Let me hear you out. Who is that person?
Obazee here, of course. I have to
come on. Okay, help him and let me hear you. Let us hear you.
So, all right, let me just write to this elevator. So you might not hear me through the elevator right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Okay.
I just want you and Mike to even put yourself in tight corners because you don't have evidence for what we are trying to analyze. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, guys.
We have evidence.
Okay, so when you say science, right? You say it should give you proof. Like I said earlier when I came on, when you discuss with someone that has a Western perspective, you ask them to explain what Mike is talking about. They're looking at it from the prism of the Western world, the way they see science, or the way they react to it. So if Mike is trying to explain to you, it's not going to align to the way you see it. Let me give a case in point. Bactrim has been used for years for below the waist skin issues, UTIs, for instance. They've been using basil in Yoruba culture to treat all forms of STI way before the whites even knew about it. Way before they knew about it. Remember, the extract from what they use now came from us. And there are many things that we've done in science, in healthcare, within our own culture. So we don't need to have robots or to have any data to analyze. They've done their own analysis in their own way. So if you want to understand African spirituality through medicine and science, you must drop that the way you view science in the first place. Try to understand the African perspective first of the way they view science. Spirituality is just pretty much advanced science unknown to humans. That is what spirituality is.
Quantum physics now.
That's what it is. So when you ask that kind of question, don't ask it from the Western viewpoint, Prince Daddy. Put that cap down for a minute. try to understand the way Africans see science first before you ask the question, so you can better understand where we're coming from. Let me yield for now.
Okay, Babati.
Okay, well, quickly to guys, say
Okay,
that. Sorry.
Go ahead.
When it comes to medicinal science, if you want to call it that, it is science in a certain degree. It's not unique to Africans or the practitioner of Ifa or other traditional religions, not at all. And I'll tell you that even if you go and to the environment of the caveman from the Kalahari Desert or the Papua New Guinea, they too have science when it comes to healing. They know a lot about herbs. It's not unique to us. It's not unique to us at
Nobody
all.
said it was unique to us now.
Okay, so if that been the case, if you have that as a common denominator across all cultures and traditions, then we are not really exceptionally better than the other people. Now let's elevate the game and let's rationalize the numerator than the denominator, meaning that look, these people that are able to use their knowledge, okay, however they got the knowledge to create planes, ship to travel over high seas, satellites in space,
Okay.
and so many advanced technology.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about here.
Do you know how to do it? Do you know how to do it?
Well, if you want to learn it and you're able to understand it.
Wait.
In Africa,
This is what it is. Wait, this is what they do. This is what they do. This is what they do. They create a research program. They go into research, right? From there, they discover it. That's all we do. That's what they do. We don't do it in Africa.
Because
why? Because the people they have been ruling, the Christian and Muslim, they don't believe in themselves. This colonized mindset.
You like to point finger, Mike.
Wait. Hold on. The only people in Africa that go into some kind of searching of things are the traditional people. They still going to searching. Even me, I go to Nigeria every year to go dig more into this knowledge. You understand? This knowledge of nature. I go dig, even to the point where I'm like, damn, I'm seeing most of these things I say in nature is in this, because I'm in a technological field. I see it in technology. I'm like, damn. To the point where I want to even start my own science academy in Nigeria, where I can start putting out nature knowledge I'm getting from the nature in the study I've studied in the fact to maybe start creating technological advancement in Nigeria. I'm beginning to have the idea in my head. But guess what? The people ruling, these Christians and Muslims, these colonized people, they don't have that thinking. They just think the Oyinbo man is God. First of all, wait. First of all, the day you were born, they present a God to you in the image of a white man, Jesus Christ. So that already put in your head that man is superior to you. So now you become head of state. You don't believe in yourself. You believe the white man is the God. So anything you want to do in Africa, you run to Europe to come and do it for you. Our leaders every day they jump on the plane, go straight. Wait. Our leaders, all the African leaders, they go on a plane, go straight to American summit, British, Russian summit, China summit. They don't believe in their people. They're all Christians and Muslims. Not a single one of them is an African. African mind.
They lack creativity. They lack ingenious.
Exactly, because there are people like you now. They don't believe in themselves.
Can I ask a question?
Instead of them to start science program, research program.
Okay, Mike, hold on. Let me ask
the question. Let me ask a question. Are we live now? We're not live, right? Are we still live?
We're live.
Okay. So let me just I want to say offline, but online. So when they say, and they can see somebody through either a glass, either through white clothes, and they can communicate anytime with that person from any part of the world in Yoruba culture or spirituality. Way before you had your so-called webcam, I know you might not want to believe that, but that do exist in you. That does exist. Okay.
What you're talking about, I know it exists.
Let me finish. So it just exists. So, but if you not tell me, that white cloth that you can see people through it and can communicate with them, now give me the breakdown of that science. How is that white cloth now doing this? Give me the numbers.
They don't want to
the way your person will. Hold on.
They'll call you a witch and burn your life.
So how do I break down seeing something to glass in Yoruba? Because I had that talk with someone yesterday on this platform, because he said I want to know about those numbers in Ifa, because we do have it, but people have never really done that much study about it in the modern times. But I'm saying that when you ask of advanced science in that, they've always been that.
Okay, Mike, let somebody comment. So what you said about T, it does exist, but again,
What do you mean it
that is
doesn't
not
exist?
hard science, and it's not unique to your religion, by the way. What
No, you are missing my
all those
point.
things fall
You are
under.
missing the point. My point is when you now say that person should now start breaking the science down to you for you to understand. You are
No.
So
Okay,
hold on.
Babati.
Hold
Babati,
on.
I'm
So
very valid.
if you now say, okay, let me explain to you the breakdown of how it works.
It is possible. Let me
What
tell
is
you,
science
Babati.
of
Let me
that?
tell you, Babati. Do you think? See this. It's a source of idea, or yeah, it's a starting point. And don't think this other people, other races, right? That their innovation just came about from nowhere.
You are assuming that. So you show me the evidence from the other side. Then we can compare notes. No. Wait. No. The man asked a question from my own perspective. I gave him a response. He now say maybe they have it in a different culture. No, you show me that culture first, and let's compare notes before we start talking about anything else.
Okay,
Don't just assume.
okay.
You
No,
show me that first.
for those that discount
I'm
the
saying,
Bible,
I'm saying that
Prince
first.
Daddy is like the African leaders. They don't believe in
First of all,
themselves. They don't believe in their
no,
people.
my
They
point is
just
this,
believe in other people.
you must your idea of science has to drop that hat first of what science means to you from the Western perspective. Is my point to you. You
I
may first come to us.
understand that,
Learn it from us.
It's a colonized mind.
Babati,
Colo
science is
mentality.
empirical. Science in its core is empirical. That is the ability to be able to replicate whatever you do as an experiment. It is really the bottom line of science.
They do replicate it. Is my point. She won't in multiple places. It's just only one off now.
Okay. Can I contribute to this?
I don't know what they mean by you must be able to
No, but it's hidden. It's hidden knowledge. Yes,
No. I told you the point that we all hitting on the point. Even in science in America here, do they? If you have advanced weaponry in American government, do they make it public to everybody? It's hidden now.
No, but it can be replicated. It can be replicated.
Wait. Advanced tech in America is not known by everybody. It's not for the public for consumption. So likewise in our own culture too, some things is not known to everybody. It's not to only a few that are initiated into that group. Is my point to you, and they can actually replicate it multiple times. But for you to have access to it is very limited. You must go through some stages first before you get there.
Do you know there's some knowledge in our tradition where before they teach you have to go through some rituals because
make it public. Everybody must now have the science to it. So give me the breakdown. Who are you?
No. Come on now. But say what in our culture, right? We can say science has been termed as illumination, right? But that illumination is not available to everyone. See, in our culture,
what do you mean?
What I mean is that look, there's no let's quit kidding ourselves. There's no advancement in our society when it comes to the way we do things. Everything that we have in today's world.
Well, you can say there's no investment. There's no investment in our.
The knowledge is not available. The knowledge is not available. See, this is not.
What do you mean the knowledge is not available? Are you kidding me? You grew up in America. You don't even know Africa. Are you kidding me?
Hold on.
You see Africa from
I have to say this. See, knowledge. Hold on. Knowledge.
I was there yesterday. Hold on. I was there yesterday. Because they asked me that question when it comes to medicine. I think it was your friend. Was asking me about it. That when it comes to medicine, haven't we done all this research? And I told you, 1971 UI, they have documents that would never made public that they are making PDF forms as of now. So to say we never had any local research in all those things. They have some when it comes to medicinal use advanced. They had it in you at the time that even Pfizer was even stealing from. So what do you mean we don't have? They have things. Did you fund it? Maybe no. I agree with you on that.
Exactly, that's the problem. They don't fund anything. They don't invest in.
It's not true. It's not true.
Well, see, funding is one thing, but another thing is be able to see. We have a problem with in Africa is the translation of knowledge from the spiritual to the physical. We don't.
What do you mean we don't have? I see
from
what
the
you're saying. If you're saying to the physical, it's like, okay, it's kind of like you draw before you build a airplane or you build anything, you draw it, right? You put it down, right? And then for you to now go make it, they will say when they tell you that this stealth aircraft cost $5 billion, maybe $2 billion. When they were drawing it, when they drew it out, it didn't cost anything for them to draw it, have the knowledge, have the idea, right? But to go and make it, the process of making it, the process of doing everything, it costs money. That's what I'm saying. That we
okay,
don't.
then my question to you, Mike,
Hold
hold
on. What
on.
I'm telling you,
How
can
many
I finish, man?
blueprints?
Prince Daddy, don't allow people to land their point. Hold
No,
on.
you're talking too much. Let somebody
But
else talk.
I haven't even landed to finish his statement. You're saying I'm talking too much. I just came in. What I'm trying to tell you is that in Africa, we don't have investment and funding into research. We don't even have research. We don't have it. That's the problem. And why don't we have it? Because the
Okay.
people that rule Africa are people that think they have this your mentality that they don't believe in their people. They just say these Africans are useless, so they just go straight to the white man to come and solve all their problems.
Okay, my question to you then. So where are the blueprints?
Can I contribute?
He's with us. We have these things.
Everybody
All
hold
you been
on.
telling you all day. What is this?
Hold on. Everybody hold on. That's good. Someone want to contribute. Even you are not allowing me to contribute. So Ogbeni,
yes, so thank you.
Just contribute, please.
I started this new episode and I will go back to it. Mike, my question to you, very simple question I asked. You've not answered it. I told you by history, we all knew when the Oyimbos came to Africa. We all knew the time.
When did they come?
Because they keep record. Okay. So you know when they arrived at the Portuguese were the first to arrive at West Africa, in terms of West Africa, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know. You need to read history to know now.
No, the thing is, who's the account of history?
You said?
Whose account of history?
The people that came to you.
The Portuguese accounts. Okay.
They keep account when they came to you. They don't care about you not keeping the account of when they came, but they keep account when they came. They will know. They know when they came because they're already advanced.
Oh, okay. Get to your main point. Yeah.
Okay. So my point is this: we have all these deity, this African science thing you talk about, and I keep saying, why is it that as at the time they came, those things couldn't advance us to the extent that we should have been advanced even more than them? Let me put perspective to it. For instance, let me give an instance. You're talking about no blueprint. We're not writing things down. We're not.
First of all, you don't have evidence that we're not advanced than them. You don't have the evidence that we're not advanced than them.
I have evidence. Let me give you an
instance. You don't.
An instance is, let me give you an instance now. Record printing. That's in terms of you're printing something. Okay. In Germany, which is Europe, as of 1400, Johnny Gutenberg has invented printing press.
Before they came to Africa.
1400. There was nothing like printing in Africa as of 1400. They've been printing. Okay. They printed map. They drew your own map. The so-called Africa. We couldn't draw our own. We didn't.
But you don't know. You don't know, though.
I know because.
How do you know? Who told you? Did your forefathers say they didn't have anything?
Because I study history.
From who? Whose account? I keep asking whose account is this history you're studying?
Do you think it's only Europeans that write history?
Okay, tell me the Africans that wrote it. They tell you what they were doing back then. Tell me.
Wait, the Asians, don't forget that it's not only Europeans that had contact with Africa. The Asians had contact with Africa. The Arabians, the Arabs have contact with Africa.
You told me it was the Portuguese that came to Nigeria. Now you're telling me the
Europeans
Asians.
now. Don't you know that I said West Africa. Wait now, Farabale. The Portuguese were the first to have contact with us in West Africa. They are Europeans now.
Sorry, Mike, you have to give him the window to flesh out. Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry, Ogbeni.
Okay.
Mike,
my point is,
you have to give him the window to flesh out. So don't badger him.
So my point is that those their own knowledge, because you want us to get a father. If they had left us, all the deities they came to pick from us and they took away and everything. Even despite the fact that you have told us that those effigies, they were just effigies. They were not the energy around them. That those energies, the deities, you can't capture the energies around them. is so if you're going to capture anything, it's just the effigy you are capturing, which will be empty as they are going, right? So, but my point is this: those things couldn't even advance us to the extent that we should have been more advanced technologically and in terms of science before they came to us. And I'm trying to give you an example that since 15th century, that is 1400, Germany, for instance, John Gutenberg had invented printing press as far as 1400, and they've been printing map. They even drew our home map. And after that, they made ship. And they started traveling, sailing continent to another continent. And as at then, your own forefathers were still pardoning Kelu. Their own deities couldn't even help them to vision what looked like a ship that can cross over to go and probably colonize them using the negative force field on
Dates
the
couldn't
ground.
help them. Okay,
You
can
see?
I respond?
So, yeah, I'm
No,
coming.
Mike,
Then
let him land. Let him land,
Then
please.
Okay.
in terms of agriculture, see, as at 1200, in this the Danes, right? They've invented agricultural tools that work fine to cultivate hectares of land. But where were we as at then? What was African doing as at then? That it needed them to come to us and halt our development. What was our level of development as at when they came to us?
Zero.
And these are the questions I'm asking you to
Okay.
clarify on.
Okay. If you want, first of all, you say, why didn't our deity show us advancement? Was it their deity that showed them advancements? Is it deity that shows someone advancement, or is your choice to choose to advance? Even today. Hold on. Even let's say, okay. The death candidates guide you, yeah. To, like I said, in our tradition, yeah, assistant deities can assist you, whatever you ask. You want to maybe you work with them. We have a relationship with them. Now, first of all, you have to know what you want to advance, what you want to do, right? You have to have desire to want to do something before you do it. Now, if Europeans are making some things you are talking about, you have to have a reason to make that thing before you make it. Does it mean we were not making things that we want to make at that time? Other things that they were not making? There are some things we in our society back then, whatever we thought we needed, we envision they may need to help us in our environment that we used to do too, whatever. We thought of it and then we made it. They want to go somewhere. They say, oh, okay, I want to cross the ocean because it's so cold in Europe. We have to find other land. Like the history said, they had a pandemic in Europe. They kill out for their population. Most of them want to get out of that land, go and look for other land. So they had a reason to say, we have to figure out to cross the ocean. Though. So it gave them reason to build ship. So if you're asking why did the Africans start building ship like them, we didn't have reason to leave. We didn't have reason to want to go somewhere. So it doesn't mean they are more smarter than us. They are more advanced. They are advancing things they needed and they were making it. Now, second of all, you don't know what our people were doing back then. We don't know except what Europeans told you. And one thing we need to understand, we Africans, is this. When Europeans want to tell you story, they will only give you what they want you to know. The way they will give the account the way they want it. I'll give one example. World War II, what happened in World War II, this old story. If you go to school in America, what they will tell you, the account is slightly different from what the British will tell you. It's slightly different from what the Russians will tell you. And they all fought in the same war, even the countries they were allies. I was on a show with one British guy, and he was telling me that it was the British that actually, I forgot what that point we're talking about, that did something. When in American school, I learned that it was Americans that actually did it. So everybody will give account of events to their own in their own favor. That's why they say philosophy that say until the lion learn how to tell his own story, the hunter will always be the victor, right? Everything we learn about the encounter between Europeans and our forefathers were told to us by Europeans. And the way they were told to us is that our forefathers were just foolish. They know nothing. They have no sense. They didn't build anything. They have nothing in their hand, no possession, no advancement. We were so advanced today and then. That's what they tell us. And I choose not to accept that. The only thing I can tell you is the reason
But that's not what they tell us now.
Hold on. The only thing I can tell you is that
But
The
it's not
reason we
how
are
they
not
told
advancing
us.
today is because we are not thinking like we're thinking before we became colonized. Because before we became colonized, we're forward thinking. We were forward thinking. We were people that believe in building things for ourselves. Everybody, we didn't have issue of importing food or all these kind of things that today that we do. Today we become lazy and useless because we can't even feed ourselves. But before Europeans came, we were not feeding ourselves. So many things we're doing, we believe in doing for ourselves before they came and colonized us and turned us a bunch of babies that goes to colonial master to give them everything they want. So today we become people that don't think anymore. That's why we are not advancing. But people we were back then, we were just like everybody else. Now, if you want to talk about modern technology, yes, Europeans started it. Yeah, because you start the race doesn't mean you are the fastest. The Chinese caught up after them. The Chinese is ahead of them now, right? Doesn't mean Africans couldn't start. So you can't say because someone started something first, mean we were just useless. No, we're not. They had a reason to start first. They were searching. They were not in an environment that's very so good. Look at Europe; it's a cold place. You have no choice but to try to figure a way to advance now. I mean,
Can
who
I
will have a
push
reason
back?
to want to
Can I
advance
push
before?
back a bit?
In Africa, we have good weather summer all year round.
Can I push back a bit?
Hold on. You about to just on last statement, last one. In Europe, they had a very harsh weather, harsh environment. They can't grow food year round. In Africa, we have summer year round. We have fertile soil, rivers. So who will have more reason to advance first? To start the advancement first? It will be them.
No, that's a lazy. I'm sorry, that's a lazy
It's a very
argument.
let me even push a bit, Prince. Let me just push it. You see, Mike. You see what is the problem an average African man has is what you have just displayed now, and the problem is that we shift blames on people. We don't take responsibility for our problem, and that is what you just explained to us now. Because how is it that how is it by that because they have issues about their weather condition, they have reasons to travel and leave their home place, and oh, that's the reason why they advance more in technology. And you want us to believe that they came and they discovered our science was better in terms of our deities and co, and they pack all those things and they left with it, and those things helped them to advance. Things that never helped us to advance. Let me give you an instance of
You didn't help yourself.
I'm coming.
That's even an insult, actually, to say that.
That's not what I said for one.
Not you, not you. I mean, I'm talking about Ogbeni's. And my
Okay,
point here is
sorry.
that what it didn't work for you worked for them, but they get it from us.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me, Mike, I'm coming. Let me land on this. See, then it is also fallacious to talk about European historians and then be telling us that, oh, the only thing they told us that, oh, we were so lazy, we couldn't do anything. No, that's not true. You need to read that history very well. The Europeans, the European, and I've said it again, it wasn't only Europeans that came to have contact with us. The Arabs came to have contact, Asians came, they had contact with us, and the Europeans also came, they had contact with us. And they all have their record of what they met in Africa.
True.
So you can juxtapose if you go deep into history. They told us, do you know the Asians, when they came, they told us about the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. And they wrote many of things you see written down about Great Pyramid of Giza to date. They were written mostly by the Asian historians for us. Okay, not even by ourselves. They came, the Ethiopians, they wrote themselves about the kingdom of Akusu Belix in history, the great Zimbabwe. They told us, they came and they told us, oh, when they got to Zimbabwe, they met XYZ empire in Zimbabwe. Even the Oyo Empire we talk about today, we didn't keep our own record. They gave us
Really?
We didn't.
You don't know your history.
No. I read history. I'm telling you, if you have any.
You don't know your history.
If you have any.
I know history. I can start telling you your history right now.
If you want Samuel Johnson was the very first man that wrote about Yoruba kingdoms. And the few things Samuel Johnson was able to get.
So we don't know our knowledge until he wrote it, I mean.
No, we had our knowledge, but we didn't, you didn't get me. We didn't keep record because I expect that if we actually had those deities that you said help the Europeans to advance European, would have also advanced us, at least to an extent of putting something in a written form. For instance, many of the things we've gathered ourselves for our own histories, they are relics. Okay, you find stone somewhere, you find Oriolokun somewhere, you find this terracotta somewhere, you find this to prove not culture and others. Okay, but they told us they told us what they met when they came here, and that's where I'm trying to go. See, many of the things you get about the Benin Bronze today, you see those guys when they first came, they wrote about every piece of relic that they picked from the fall of Benin Empire. They wrote their first contact and what they meant there. The Timbuktu manuscripts and a lot that I can tell you about that they wrote about us. So sometimes we have this Europhobia of whatever you pick from a European historian or whatever you pick from outside Africa, written about Africa, we demonize it. I don't see so.
May I add too? May I add?
Give me 1 second. You go next. Benny, just because you don't know that history exists doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And second of all, writing is not the only form of documenting history, keeping history. In Yoruba land, there are people that are custodian of history, right? They keep it. Even our Ifa knowledge, but I begin to tell you, like,
but writing is the most reliable.
Hold on. No, first of all, in our Ifa, for example, it's forbidden to even write the thing down. Most of it, you can write some basic ones, but you can't write some of the things down. It's forbidden. One, you believe is dangerous because someone can change it. Someone can go and change the writing, change the story. Someone can rewrite books and change things. Even the Bible you talk about, they have King James version, this version, that version. People can change the knowledge. The writing is even more dangerous than actually having a group of people where their whole life is to keep that knowledge to themselves. Teach that knowledge. Teach that knowledge.
No, just add this one to what you are saying. Don't you know that the knowledge you do not write easily, it can extinct? That's exactly what is happening to Africa. It's not that we don't have our way, but our people don't have the history. They don't have the record.
We have record.
Science.
There are ways we keep record.
Everything about us is our. There are some that are supposed to even be made known to the public, but people keep them. So there are some.
You're right. But actually, let me help you with this. Do you know in Yoruba land, before we became these English people, growing up as a child, some basic history and basic knowledge is being taught to you from childhood. You are learning. You're always learning. Everybody's always learning. Even if you come from one particular, right? Am I lying?
Yes, you are right.
But then there are special people where their job is to be the custodian, to learn, like they get the advanced knowledge and everything. They keep it to them because there are some knowledge that are very dangerous. Even in the West today. Hold on. Even in America today.
Quick interjection.
Hold on, you go now. Hold on. Even in America today, some advanced knowledge are secret to the government. They're not going to give it to the population. But there's some basic thing they want us to learn is what they put in the institutions where you go to school and learn. So it's the same thing.
Yeah, Gwen said something about earlier about making excuses. Well, what you just explained right there, Mike, that was the beginning of most cultures. Nobody started writing from the onset. See, everybody transmitted knowledge or information orally. So what you just said right there, there's nothing unique about African culture when it comes to that. So having said that, then some cultures, they advanced, they were able to create writing and documentation, to be able to preserve their cultural, traditional, whatever, and knowledge.
That's not true.
Okay.
Prince Daddy, let me even address Mike. The chemistry, the physics, we all do. We know physics can be dangerous. We know chemistry can be dangerous. Yet, we were still exposed to both chemistry, physics, even biology. Some people know how to grow virus today, right? Even though those things are still dangerous, but people know at the end of the day, we're using it for something more positive than negative. Now, look at my grandpa. He used to have some book on some kind of herb and some traditional jazz. But in most of those books, we never see that thing complete. And look at all of us now. Nobody has the knowledge of that thing. Even the one that is documented. I'm even telling you that for free. If you don't document your things, how are people going to know? The Chinese, the Indians, and others, they manage to document this. But we keep everything secret. Even the app just to eat ordinary, headache. No, you want to keep that secret. Even in this modern day, we see have that culture. Even though, okay, maybe as a computer scientist now, if I know something about computer, I want to keep it to myself, and so that I want to maximize it. I don't want to share knowledge, right? That is exactly what is killing us. We see even do it.
Ola, we
Even
didn't
with
give all
the
our
May I
knowledge
speak?
secrets.
Let me
The
say
people
something real
abandon the
quick.
knowledge. That's what happened. They abandon it.
Yeah,
They don't want every secret.
you
let me say
abandon
something.
what you don't understand. If you struggle with
Um,
things that you don't understand, you abandon.
all right, can I go?
Oriola, please go
Okay,
All
ahead.
right,
go ahead.
so I want to go back to Ogbeni. So I actually like this type of stuff because it's always good for us to like criticize. When we criticize, we try to critique to see like ask questions. So you mentioned, because all we know, the documentation that we kind of know, that we think we know, was the 13th century when the Portuguese came to the coast of Lagos and they kind of like document what they found and stuff. So you were asking that what type of invention was there then. So let me speak on that first. Then I'll speak on IFA, because the way I see IFA is basically a database. There's religion in IFA. There's so many things. There's physics, anatomy. Me and BT was discussing this yesterday. The way I see it. So now let me speak to invention, because you were talking about was there any invention. So one, we all, well, maybe not all of us, we know that Ogun, even though
No, point
I
of
think
correction.
Mike
No,
already break it down. Huh?
sorry, before you move on, point of correction. I never said there was no invention at all. I said there was none as advanced as
Advancement, yeah.
those guys that came to us. So you can continue.
Okay. So if all right, I was speaking about the invention that I think was then, and if you say advanced, definitely if I go with the advanced first, so we cannot advance because you have to remember during that 13th century, that's when slavery started. So even manipulation already started then. So coming to the revolution that started, because you have to remember, it looks like back then we are kind of like on the same playing field. It's just different way of. So if you look at the Europe, the way they communicate, they write things down and stuff. If you look at us, the Africans, we don't usually write things down, but it's more like, so you have the babalawos, you have the onisheguns, you have the midwife that, like, you have to be in that lane to learn to be able to become those doctors and preachers or whatever. And it's more like Toriban for me. I have ethic. I know where to go. If I have this, those they have to learn, which is they become literate, because to us now, after the slavery and colonization, we think if we read in English is learning. No, that's not the way I say it. It's more like they have to learn to know these things to be able to become proficient and professional in what they're doing. So that's number one. Number two, we all know, like, they would say Ogun is blacksmith. I know, like, you broke it down, like they come back and reinvent themselves. Are you saying to us that we weren't farming then, even when we're farming? So that means we did invent something to be able to cultivate and produce food. That's number one. We live in houses, even though they were built houses with mud then. So we invent things. Three.
Give me an example of what we've invented. You've not mentioned.
No, I just
one.
name. Okay,
No,
so
sorry,
I
Ben.
just name. Okay, how do we cultivate food? They told us Ogun was
Oriola, you're
blacksmith.
right. You're right about what you're
Tell me how
saying.
we cultivated.
In the crudest form of civilization, you're right, because all cultures also they were able to cultivate agriculture.
Yeah,
Bu-
Ogun is a blacksmith. So how does he know where to find metals? Because metals, maybe iron, oil, copper, and all of this, they're underground. So that means they have to innovate to be able to find those raw
Do, do,
materials, and they
do
were
you have
able to
you
turn those raw materials into machine, like cutlass, whatever, to be
so
able
you
to
think
cultivate.
we had cutlass before the Europeans came?
What do we use to cultivate?
No, I'm
What
asking you now. Tell me
I'm
what
definitely
we are using.
I'm definitely sure we do have stuff
We
like that.
had cutlass.
Yeah, I'm sure we do.
No,
No, and now
we did
no,
not have
no.
cutlass.
Let me now back. I'm sure we do. I
uh,
mean, what the question the question that we need to ask ourselves is this: we are cultivating food. How do we do it? Of course, we
say
will have
okay.
something.
Let me take it.
Listen. Let me land first. Let me land first. So that means we have something that's close to cutlass or O's
Okay,
or anything to be able to cultivate.
I
How
agree with
would
you.
they
We had something
listen?
close.
It's critical thinking. You ask this question and find answer to it, and
Oriola is simple.
I can tell you where to find these
Uh,
answers. So
have you landed?
let me
Okay,
land.
go.
No, because you not give me a chance to speak. How do they? So if I'm asking these questions, oh, how are we able to do cultivate food? So that means we have something that's close to cutlass or O's or machinery that we're using on farms, right? So now, how does that happen? We all knew that Shango, they call them Orisha. Orisha means like someone that does something that nobody have done before. So basically, in a way, they invent something, and they also call him a blacksmith. So if you look at it, and now if you're thinking critical thinking, how were they able to find the metals to use to get something to get something close to a cutlass? That's another thing. So now let's cross that down. When in the Portuguese write-up, they said they saw people fishing at the coast of Lagos. Now, for you to be able to fish, that means you have something, either a hook or you have a fish net. That means we inventing something to be able to grab food from, to be able to grab fish from the sea or from the river, whatever it is. So critical thinking. Now, here's what I think. I mentioned before that IFA's database, because a lot of people that are into IFA now, they will say that okay, some I've really seen it online like bullying. I'm not sure if anybody that's electrical engineer is there. If you go through your learning through your school, you learn about bullying. Bullying has to do with how like they create switch on and off. That I've seen people that actually learn about this thing says something like close to that is present in IFA. They also claim about the internet 101 whatever. What I think IFA is this is why critical thinking comes that we ask questions related to things. Reason why I think it's database is that it looks like every single thing is present in it. Even religion is also present in it. But our people nowadays, they were using it. They use it. Majority of what they focus on is just the religious aspect, like the question they're asking Ifa. So if we ask Ifa about, let's say, astrophysics, or we ask him about something related to anatomy or biochemistry, physics, chemistry, we ask him about those things. I'm sure he will be able to. And I will give you another reason why I think if I will have those things. They will tell us that, okay, I'm from Egba. There is if I want to know like exactly where I'm from, they will tell you you have Oriki. That would take you to where you're from. And it not only take you to where, it will explain, you can explain your lineage. And according to people that know if I don't know it, they said every town or every places that were formed in that Yoruba land is present in that Ifa as well. Like if you want to know how Ile-Ife come together, he can tell you. That means there's history present in that Ifa as well. That's why I call it, it looks like it's a database. So now critical thinking, like we should be asking questions. Like people that know these things, we shouldn't, they focus more on the spiritual aspect of it, which is more like religion. But there's more that our forefathers or whatever, they've saved for us. That 14th or 13th century, everything start going down from there. Because even though all of the things that they saved in that thing, we weren't able to now be on our own to be able to think because some people derail us. So that's how I say. So when we're saying that, do we have any information? Do we invent anything? I think I'm able to prove to you guys that we do have invention.
Okay.
Based on what I said.
Okay, maybe Prince Daddy wants to say something, but I'll join you.
Yeah, briefly. So, there's no dispute. I think I said it earlier. Nobody's disputing that if we Africans ever created anything. I don't think that's the bone of contention here. And by the way, if we're talking about this transatlantic slave trade, I think that began in 1526. I just Googled it right now, not in the 13th century.
But the first time they came to our coast to check you guys out was the 13th century, 14 something. But
okay,
in 15th century, the 14th.
After the Iron Revolution, right?
Okay, so there's
no, Peter, we haven't get to revolution there because everybody was on playing field. We are all like on the farm.
Where was Iron Revolution? Where was Iron Revolution?
What was what?
Where was Iron Revolution?
Iron
According
Revolution.
to who?
What's Iron Revolution?
Iron Revolution in United Kingdom. That's when was that?
What I'm asking, what is Iron Revolution? Because the first revolution that I know was when
they discovered how to mine steel and make iron and make weapon through iron. Where was that? That 14th century, right?
Are you kidding me?
Wait. But you can't call that because they have.
Are you saying we're not casting iron in Africa?
Yeah, exactly. We've been doing that. We've been doing that. You can't use that. You can't use that manipulation.
Hold on. Don't misinterpret. I just asked for simple information. I'm trying to gather when was Iron Revolution. I want to link that to when the European arrived in Africa.
Yeah, but that's what see. I don't know, but if you look based on the write-up they actually were giving us, and to what we know, to the fact that we have the god of iron that is able. We are cultivating, we are farming. That means we have something close to that. And if we have something close to that,
can I debunk your narrative?
Let me take a quick crack at it. I'm not done yet. It took over again, but again, nobody's disputing that we Africans had a form of advancement. Obviously, we lived somewhere, not just on the trees, but we did some farming of some sort, maybe fishing, dipping our hands into the river to catch fish. Maybe that's the level of advancement.
Prince Daddy, here's the question for you. Your knowledge of Africa, where is the source? The entire source of your knowledge of Africa, I bet, came from Europeans.
That's a
Europeans, of course, we know they are very racist. So when they want to talk about Africans, what Africans do, they're not going to tell you anything positive. The disaster. Hold on. Let me tell you guys something. What the disaster is for us. Hold on, George. Let me just say this. What the disaster happened with us was that we allow Europeans to create our curriculum and educated our children. And that's why you guys end up
that was thinking the way you are thinking. Mike, that was years later, after they already conquered us.
And that's what conquer who? They didn't conquer me. I don't know what you mean by conquer. They didn't conquer anybody.
We have to accept to be able to move forward. Like
how did they conquer me?
Okay,
which
race is at the bottom of the chain right now? Which race?
There's doesn't mean I'm conquer. Well, first of all, I'm not on the bottom. I don't know what you mean by bottom.
Okay. Okay. If today, as of today, if all presidents of the world come to the table, which race will be the one that?
If you're talking about. Hold on. You're talking about the global economics and things like that.
But it doesn't mean shit. That's why I think we're talking about this. It doesn't
mean I'm conquered.
Let's be real.
You reach
We
out at me
are.
doesn't mean you've conquered me. I don't know why you guys think like
Okay,
this.
let Benny continue. Benny, go ahead. They won't allow me. Go ahead.
Okay,
Wait,
Prince, thank you.
I know Benny. Wait, let me
Yeah.
also put this true to you. You know, like they also
I'm not,
that medal that we are doing, like the if you go to different palaces, they have like what would I call them? One more I want with medals like the hat as well. That even one of the historians was saying that some that they took from Benin, they realized that they all came from Ilefe and they were done like maybe like 12th century or 10th century. So that would tell you that we have metal and since that century. So I can look up those videos for you. So that's how you will know like we've been
Okay.
because I know you want
Oriola,
to debunk.
Oriola, I read that Iron Age started from sub-Saharan Africa. So maybe you want to consider Nigeria as part of sub-Saharan Africa, probably. So
Yeah, but no.
so
But
when I ask question, I'm trying to link 1+1
right.
So
that is Iron Age, you know. Now,
yeah, Iron Age, yeah, something
yes.
because that people started discovering metal.
What
Right.
do you?
I
Yes.
know China was
So
ahead of everyone in terms of technology until
See,
this guy until
thank you.
400 or almost
that
440
was
sha.
what they were able to document. Listen,
No,
that
no,
was
no, no,
what
no,
they
no,
were
no, no,
able
no.
to
You know,
document. If we go
Exactly.
into our
Thank you,
own
Oriade.
database,
Oriade, you see what the
No,
problem is?
yeah, if we go
The
into our own
account,
database, which is SIFA, it
thank
might
you.
tell us
The
something
account,
different.
we're only
It
going
will
by the
tell us
account
Oh,
of
something
let me
different.
others.
talk now.
Oriola, we
You
don't have
people should
that
allow me to talk
documentation.
now. Ah,
Right?
Please go ahead,
Ogbeni
Ogbeni.
speak. Ogbeni
Ogbeni,
speak.
please go ahead.
Debunk
Go
me.
ahead.
ẹ jẹ́ káwa
Debunk
náà
me,
sọ̀rọ̀.
Ogbeni. We need to tackle this one right now.
Oriola, let
No,
Ogbeni
no,
talk.
we are
Let Ogbeni
learning.
speak, please.
You see, I'm not really debunking. We are just
Yeah,
learning.
I know.
Okay, now first and foremost, let me address Mike issue. You know, Mike has this. He thinks you think everybody reads their history only from what Europeans put. I'm not. That's not the way I study my
Well,
own
not
history.
from Africa. There's no single one you got from the
What
Africans.
did you write? I've you said
Well, if
from
we didn't
all
write it, then that means, well, because we didn't write it, so you have to go by only the Europeans' accounts.
No, we are not going back. Wait now, Farabale. So the Europeans wrote, sorry, right? I keep saying it. Asians and Arabs, they all had contact with us, okay? And they had their records. When you reconcile all these records together, it gives you some perspective.
So name the Asian
What
record
is
about
part of
Nigeria.
Africa.
Name one.
We have Stone Age. We move.
Name the Asian record
We
about
move to
Nigeria.
Bronze Age. We move to Iron Age. Then I'm coming now. So we started moving, classical era, all those era. Now, these are not the making of the Europeans. They are when you consolidate history written by this major what do you call it now, world, the European, the Asians, the Arab, you bring them together. It gives you this perspective. Now, even about Africa, our archaeologists and anthropologists also here in Africa has been able to dig out some relics of history.
Really? From who?
From North culture. They've dig out. They've
Written
dug
by
out a lot of
Europeans.
things. In fact, as
Is it written by Europeans?
No. I said relic of history. I'm not saying writing. For instance, they dug out this skull, these bones, this the pyramid of Egypt you're talking about now. Some relics of some pharaohs, the mummies of centuries of years past and others, and they were able to subject it to test, and then been able to put some pieces of our history also together to give us a glimpse of what was actually happening in Africa at XYZ time.
Hey, who was those people doing it?
In the
Europeans.
African historians and anthropologists. Go and read now. There's
Really?
so many.
Name them.
Yes, they're African anthropologists. They're African historians. You don't know?
Really?
They are.
Led by Europeans.
For instance,
They have been Europeans have been the one documenting everything about us and teaching
no,
us
not
everything about us.
all. For instance, if you have
It's
read
them. It's them. The one,
if you read Babato
and it's
Infalola
not like
book,
we don't have our own people, but we ignore them. For example, if I begin to ask you the story of Ilefe, you probably don't know much, all those
why?
things.
I'm writing a film, a script a docudrama on Ile-Ife. I call it the Kingdom of Yorubas. Don't worry, when it comes out, you will know. So my point is that when you are dealing with people, don't have this mind of
But
you
but
just
I
see
do
generally
think
paper.
where
No, there are people who do research. Okay,
but what I do think
they
is
have
this.
interest. So, but
The
that said, let me address Oriola point now. Now, Oriola to you. You see, we never said, and Prince Daddy have clarified that today. We are not saying that there was no innovation. In fact, the reason why I asked this question was because Mike was trying to paint it as if European came, they pick all our deities and all those refugees, and that has been helping them, as if they were never advanced before their
That's
coming.
not what I said.
Yeah, no, that's my
I said they
understanding of
go
what you
around the
said.
world to learn. They learn from us. They learn from everyone. They put
Yeah.
things knowledge.
So
They go around the world learning.
yes. So my point is that okay, why why and as people ask that question that okay, but our science that we had then and there couldn't advance us better than them. And this is the reason why I'm saying it now. Go to Oriola now. Oriola said, okay, they met us here. We could have after Iron Age was somewhere around us here. My reading of Iron Age was I started from somewhere in Sudan and then down to North Culture. So the North Culture is just immediately above us. The Nupe down there. So we can as well project that, okay, it got to the Yoruba land one way or the other because we're travelers, so we could travel up north and then we'll come back. Fine. I agree with that. But my point now is this. Okay, let's assume we've been having all these iron and others, at least to cultivate because we're feeding our people, right? But don't forget that it is not in all civilization they use iron to feed people. People farm without iron, okay? People have...
Can I say something real quick? So I put something in the chart, but what you that should back it up, like the hat, the crown that it wore. It did it back to 12. Actually, based on the research they did it back to 12,000 to 14,000 CE. So even before the 10th century. So that means we were able to come up with iron. We are able. So you know that. So you saying
who wore
cutlass?
that crown? Who wore the crown?
Oh, on him now, on him.
Oriola, let me say this real quick, so
we were
Ogben, you keep
able
saying
to
one thing. Can you guys
look
hear
at
me?
it now.
Which of the
Just
Oni?
read the thing. Okay, I'll
I've not
give
seen
me a
it now.
minute.
That's why
Let
I'm
me say one
asking
thing real
which
quick,
of the
guys.
Oni.
Yeah.
But I've not finished now, Mike. Let me
No,
finish now.
I know, but I just want to say something about what you keep saying. You keep saying, why did the deities advance, get all
Yes,
advanced?
advance our
Oh, okay,
technology
hold
more
on.
than
It's not deities, they will decide whether you advance. Advancement has to do with desire, first of all. As a
so we
person,
never
if you
desire to advance.
hold on. If
Why
you
do you
as a
have to blame Europeans that
give me
came?
a second now, give me a second. First of all, we're advancing, but you're saying why were we not advanced, more advanced than Europeans or
Yes,
things
and
like
then
that?
before they came.
First of all, hold on.
Slavery cut that short. That's what I was
Beside
just saying.
that, no. First of all, for you to say you want to advance and do
No, it
something
wasn't
or
slavery. There was
build
slavery.
something.
There was slavery also in Europe now.
Can I
Europe
talk now?
started slavery before us too.
Hold
Okay,
on. You keep saying why need the deities help you advance. It's not the deities that will help you advance. First of all, it's the human brain that have to do the work, right? The principles you have, maybe the wisdom. Hold on. Your foundation, your culture, your spirituality, all those things. Those are foundational knowledge. You understand? It's your brain that will now decide to pick that and use that to build up. Now, which is what scientists are doing. That's what I told you guys earlier. Nature teach you everything. So our spirituality is more of nature, forces of nature. Everything is there. Even scientists today, they go to nature to study nature before they decide which area to advance, what to advance on, how to advance, all those things. So advancement has to do with your desire first. Personal desire, like, oh wow, you know what? I wish I can build this or this. Your imagination. It comes to your imagination first. That's why they call it the power of imagination. It comes to your imagination, like, wow, I wish I can just, and usually something lead you to that, to want to do something. For example, why Airplane was created, and we all know the story. It was a mailing company where the employees were all in a room with the CEO. They were all trying to figure a new way to make mail travel from United States to Europe quicker. And they were all talking. Somebody said, how about we figure a way when something can fly? And that's where the idea all came about. And with time, scientists took it and then they begin to do research, and they were so strong about a desire to figure out something can fly from America to Europe. So it starts from desire first. And once you have that desire, and then you can now go to your
Yeah, wait.
what
Are you
farm.
saying? Yeah,
Hold on,
even
hold on.
with what you're saying, we have people that are scientists as well,
Yeah,
philosophers.
yeah, yeah. But
The
that's what I'm saying.
only
So,
the only
so
thing is this: if we now that we were now asking questions and thinking things, I think in IFA as a database should be able to
yeah,
point
the
us to
foundational
those
knowledge, the
things.
foundational roots, all
It
those
should be
things.
able to
Yeah.
tell us
But
what was stored in IFA, for example. It should be able to point to by just asking questions. And I think those things are available there.
yeah,
Because
things are
I know,
available. But the thing is, we don't have the desire to advance. That's the problem we have today. And those
well,
that even
I
those that
want
have
to
the
advance.
desire, those that have desire, like maybe myself and you, but those the people that are supposed to do the funding, the backing, like the government, all those kind of people, they themselves have abandoned that area. You understand? They've abandoned that area. They don't
Yeah,
want to look
but
at
is it their fault?
whose fault.
It's not their
Who else will I
fault.
blame?
I
They've
don't think it's
brainwashed.
a,
See, they've
I don't think
brainwashed
it's an
they've
absence of desire
brainwashed
to
us now.
advance.
You mean the
I
brainwash Prince
believe
Daddy and
I don't believe it's an absence of desire to advance. I
his
think
desire, man. His desire. We don't have that. I'm sorry. We no. Or
I think that is
But if you go to
a
Nigeria today, look at your leaders, man. Look at the people.
Mike.
They don't have desire, man.
Don't use today to judge our yesterday.
No,
Please.
Benny, let me tell you something. Let me tell you one reality of a black man, African man. If you spend time, I don't know if you lived in the West and in Asia, if you spend time and interact with Asian people, white people, and look at their daily reasoning, their daily
Mike, I don't like the way
hold on,
you're
let me
looking.
learn. Like
I
this is
don't
very
like the
important.
angle the way you're
Oriola,
looking.
hold on. Let me learn. Even if you look on TikTok and look at the kind of things a typical white, young white person or white Asian person, Asian person will engage himself. Usually something more of creative or thinking. But if you look at an African, real more thing we are more desire about is how can have girlfriends and party and just
Mike,
things of pleasure. I'm just saying our nature. Those
Abulele
are the things we really
Abulele.
enjoy. We have more desire for those kind of things than
Mike, did they
and
those races that you mentioned, did they went through the slavery like we went
slavery has
through?
nothing to do with
Did
liking
they
women.
did
All
they
those
went
things.
through
It doesn't
colonization
matter,
like
man.
we went through? They
Yes, they
didn't went
did.
through
They
our
did.
brain.
Oriola,
They did.
But
Lola,
the
what you
slavery
went
they
through,
went through is
they
not the same
did.
as
They
they
went
were
through
see.
slavery.
No,
They,
Ogbeni,
they,
please
they
let me speak
went
to
to
Ogbeni
slavery.
real
They
quick.
went to colonialism.
No. Their slavery is
UK
different.
was
They were doing slavery among themselves, just like we were doing it among ourselves. But when
no,
they
no, no.
but when the
Oriola actually,
It was
transatlantic started, it's way different.
Oriola. It was
So
Oriola
don't
actually,
slavery.
slavery is
compare it
supposed to
now.
motivate you to even advance further. I'm
My
sorry.
brother. It was not.
The
No,
Holocaust we experienced supposed to give us
I don't think
Mike.
you understand
Oriola.
slavery like that,
Their
man.
own
The
slavery
way
no.
you're
was
saying it
under
The
the
Holocaust supposed
Romans.
to motivate
The
you to even
Romans.
advance further, self.
The Romans
is
invaded the English land. The Danes,
yeah,
Spanish,
but they're all
they invaded the land.
Caucasians. That's
They
just
enslaved
like
them.
It doesn't matter.
See,
It's the same thing.
Ogbeni,
yes.
they're all Caucasians. Just the same way or your empire was
So the
invading
person
Dahomey, or your empire was invading Benin. Just like that. It's the
No,
same
we never
thing.
invade Benin, man.
Stop
You
it.
never invade Benin. But anyway,
You have,
so
we put them
we
under us
invading.
now.
Oh, you mean
They
Benin
were under
Republic? Oh,
us.
sorry.
Weren't they under us?
Benin
Weren't they
Republic.
under
Not
your
Benin Kingdom,
empire?
Benin Republic, yeah. But Oriola, actually, your Holocaust supposed to motivate, give you a reason to even advance.
But
Everyone that goes through Holocaust advance after that.
only cause
Wait,
that's
don't
different.
use that argument of slavery is the reason why we are not
No,
advanced.
yes, it is. It is.
It's not logical
See,
at all.
when other race put you under them, it's different than when you yourself were doing it among yourself.
no,
But,
the
That's
reason why
it's
that.
not an excuse why we are not
the
advancing.
Romans,
Okay,
the
It should be the
it's
reason
not
why
an
we should have
excuse.
advanced.
Okay,
Romans and the English were not the
why are
same.
you here? Why didn't you stay in your
The
country?
Danish and the English were not
It's
the same.
because
The
what do you mean?
Danes
What
were
does
not
that have
the
to do
same.
with anything, man?
It
Why
does
French
have
were
where?
to
not
do
the
with
same.
something because
What does it have to do with
we can't do better. That's why a lot of people have to move out of those places to learn, to gain knowledge, to be better with their life. If not, we can see
no,
them in our
actually we're all
country.
looking for greener pasture.
Listen,
That's all.
Oh, guys,
we can see them
Every
in our
human being look for
country
greener pasture. It's not
and
peculiar
start
to
inventing
Africans.
stuff.
By the
me,
way.
I won't go sleep. Oh.
Okay, okay. Good talking, man. Good talking. Good conversation.
Yeah, thanks for having you guys.
Well, wait,
thank you, Benny.
Yes.
Ogbeni. I actually would like to. I like us to prove the point I was trying to make, because I like your questions, but I want us to prove it, to be able to be certain that actually our people before that, for 13th century and 15th century, when the slavery started, we were inventing stuff. This iron ore, our people were able to know locations where iron are, dig it, turning into metals. I would
But
like us
slavery
to.
didn't end anything now. You're
I'm
talking
not
as if they enslaved
disputing
every
that.
black person in the world. Are you kidding me?
That's
They
technology,
just
brother.
took people away now. They didn't enslave us in Africa now. What are you talking about, Ariola?
See, if your invention were that fantastic, you wouldn't abandon it for Oyinboso.
Eh?
No, wait,
No, no, no.
As
that
at
wait,
then, it
when
was more advanced.
manipulation,
You will
when
not
ma-
abandon it to embrace Oyinbo's own. We were
well,
collecting
Ojúkòkòrò
mirror,
ló ń ṣe wá now.
we were
ma-
collecting gene, we were collecting
you're
beer and mirror.
you're
And you are
talking
saying
about
we are advanced
manipulation.
world.
Ojúkòkòrò.
Wait, you are talking about
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni.
Angba
manipulation.
mirror now, Angba shinap, Angba kini mi.
Torí obìnrin ni náà ṣùgbọ́n tí wọ́n kí tó bá ti fi ṣínà àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀fí náà gbàyàwó níyàwó ṣèbí torí obìnrin ni ìṣúkọ. I'm telling you that black man problem.
But that part of that shinap is the story that was narrated to us. Wasn't
so it never
our
happened.
people that read that story.
But there must be something
man.
That's where I think that's history need to be asked from.
You know, Riola, I want to agree with you. Ogbeni, you know, most of the things that they tell us, we don't know how true it is. So, you know, these people, they are known to lie and right. You know,
they have some pictures now.
It may be true to some extent, but I question most of these things. Thomas of normally, this is what happened. We don't know exactly what happened.
All those Opobo guys, don't forget that these guys have been keeping record for centuries.
But yeah, they keep record, but they're not going to give you the actual complete truth. Europeans are known not to. It's the same way they do their media. Okay. Let me ask you guys: when you turn on the media,
record too now. It's just that we didn't go ahead and confirm with our own record. We are keeping record as well.
Some of exactly our people tell their own story among themselves. But you guys need to understand something.
I believe
hold on.
as it.
Hold on, Oriola, hold on. When you guys turn on the news, like Western media, when they are telling story about Africa, hold on, this is very important. Tom cover story, if they are covering story about Africa, they always bend the truth in a way. They always trying to, they do propaganda a little bit.
But
so that should give you.
Mike, let me tell you, let me ask
but that should give you a reason to believe that the thing they're telling us about their accounts back then too, they will be doing some little bit of propaganda
Mike,
too.
let me ask a question that my supervisor asked me during my PhD program, because I know Iboma.
No wonder I think like this.
I kept no, it doesn't matter. You can gain from anybody. I'm gaining from you since morning now, so it doesn't matter. Now, and I keep complaining. I have this Pan-African thing. If you in any gathering, you talk, if you speak anything hill of Africa, if I pick you up, you won't even like the area will come for you. So because of that, I took my time to go and read about corruption perspective in UK, in Europe. I have all these facts in my head. So when you come and say something and say, African, Nigeria is corrupt. When I take you up, I give you fact and figure about how corrupt your own country too is. And so one day, I was complaining about the story they were picking about Africa was untrue and that. He just looked at me and said, young man, does Africa have a major media speaking their story, telling their own story? Have I thought about that thing before? When any story breaks like this, BBC will be telling the story from the British perspective. Press TV will be telling the story from the French perspective. Even Al Jazeera will be telling the story from the Asian perspective. And Sky CNN also will be telling the same story.
Yeah, but you have to realize that this thing is not.
Where is the cable, the TV that is universally viewing, that speak for Africa, that tells African story? So you don't have it. And the next 100 years now, when they pick this record, you'll be blaming Europeans.
Ogbeni is actually more than what you think. Yes. Do you know what history? So basically, if you go to school, like in this country that I have, before you graduate your high school, you have to take 4 years of history. And American history, you take that at least 4 or 2 years, and you take world history as well. You see that world history is exactly what you're saying. They wrote it in their own perspective, which is what we're learning. Imagine you're young and you're learning those things, or they already instill those things in your head. What do you think will happen when you grow up?
You see, Prince, you see the black Americans. You see how they brainwash them to just they don't even want to see
They
Africa at
didn't
all.
brainwash them. That's what they learned at school. What?
That's what I'm saying now. In school now, the school system, they just teach them to really not like where they come, their
Yeah, but
ancestors come from.
they are writing from their own perspective. Just like
And that's why I'm agreeing with
just
you
like the
now.
slavery
So
that I'm
and it's the
talking
same
about.
thing they deal with the Africans too now, like because we are learning from them, so they just condition our mind to see
Yeah,
ourselves in a way,
just like
in a very
We should
negative
tell our
light.
own
just
story
like the
too.
slavery that I'm
And we
talking
don't write
about.
our own story, and we need to start doing that.
When we learn slavery in school, we are learning it based on what Caucasian man wrote, and he's telling us that we are at fault, that our own people were the one trading us.
When you guys gonna start complaining? That's the question.
We need to, exactly. I thought that's why we're talking now, that we should critique ourselves. And the critiquing is more like, okay, just like the conversation we just had about the iron ore, do we actually create that? And based on like what I just put there, it has been created. So now, if IFA is like a database, we should be able to question IFA about history. What does IFA ask on history for us? What does IFA ask about anatomy, biology, chemistry, biochemistry, physics, all of those things? We should be able to question it, and it should be telling us. Because I'm looking online, everybody is saying, "Oh, you see this computer science you're doing is in IFA." Okay, if it's in there, we need extensive write paper, publish it online. Exactly what IFA says about these things.
Well, it shows that you said it numerous times that if I've been database, but if you ask me, from what I understand, I would say IFA is not a database. It's a permutation of things. IFA, because every person that goes to IFA, for example, is unique. Okay, they can look based on divination or whatever and tell you about that person. The reality is that everything that
Based on
happens.
what you said, that's what they're using it for. But it's more than that. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh,
Everybody is using it as
hold
a
on.
religion, spiritual thing.
Okay,
But it's
I
more
got
than
you.
that.
Okay, I got you. So hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. So how come if that been the case? Every time you guys talk about it, it kind of talks down on us. See, if truly, if I is a database, a repository, how come we've not been able to tap in and withdraw that knowledge so we
You are
can
not
use it?
investing in it. You abandon it. That's what we are telling you.
How many of you are asking that question? I'm asking that question tonight. But how many of you guys are actually asking that question?
It's just a natural progression. It's just a natural progression that
Prince Daddy, you abandon it. Africans abandon it. That's what we are trying to tell you. They abandon it for Christianity. So how are you going to use it to advance if you have nothing to do with it?
Can you guys let someone add to your conversation? The question I want to ask you, I once heard from Baba Yoruba. He said IFA is an abbreviation. So if IFA was an abbreviation, then what was it known for before? Because he said indigenous.
No, don't listen to that guy, man. That guy is a moon. The guy was a redeemed pastor. When he started learning something, then he went online, start talking.
Okay, so let's
the rabbi called him, they warned him, man. They warned the guy. The guy is one intellectual that just started running his mouth.
what did he say? What did he say was?
Remember that
he said Miss Indigenous African.
remember that starting from when colonization started, like the 19th century to now, like we can actually question our leaders, which kind of kills no, not just the leaders, our parents as well, which kills our critiquing. We have, like when we are younger, part of knowing that a kid is growing up, it's more like he will ask questions about everything. He will try to find answer to everything. You see, those other race, they don't kill that in their kid. That's why they're always curious.
Oriola, let me say something. See, in as much I want to agree that we black people, we add our own science before, because we are human, it's impossible for us not to have anything. It's impossible. At least if we didn't have anything, we wouldn't have survived. That's given. But the problem is this: that doesn't sound like insult whenever they say, if you want to hide anything from an African man, put it in between the book. In between the book. You understand? That's the evidence of what we are saying today.
No. That's their own. I mentioned it initially.
Wait, Oriola, now you just argue. Hold on. Wait.
Because black man, I want to party. I want to shape party.
See, you that you are talking today now, I can tell you speak to Yoruba, but you don't understand Yoruba. I'm telling you, categorically.
Ooh.
You, Oriola, you speak Yoruba. You don't understand Yoruba. Many of us speak Yoruba. We don't understand Yoruba.
I agree with you.
The basics of it.
I agree with you.
So
we
just because
totally don't understand it.
We lack documentation because we don't even know the how what we say even manage to
Ola.
It's no longer the language of
instruction. You learn by saying that we lack documentation. Our people actually document, but our documentation style is not by writing things down. We save it somewhere, which is
wait now. See, okay, now before the Oyibo people, even from their own Ivy League college, started agreeing that the Chinese were there technologically before them. It used to be you and I and many of us believe that Chinese people, they are fake, they don't understand, they stole technology from the Western culture, and it was a lie. They were like almost 600 years ahead of these people. But just because the United Kingdom discovered gunpowder, they started creating problems for everyone. And the Chinese people, they were not they had no interest.
Actually, the Chinese were the ones that make gunpowder first.
No, I said when
the Europeans just turned into gun.
Exactly. When you see, like the Chinese people, they had get gunpowder. They were using it to do some things better. They were interested in trades. They were not interested in war. But immediately, United Kingdom got their own like this. The next thing, they started flying everywhere, started colonizing everybody. You understand? But the Chinese people, they were able to come back and retrace the step and still preserve their culture, well documented.
They were colonizing everybody. Wasn't on your empire doing the same? Wasn't on Dahomey? All of those Africans.
That's correct, Odiola. That's correct. I agree with you. They came but the thing, during that period, we lost our own culture. How did we document that we could not preserve? The Chinese,
they manipulate our people. They manipulated them.
Why didn't they manipulate the Arab? Why didn't they manipulate the Arab? Because the Arab people, they say are the Islamic, right? Then the Buddhists, the Asian people, the other Asian people, they see
I don't think that's why. Because when you read the Spanish history, Spain, they have the Middle Eastern was they actually either migrate there and conquer or do some things, because some of the invention that they know actually was coming from that side as well. So there's some history that has to do with them, the Arabic going to Spain as well.
Okay.
So we can say that the thing is, when two powerful meet, they will as long as they understand that we are both giants, and they will be scared to like start fight, and they will pick on people, the little one that don't know better. That's what they did. They pick on us, and they pick on the people that they're ready to sell their soul, and they won. They find the weakest among us, and they won.
Okay, we Africans are the ones that have.
What do you mean they won? What did they win?
Hold on, we Africans are the ones.
They colonized us and sold us.
No.
Mike, accept it. You have to accept it.
Okay, we Africans are the ones that have all the knowledge in the world, but we have not. we have nothing to show for it.
That's not what we
have nothing to show for it. I think we should move on to the next topic, man.
Why do you like to turn things over, man? We didn't say that now.
Mike said it.
I didn't say what do you mean I said?
We know everything. We have everything, but somehow, somewhere, we can't do nothing with it. It's amazing.
And I'm breaking it down to you because people like you, the way you think. And
People like
people that
me.
reason like you are the one in charge.
since thousands of years or hundreds of years ago, you say people like me. Okay.
Okay.
Dude,
If you
you
want to
against
that
this happening.
topic, if you want to talk about that topic,
Anyway, Oriola, I don't know what you mean by we're conquered. Colonization was an exchange. It wasn't a conquest. It was an exchange.
Exchange for what?
It was an exchange.
Educate me, because you're already there. See,
Are you
first
saying we were forced?
we were what?
Are you saying they forced us to colonize us?
They force you. How come they?
How?
How come they
Explain.
take your territory and
They take
beat
what?
the edge? How come they're in charge of you guys? They
Dude,
force
you know,
us.
I just told you it's an
They even
colonization was
use
an.
our
Dude, do you
people
know your
that they
history?
already sold. They
Ma,
already
Do you know your
like
history
that.
at
Those
all?
people.
Let me break it down to you. You are confused.
No, I'm not. You are the one confused because you won't
Well, let me break
accept.
it down to you and you find out who's
You won't
confused.
accept
No.
what
Okay,
you don't know.
Oriola, let me back you up. Mike, is colonization. It was not an exchange. They suppressed us. Just answer
How?
that.
Did they
They went
suppress?
to the
Okay,
wait.
did they suppress you in Ekiti?
It didn't
Thank
happen.
you,
No, tell
man.
me how they suppress you in Ekiti. Tell me.
It's suppression
let me
and
tell you.
domination.
In what sense? In what sense? Tell me.
Okay. Are you not speaking
Mike,
English today?
accept this thing, man.
Are you not
Say it
speaking English?
And that's what I told you was an exchange. Where my people
Exchange with what? Are they speaking Yoruba? Are they speaking Yoruba?
it was
Are they
we were
speaking Yoruba?
interested. Okay.
Exchange for what?
Can we get into conversation
No.
instead of just
No,
talking up and down?
let's trap Mike. Mike, explain the exchange. What do we give them in return?
Okay.
What do we give them
Okay.
in return?
Let me explain to you. The war, the Eurasia area, right? They already created this new world order, this committee of nations where they were exchanging global trade and global system of monitoring and exchange, right, among themselves. They started first, the Asians and the Europeans. I got to
No,
that point.
that's not
Wait,
true.
hold on.
They
Lord have mercy. Can I talk, man? God damn, why you guys like this now? I
well,
haven't
all
even,
right, go ahead.
Oriola,
We're
hold on.
listening. Go
Let
ahead.
I haven't even got to any points.
Please
Now,
go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
they had the world order, just like as we all, the whole world history, like how we have United Nations today, right? But Africa was excluded from it. And among themselves, they were doing all those things. So the African empires wanted to be part of that global order, global family, global community of nations. So they were always, the kingdoms were always, if you go and sit down with the kingdoms were always trying to engage Europeans to be part of it and do stuff. And a lot of our the people back then usually, in fact, used to go to Europe, like travel, go to those places. So when the British wanted to do their colonization, what they were telling Africa is like, okay, now we want to introduce to the world system, introduce to the world community of the world community of nations of the world, and things. That's what they were telling them. That's why the empires invited them in. Okay, come and teach us the way of the new world, the modern way of the world. So when they came, that's how they started doing the deals with the kings, and they didn't tell these kingdoms that they were merging them with other kingdoms to be a country. They didn't agree on that. That was go and look the agreement between the Egba and the British, and even everyone else, the Jaws, all of them. That wasn't the agreement. Though there were some smaller kingdoms they kind of reject, where they have to use the other kingdom to fight them. You understand? We know that. But the main idea was the exchange of their knowledge with the Africans. That's why our people allowed them. The kings. They work with the kings where they were building the schools, building the institutions, even building the modern structures and everything. So it was an exchange. The people saw it as an exchange. But at the end of the day, hold on.
Well, I'm not going to argue this.
Go and look at when the
British
British were in Nigeria. Go and look at the good relationship.
No, that's
Hold on. Let me land. Calm down. Let me land. Go and look. But me sorrow now. Tony. If you go and look at what was going on during the colonization, it was the friendly relationship between the rulers, the emirs, the kings, the Obas, and the British. It was good relationship. They have fantastic relationship. They were sending their people to England to go to school and everything. What they did was set us up by creating that country and using a group of people
to just merge it together and run and just left the disaster there. So that's what they did. So it wasn't like they came here and forced us to be part of their system, create a system for us. Come on, it wasn't a force.
Mike, we got
Thank
that
you.
now. We got that. Oriola, please respond to that, or Prince Daddy, either of you.
Wait, to be honest with you, I don't even think this is a conversation. I don't think this guy knows history.
I just cook you, man.
Have you been we see? Just Google or Google is it Omar? There's ton of country in China that these people, these Caucasian, they own it until like 94 when they give it back, like 100 years. Like they conquer them. They
Conquer who?
The Asians, the Chinese. They
You are talking
them.
about
Just
Africa.
like
You are talking about China.
You just told us that they were doing business.
This guy talking about.
You said they were doing business with Asian. Like your history is not adding up. Whatever you're saying is not adding up.
Oriola, let me respond to Mike. Now, Oriola just gave an example of Asian now, but you don't want to agree. We know how the British people. Wait, now, Mike, we gave you 5 minutes. Now, we have the history of how India, how Great Britain industrialized India. Then that's India on their own now. Now they came to Nigeria, they came to Africa, they started mapping our own map for our own land for us. They drew our map for us.
No, not for all, for themselves. No, not for all, for themselves.
You say for themselves, for their own purpose now.
But we're not aware of it.
That's conquer. That's conquer. When you can't speak back, you can't speak back. They do it right in front of you.
Dude, what are you talking about? Somebody is mapping a land. What the hell?
Mike, you came to my house. And you are dictating how I'm going to eat, how I'm going to sleep.
Please tell me how they dictate how you are going to eat and sleep back then. Tell me.
Mike, how come you are Nigeria today? Are you not your empire? How come you're Nigeria?
Hold on.
How come you're Nigerian today? Are you not your empire? To speak to that.
I'm still your empire. Am I not your empire?
How? You are?
I have a question for you. Okay, let me ask. You guys are not making sense. Can you listen to this? Calm down. First of all,
calm down.
Ola, they were not telling anybody how to sleep, eat, and sleep when they were there. First of all, more than 90% of Africans didn't even see Weibo with their 2 eyes when they were there. Because the British didn't have enough army to even occupy the whole large space of the whole, all these colonies we're talking about, to be telling everybody how to sleep, eat, and shit, or whatever. The British did not have enough population to even occupy the whole world. So how the hell are you occupying? And you are talking about hold on.
Wait, say they didn't have enough, but European conquer Americans. They conquer Australia. They conquer Africa. I mean, and they conquer South America as well. Because when you look at that they conquer, but Africa they didn't conquer. If they conquer you, you won't be on that land. Gosh, this guy.
Dude, if they conquer you, you won't be on that land. You will not be on that land.
Yeah, how come? See, when they ask you tomorrow when you go to for your, I'm definitely sure you have American passport. On your American passport, how come you didn't write that you're from and your empire?
Is it not the Nigerian government? Is it not the Nigerians that decide to be Nigerian? Let me ask you.
Who made you
you're not making sense.
Who made you Nigerian, Mike?
It's an agreement. The Nigerians may be Nigerian. They agree.
What?
Dude, can I answer your goddamn question?
What are you talking about?
You asked me a question. Oriola, you asked me a question. You don't let me answer it.
Yeah, who makes you Nigerian? Please.
Oriola, you asked me a question. You don't allow me to answer it.
I'm listening.
Please answer the question. Don't worry. Oriola,
did our people agree to be Nigerians or not?
We didn't.
And today, are we? Who's stopping? Who's forcing everyone to be Nigerians today? Is it the British or is it Nigerians?
Who did the amalgamation in 1914? Lord Lugard, right? Lord Lugard joined the South.
Okay. In 1914, were people in Nigeria calling themselves Nigerians? He was not 1960. He was 1960.
This guy.
Are you kidding me? Wait.
They call themselves the western part of Nigeria. The western
what are you talking about?
Part of the northern part of Nigeria.
And this is the problem with you guys. When British were there, we see ourselves as people of our respective kingdoms. It was 1960.
Yes,
everybody. Dude.
This guy.
No, you are not. First of all, most people don't even speak English. How the hell would they know what Nigeria is or anything? They were in their farms, still living their
How
life.
about they're going to school, they're being ruled.
Not
So
everybody.
they speak
No,
English.
this guy, you're not making sense. People,
You are the one not making sense
okay.
because
Did
you
they
won't
force anybody to go to
accept the
school?
truth.
Wait. Tell me what they were forcing anyone to do back then. Tell me so they drag you from your house. They force you
Whoever
to go to school.
conquer you, you are not supposed to speak back to the person that conquered
Dude,
you.
you sound
So
dumb.
you guys cannot speak back, or we cannot speak back.
Really, people could not speak back.
Yeah, who spoke back? Tell us who
Spoke back in what sense? You're not making sense, man. You're not making sense at all.
You're the one not making sense because you would.
Wait. You're telling me that the British were subduing the entire population in Nigeria? Are you kidding me?
Mike, you are the only one making sense. The three of us, every other person, we are not making sense. We agree.
No, you're not listening to yourself because you guys, you've consumed rubbish information without analyzing it or thinking.
Okay, see, this is Mike's argument. The fact that the Queen of England did not come to his village to tell that they were colonized or being dominated, that means that
explain the domination you're talking about, Prince Daddy. Describe the domination. Tell me.
Well, really, and Olaf told you.
You didn't tell me. No, tell me. No, they didn't tell me anything.
Well, they came to conquer.
Tell me what they're conquering. You keep using all these words, but you're not explaining what it means.
Okay, Mike.
Mike is speaking English today, but it's not conquered.
How did Olaf
So the Chinese, everyone, the whole world is speaking English, so we're all conquered then.
Oh, Mike, waiting now. Mike,
Finally, Mike accepted. Finally, he said everyone is conquered.
No. The whole is it not interest that make you want to learn English? Okay, everybody in the village now looking around trying to learn English. It's not because of trade or for greener pasture, because it benefits you. Today now, I'm trying to learn Mandarin. I'm teaching my daughter Mandarin. So the Chinese have conquered me now, right?
Mike, holy there. Why are we not using on your empire law? How come I use the position?
Because we have interest in it. It's our interest, our choice.
Oh my goodness. So now
Ola. Okay. Ola. Let me answer your question. The British have more advanced system, right? And we saw it as something that's more advanced, right? We bought into it and we adopted it. And you're telling me they conquered us. Are you guys serious?
They were passing the law in the British Parliament and implementing in Nigeria, right? We should have accepted it. They did it in England and implemented it in Nigeria.
How many people were participating in it?
Okay, so King Leopold.
Okay, let me ask. Are you telling me?
King Leopold was in the Congo, right? That maimed the people.
The entire Congo. Something was doing at the coast.
Was it because of the choice of the people to agree with them, with the Belgians or King Leopold and his people?
First of all, I'm not from Congo. From little knowledge I have, it was
Wait.
It was collaborators. Let me get one thing straight. Everything they achieved in Africa, or they had to do, so Africans bought into it, and they colluded with them.
Okay.
Just like today, you guys are talking about Nigeria. It's people that have vested interest. Hold on.
Mike, you're saying that? Hold on, you've been talking. So you're saying that we Africans, if we wanted to, we could have resisted the Europeans, right?
If we didn't participate, they can't force us. Are you telling me if nobody was interested in the British exchange, whatever they claimed they want to exchange with us, which was deceived, right? If nobody was interested, they couldn't afford it.
If this makes sense to you,
never have happened.
This makes sense to you,
Prince Daddy, let me tell you why. Let me give you a simple reason why it would never have happened. The British does not have enough population to subdue everybody. They don't have. First of all, Nigeria is like 50 times. About 10 times larger than England.
That is not an argument. That's not an argument.
What do you mean it's not an argument? It's a fact. I say it's an exchange. So my argument makes it.
So hold on. Okay, the population. Hold on.
British that colonized Africa. British is not the only one that colonized Africa.
British colonized America, right?
Yes.
No, they didn't colonize America. No, they
did.
They did. They colonized our own British.
All Europeans.
They did.
Who were the Americans? Who were the Americans they colonized?
The Native Americans.
Who were the Americans they colonized? Was it not British?
The Native Americans.
No, they didn't. They went to the war with Native Americans and killed them. The Native Americans were never Americans.
Guys, 1 point at a time.
This guy.
The Native Americans were not Americans.
That's not true. What are you talking about?
They were
They
not
need to
America. They didn't colonize them. They went to war with them. They commit genocide against them. They didn't colonize them.
Wait,
They commit
just
genocide.
look. Just look it
No,
up.
no,
And
Oriola,
I
wait,
learned this
Oriola,
in
wait.
American
They
Oriola,
school.
hold
commit
on.
genocide against them. They didn't colonize them. What are you talking about? And they enslaved the blacks.
Guys, hold on.
Yeah,
Let
yeah,
us
yeah, yeah.
organize.
Yeah, but they
Oh,
conquered them. They conquered
guys,
them.
Yeah,
They
they
took their
conquered the
land.
Native American. That's what you call
Yeah, they took
conquest.
their land.
But not
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Africans.
Yeah,
who is
but
going,
see,
who is
wait,
going to
but
rescue me now? I've lost control. Oriola and Mike, wait. I just want us to be one after the other. Now, Mike, you said they didn't colonize America, right? How come a country that was not colonized got independence? How does it sound to you? Oriola,
They
please rescue
didn't.
me.
They didn't colonize it. They colonized their own people. It
And
was
the
the
young people, it's
hold
not the
on,
young people they
hold
colonized.
on.
Where did they colonize
Who
them?
are the people? Okay, who are the people that fought for independence? Who are they?
yeah, they're Europeans, which
Thank
is
you. They were British
yeah.
people.
Wait, listen. There is still Native American. So, but the thing is,
What do you mean Native
yeah,
Americans?
no, there's still Native American in US. They're about 2.2.
Aboriginals now.
They're about 2 million now. They're still here, but the thing is this.
Who's the majority?
No, they're not. They
The
just like
invaders.
I
Who
just
are the
told you
majorities in
like they're 2
America?
million, and United States is like 360 million, so they're nothing.
Exactly. So who's the majority in Nigeria?
But here's the thing: they colonized America. British did colonize America because Americans, most of them, they're all like
They
immigrants
colonize their
from.
own British people in
Yeah,
America.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
all.
and it's not only British because they northern part of US is British they all came from
They were sending
England.
slaves to America. They were
No,
sending
they didn't
slaves to
send
America too.
slaves. They didn't send slaves. Well, let me try to explain it the way I know it.
They
So,
colonized Irish
not
and Italians.
wait, who says says who? So northern part of America, that's like England people that settled there. When you look New Orleans, that's majority New Orleans there that's French that settled there. When you look Florida, that's Spain that settled there. So they kind of like Europeans, they kind of like take this territory, they split it among themselves. And once they became one, they don't want to be majority of people that immigrate here after Christopher Columbus found here. Was one that first found on the U.S. according to them, the history that we know. So they didn't want to be under a king. That's why they had to fight back in order to get the independence. That's when you look at it, they didn't only colonize here; they colonized Canada as well. That's why you will see like some territory still belongs to the king. Quebec area, that's the French territory. So, but those ones they didn't. They didn't fight for independence. Like they have different style of government. But the U.S. part, they didn't want to be under a king, so they had to like fight for their independence because they don't like the king style of government. So that's what I know. But the thing is, they did
So the
colonize
British
it.
people fought against British people.
Who?
The British people that left England came here and they no longer want to be under their
No, there were
They
so
fought
many
against them.
and then they
Yeah.
fought
Europeans, not
against
only
them. So
British.
It's
exactly.
not only
So how
British,
does
like
that's
I
the same
said.
as Nigeria?
It's
As
not only
the
British. It's not only British. They have the French.
Europeans.
They
No,
have
but
they're all European.
no.
Like
Sorry,
New
no.
York was
All
Netherlands,
those guys that fought the revolution.
Netherlands
Okay,
people
name
found
a
New York.
French person in the American Revolution against the
Wait,
independent fight.
wait.
No, name one.
I see. I don't know, but the
They
thing
are
is,
all British, man. Benjamin
no, they're
Franklin,
not all
John Adams,
British.
all of them. They are
They're
all
not
British.
all British. If you listen to all their names, like depend on the area you
Yeah, give me names. Now I'm
come
asking
from.
name. You can't give me name. You're telling if you're listening to your
Wait,
name.
when
Name
was
one.
it? When it has
Then
been a
all
minute
their
that I
names, they're
look.
all
Okay,
British, Anglo-Saxons.
man. Okay, do you know like some people in the US? Like I think their last name is it
People started
Napoleon
migrating
or
later. After an
Nicola?
independence, they started immigration
No,
program.
that's not true. What are you talking about? This guy,
No, what are
stop.
you talking about?
I'm telling you the truth. Then you kept telling us
Before the
that
Revolution War, hold on, let me tell you what happened.
okay,
Hold on.
okay. Who found New Orleans? Who found the New York that we
That
know
area was
today?
not
Who
part of the
found it?
US. Hold on. Let me explain something to you. The part of the whole United States right now was not the whole United States in the beginning.
When
We know.
after the hold on now,
Yeah.
this guy have to learn, man.
No.
Have
I'm
you
telling
said?
you because I know exactly what you're saying. I said
Yeah,
we
no,
know.
I haven't even said anything. Say know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you are telling us that the northern part of the US is just the United States. Then that's what you're saying. What else do you want to say?
Did I say the northern part only?
Mike,
You know, is the northern part is the US. Then New York,
Oriade, excuse
Boston
me,
area,
Oriade,
Maryland, New Jersey.
Oriade, just 2 seconds. Mike, see, the fact you don't want to know today is this. Even so many European countries were colonized, like Poland, like Russia, like Italy, like Finland, Norway, Ireland, they were colonized
By
within the
who?
European.
By England.
Yes.
England colonized Russia.
No, wait. See, wait now.
England colonized Poland.
Wait now. Ireland, for example, was under British, right? So,
yeah, you want to talk about Ireland? They are next door to them, so they invaded them.
Poland was colonized by Austria, then Germany, and Russia. You understand? So, North of France was even under English rule.
They were German people. The Austrians are pretty much Germans. Next door, just like Oyo colonized Egba now. Oyo colonized. So powerful empire next to each other. Of course, they invade their neighbors. That's normal.
Mike. It's obvious that you've not even read about this history of colonization. If you've read about the history, you will know. Everybody knew that.
We are not saying. Ola, I never say colonization. But what I'm telling you is that there's a difference between colonization and conquest.
So all this grammar you are talking about now, where we talk
no. What I asked Ola was that Ola said we were conquered, and I'm asking you that that colonization was not a conquest; it was an exchange.
Well, we say we were conquered, we were colonized. Anyhow you want to use that language.
Your definition of colonization.
Someone brought.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay.
So you're saying that we are not conquered, but how come they are able to ship our people away from us to their own?
We were selling our own people. What are you talking about, man?
Mike,
wait. Before you start selling, because according to history, first of all, what they do is they invade us.
Human kidnapping has no conquest.
Listen, Mike, you are the one telling me that I'm not listening to learn, but you're not listening to learn.
Okay, listen. Okay,
the thing is, they were before we start selling ourselves, like Madam Tinubu and the rest. Before they start selling, they were invading us and taking us away. That's what they're doing.
Where did they invade and took you? Okay. Let's agree that they did that.
Our land and taking
so that's conquest.
Read about the history now.
Okay. Let's agree now that they were invading and kidnapping people. So is that conquest?
Oriade, just let me.
Is that conquest?
Let me respond to Mike.
What do you call that?
Really? So if I go human kidnapping has conquest.
What is that?
That's not conquest. You know what conquest is?
If someone just walk into your house and do whatever they want, and you
really?
Don't have any
they do whatever they want, really. You said they were kidnapping people, you're saying they're doing whatever they want.
They invade us now. They invade us. How come you don't fight back?
What do you mean they don't fight back? Were you there? What are you talking about, man?
They wrote their own history. What was done?
Not making sense. So you're
the one not making sense because you refuse to accept that you were conquered. You're speaking
human trafficking is happening today. Wait. The human trafficking is happening in Nigeria today.
Everybody's a winner. Everybody's a winner. Ola, our wonderful host. I thought you guys, I actually came up to address the Kabesi thing. I didn't know you guys already moved on from that. But you're discussing something entirely different at this point. But that's why
we still go to the back. We still go to the back office.
Or Kabesi, don't mind if I just speak Yoruba for just 30 seconds. No,
that's what I'm saying. Let's say that one in the background.
Okay.
No, because of our audience.
Mike Ingbe will say draft one. Mike Ingbe will say draft one. But on a more serious note, I have had on this platform, Ola, where somebody that we all know on this platform is a popular member of this platform say that we should even abolish the monarchy in Yoruba land because there's outlive its usefulness. You hear that, you hear people coming here talking about there's no value anymore because they don't even go to the right channels anymore. Instead of insisting of us going back to the old ways, you will also hear Yorubas on this platform talk about we are welcoming people, take everybody in, no
Conquered
standards,
people.
no regulation because we are all Nigerians. And as a Yoruba man, it bothers me because in the next 50 to 100 years, I don't know what will become of our place anymore.
Thank you. In 20, 50 years.
Let me respond to Babati. You say
Because black man cannot see beyond his nose now. They don't look long term.
So
And
think about
according
it.
to Mike, we're not conquered.
Ade, listen now. Ade, please. This is very important. Ade, listen. Look at it. Just break it down from the religious perspective. We are crumbling. Cultural perspective. We are decimating. Political angle. We are barely holding on. The economics of it. We are crumbling. What becomes of our kids? Forget us now. Forget us now. Just think about the next generation right now. They barely speak Yoruba. They can't even write the damn thing. What becomes of our people?
Because the bourgeoisie is like Prince Daddy and all these kind of people now. They are the one in charge. You know?
Okay. Let me give my own opinion. You know, I once said it the other time that the best way to go is during this civilization, we have to protect our culture by the law, using the law to protect our culture. You see, even fundamental human rights, you know, are protected by the law. If a man is to be compelled as a last resort to tyranny, oppression, or whatever, human right has to be protected by the rule of law. You know, I learned that one from citizenship education right from 100 level, right? So the thing is this: since the time of our law, I think we got it wrong. We didn't use the instrument of the law to protect our institution, and I know this is how careless we were too when the British people captured us. Even though they came with their gunpowder, but then they knew that if they continue with that gunpowder, they could only expedite so much energy and they would not even get what they were going to get eventually. So they colluded with some greedy element within our culture to now make the job easier for them. So now, even right under our nose today, we even see some people, clergymen, that will be telling you, oh, Ilorin is not a Yoruba man. See the way they were changing the history. That's exactly what we see within the traditional stool. See, if you really want our traditional thing to carry the weight it used to carry, because to me, I'm forgiving these people role.
Sorry, but that is the argument that we should be making. How do we go back to the way it's supposed to be? As supposed to be giving up on, like saying, "Oh, it's over. We can't. It is what it is. And we have moved on."
We have to leave Nigeria.
We
have to leave.
I'm for monarchy
I'm
system.
sorry. We have to leave. Let us leave that country.
No, even within Nigeria. The problem is this: if we cannot stand, because for example, I cannot go to Sudan or Sokoto and go and mess up. If I go and say rubbish there, if my health come back with me, then I'm lucky. I'm the luckiest man on the surface of the earth.
The North are pretty much the same way before Nigeria was created. It's only Southwest. And our Yoruba come over there.
Mike,
the problem.
You know them now.
See, we tolerate. See, we tolerate way too much. Our tolerance level is way too.
Is their weakness? It's not really like the culture.
We can't speak up. I was listening to you guys early today, and you guys refuse to speak up when someone that know nothing about Yoruba, and you guys kept quiet.
That's the way Yoruba people are now. They will be like
got mad, and everybody still were coming him down.
Some Biafrans will come here and be insulting. They will say Yorubas are cowards. And I'll be the only Yoruba person challenging the guy. Like, what are you talking about? And some Yoruba will say, Yoruba will attack me.
Guys, calm down.
You are not the only one that defends Yoruba.
Let me wait. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. Let me pass my opinion. Then we talk one after the other. You see, the thing is this: I know the person you are talking about, but the reality today is, the guy was only expressing what is within the system. It's a systemic thing now that is sidelining our traditional rulers. And it's unfortunate if we protest from here to tomorrow, if we don't get hold of our representative, our senator, to say, guys, they cannot mess up with our boss, we will just be making noise there. to be honest. The like of Awolowo, the like of Ebode Thomas were even the one that started desecrating. I'm even talking about before we were even born. So people of now, they didn't even start it. That the governor can just sit in the office and command robbers. Whereas nobody can try that rubbish with King of England. So the thing is, all those traditional stuff, we have to find a way to use the instrument of the Constitution because it's our identity. We have to. Why we are not organized in that country today is that we are losing our identity and we are not stopping there. We keep losing it.
Ola, let me ask a question. Yeah. The first time we saw this Kabesi thing, on Wole Kabesi story, Maz did not say anything. Magbo, Oriti want in young, Oriti want to see better from Wagbe Wole Oriade. So anything. LKG, you sit down on the Iteoba. So anything. When the way it's going. No, Mike, sorry, Olori yẹn. I will make excuses again.
They were demonizing our religion, everything for decades, and Yoruba people didn't say nothing.
Mike, if Arabale, don't escalate now. Oremi, let's hear you, Oremi. Let's hear your own view.
Good morning, everyone. I've been listening to Mike, Ola, and Oriola back and forth for everything. One thing I want Mike to know is this, and this is the truth. Those people, the whites, color, what do you call them? They came to Africa. We are talking about Nigerian context here. They deceived them. Our people also collaborated with them to sell our people to them. They also came and fought a war and take some of our people away. So it's a 2 or 3 way fold. Our chiefs and Oba sold some of our people to them as slaves. They also fought a war in some part of Nigeria to take some people away as slaves. So let's say the truth. They colonized us. If they don't colonize us, why are we asking for independence from them? You ask yourself that question.
Who was asking for independence? Was it not the bourgeoisie that went to England? They were saying...
No, we're not talking about... We're talking about Nigerians that asked independence from...
Where the traditional rulers asking for independence.
Is it not Nigerian people? It's not people like Abba Macaulay and...
Those are irrelevant people now.
Okay, hold on.
Let me finish.
Mike and Remy, hold on. The two of you, hold on, please. No best. Let me see. We are still going to come to colonization. I thought we were even going to speak about what Baba.
I'm going to speak about it. I'm just taking them so that I can quickly finish them so that you guys can have opportunity to say your own too. Okay. So on that basis, we can categorically say that Nigeria that was formed together between the northern and southern protectorate was colonized for so many years by the British. And our people like Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, and the rest, and Sardana or whatever, they fought for the independence of that country. Whatever you can say here.
When did they fight? When did they use guns to fight?
They don't need to fight. They ask for independence. They
ask, man.
Listen. Let me finish first. Listen, everything is not about gun. Hong Kong, which is part of China, was colonized by the British for 100 years, and they gave it back to them. They did not conquer mainland China, but that small island, Hong Kong, they conquered, which is part of China, and in 1994 was returned back to China. That is the history about that one. So when you talk about our Obas and the rest, the problem with our people is that Yoruba people are too liberal, and because you want to say, okay, we are open-minded, we have been to other parts of the world, and we are so gullible, they use religion, the two religions, to make our people believe, and then they discriminate our own traditional things. Look at us now. People swear with the Holy Quran and Holy Bible, and they still continue to steal money. If you ask them, do you want to swear with Shango, be Ogun or whatever, a lot of them will chicken out because they know those ones are real. But unfortunately, we live in a modern world in which most of our people sometimes believe, oh, no big deal anymore, the world is open or something like that. So, and our Obas are not really selected on our traditional way. they were imposed by the governors and in collaboration with some of the religious leaders.
Remy, so let's fix the problem instead of giving up on that. That's my point.
Yes.
Let's fix the problem.
So I support
Don't
the
just
idea.
give up.
I support our problem. I've already told a lot of people, but in this platform. But it seems that we do not understand. Our problem is the governors. Religion is part of it also. Because how come a so-called pastor will say you want to become an Oba? Because when you become an Oba, you know that you are going to do a lot of traditional rite. That does not fit into your own religious belief. That means those people that they are saying they are Christian or Muslim, they are only that they are liars. They are deceiving our people. Because if truly you really think, oh, I am a true Christian or a true Muslim, you will never touch something traditional up to that level because you have to do a lot of you have to do a lot of things to become an Oba. You have to do a lot of so many stuff. And you know, when you die, you will not be buried like that. They will remove a lot
Can
of
I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't you think our traditionalists are compromised?
That's exactly what I'm saying. They're compromised too. They're part of 100% compromise. 100% compromise. Yeah, so we don't, and it's because we Yoruba, we always take things very lightly. We think we are very egalitarian. We think we are very elitist, and we think we know everything. We're highly educated, fashionable. Just take life easy. We can adapt, accept any culture. Even I was surprised. I was looking at what is happening in Brazil. Come and see the way they are practicing their Ifa. They were speaking true Yoruba. They know all the things. And when you talk about our own place, what are they doing? They don't even know it anymore. They want to blow. Everybody want to. Man, oh God, man. The country have turned upside down. Really.
Like I told to your point, Prince Daddy, are you there? You remember a few minutes ago you were asking about the science part of IFA, and I remember I had a talk with Oriola last night. We had an extensive talk about it, about the science part of IFA that he really wants to know. So I have tried to bring him on some platforms. Maybe when he's ready, he can ask the questions. People that are actually analyzing IFA using science, and there's a part of the fact that you can explore with them. But if you meet with the elders, they've given one condition: unless you have Yoruba nation or Legbele, I'm telling you, they cannot fully explore these things within Nigeria. They want Yoruba nation to fully explore the potential of Yoruba people. They want Yoruba nation. So without Yoruba nation, you will still be stuck in some shitty ways. I'm sorry.
Okay, so hold on. So when the empire was together, were those technology explored? Were they in use? But
they were heading there now. It's process. We were heading in the direction.
Let Babachi talk. I don't know about that.
Okay, let me give an example. Do you remember, like earlier was saying? Do you remember Nikola Tesla, right?
Yeah, Tesla. Yeah, electricity. Yeah,
Edison. You might discover something, but you might not be the one to use or implement it.
True.
So the Yoruba thing, think about Yoruba people, they have a lot of tech stuff that, like, I can always speak up when it comes to medicine, and I know some few things. But it's the fear is that we don't want, like I was discussing with Oyola yesterday. The fear is that some part of itself has been or has been stolen. Have been exploited by other people from other countries to then look to their own advantage. See how they benefit from it. So they affect if they give you these things, lose or
So help me here. So some people stole a little bit of the technology. They're using it. Okay.
No.
But some
I can give you an example though.
We can explore just
medication. I can give you some medication that they were actually using now.
Yes, now I don't know what I'm talking about now. That came from us.
Yeah, I can give you some list of stuff that came from us that the FDA approved them and they're now selling them. I bought some of them myself. FDA
okay. I'm not talking about that. Yes, when it comes to that kind of medicine or
No,
traditional
they're
medicine.
tablets. They're tablets.
Of course,
Okay, let me give you the list.
idea, hold on, the idea of tablet making is a Western construct, is it not? I mean,
That is
correct me,
not
Babati.
true. That is not true. Okay, let's take the science of it. The science that the question you were asking earlier. I put some links yesterday for Ade to follow up. I will try to find those links again. You can see people actually doing scientific breakdown of IFA. Your Odiogbe, everything, they broke it down, what it means, like the calculus of it. I think I did went through it yesterday. So I'll put the link for you to look at Prince Adi. People actually, there's science, there's calculus in IFA, there's physics in IFA. People actually do that. So
But the funny thing about it, but I believe that.
When you now say, oh, they should prove you something, I'm like, that has some kind of limitation. Let me give an example. In medicine, for instance, even when I ask questions about
sorry, Babati. I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat for you.
Thank you.
Prince
So
Daddy.
Odeori, Prince Daddy. Even I, that I'm in medicine, I cannot even ask those others about Odeori because my level in that rank is not even up to some level. But Odeori is very spiritual when it comes to Yoruba culture. Anything that has to do with neuro, even I don't have access to that knowledge. They won't share it with me because levels. So if I say, oh, it's science, you should let me know. No, you must do some things first to earn that respect to even have access to those things. That's the way Yoruba culture is. It's not for everybody to just say, oh, it's science, so it must be available. That's not the way it works in our own culture.
No, Babati. You know, my concern about our culture is this: we keep it too secret. And
it has to be now.
No, Mike, wait. Oyibo still keep some of their secrets.
True.
But you still allow some to this. See, when you open up on something, you'll be able to transfer it from generation to generation.
Sorry, let me just clarify something with you. I have had that debate with the elders before. So can you be levels in there's your basic level, there is a BSN, MSc, PhD level for everything. There's levels to it. What happens is that the intro level in Latin fix. Because once I say Ifa, Mike, what comes into people's mind? One old man somewhere in Abba. One old man in one village.
Spirituality is what comes to everybody's mind.
So that is the first thing that comes to their mind. No, I'm saying that if you say Ifa now, the average individual thinks of one old man in one mud house somewhere. That's what comes to their mind. So if
some of them are shocked now when they see some of us they are shocked, like, you? So, they see us driving Mercedes. Shocked.
So when they see the proper way, so my own thing is that at the entry level of these things, let's train people, educate them about the proper way. Once they face that problem, they will advance at their own pace. The interest will pick up once we can fix the entry point. That's the problem we are having, not the advantage. Once you can get into it at that basic level, you will naturally move up because the interest in it will grow over time. You get my point?
Okay. No, that's a good point because
you want to learn more.
It was my fear at a particular time that the Chinese people might even come back in the future to teach us about culture. I see nothing is happening already because
No. The Chinese don't work.
Remy, did you remember what I told you yesterday? What my Oluwo told me about this thing, to balance it, about Ifa?
Yeah, you told me now. They already started now.
If Yoruba
I told you they're white Yorubas. They're white Yorubas.
I did this one. Let me okay. This is what he told me. If Yorubas are not careful, we will become what the Jewish people are to Christianity. We have people who benefit from what we know than even we have. They will learn more from Ifa.
They will come back to be teaching our people.
That's the point. If you're not careful, we will lose it, and they will learn from it than even us.
No. Some of our culture are being learned in the foreign universities. And
do you know that in University of Ife they are offering Ifa and most of the students there, they are foreigners.
I'm
They are
even
European.
talking of foreign universities.
They are
Don't even, I
Europeans. They
even
are the
not
ones
talking
learning
about
in our own
university.
university in Ife. But the
Yeah,
Yorubas in Ife,
I've
they are
heard it.
learning theology.
Yeah.
Christian theology.
I've heard, I've heard they're learning
I've
IFA.
always
There's a
believed that.
class there, and I
No,
think
And all the students there will be white and
yeah. One minute. Let me say this thing as well. That man is he ele boom boom or something.
that's not about
Yeah,
worship.
he teach class in California now. I think it's
Even
California
Wale
State.
Soyinka teach Ifana in one of the
Yeah,
conference.
he teach IFA there now.
What
Yeah,
is
they're
the
teaching
So
IFA
you
there.
ask yourself a very good question. Why are all these people interested in our own? Why are they not practicing the so-called Islam? I've been to Dubai, I've been to Qatar, I've been to so many of these Asian countries. Now I'm in Europe. I never see all of them go to church on Friday, Monday, Saturday. Even in the so-called America you guys are living. I don't think people go to church every day of the week.
Hell
Why are
no.
our people
People
so
don't even
gullible
who
to
goes
this?
to church. Who have time?
No.
Why are people so gullible? I don't understand it.
Wait, Remy. Going to church is not the problem. I can tell you for sure.
It's part of the
But
problem.
no. There's nothing wrong in you learning foreign culture. But the problem is when you lose interest in your own culture. That's the problem. Now, for example, now I can go and do engineering now to benefit my society, right?
But that's not a cultural thing that we're talking about.
No. Engineering is part of our it's a culture. Anything in this life you can link it to culture. So
Learning.
Why, Ola, I want you to answer this question. As there are so many Europeans or America that is going to Nigerian university learning about IFA or whatever.
Because they see as opportunity. Opportunity is what we are not using.
Can I say this? Can I say?
Ask me the question.
Wait, can I say something real quick?
My question to Ola is this: why are these people not going back to America and
I would
then
like
use
to
it as
learn
a
that.
form
I
of
would like to answer
religion?
that.
Use as a form of religion to galvanize the people, to use them as mumu, as they are using us as mumu in Nigeria. Most of these religious leaders, why are they not doing the same thing to their people in America or in Europe?
If I the raw energy, man,
You've expanded the scope now. You've expanded the scope now, Remy. See, why people are learning our culture is this. You see, sometimes you see Yoruba will say, ẹni tó bá gbé omiyé rẹ̀ rọjà lọ́tà. You understand? Even tó bá fẹ́ rà lọ́wọ́n, kò lè ríra mọ́. You see, when you take your own thing to the market and you sell it for cheap, you can even bring $1 billion tomorrow and you will never be able to buy that thing again. That's exactly what is happening to us. We chew our cultural away. Some people are seeing opportunity there. If care is not taken, we are going to lose that our culture. And those people that are learning the culture now, they will now see the opportunity. Our people will now pay maybe 300, 400 years to learn our own culture back.
All right. Can I say something as well? I don't see it like that. So basically, you are supposed to, like when you go to tertiary education, you're supposed to, like, they have the international, so some courses is more like international based, meaning if you want to do engineering, you will do your engineering stuff. So now if you now want to do base, like you want it to focus on international, meaning you want to do or you want to learn German. So that means that your 5th year in college, you already take languages already, but your 5th year in college, you now go to that country to learn in their language, in the language they speak. So I think that's what exactly is happening when international student comes to Nigerian university to learn about either Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo, and also learn their culture and whatever we do have for religion. So I think that's what it is. So usually CIAs and ETF FBI, they usually need people like that because they need people that can speak other people language and know other people culture. So I think that's what it is. And if it happens that they now there's a gain in what they're doing, they see it, it's just like the fat thing now. They see it as, because you can see, like, you go to if you go to Harvard website now, they break it down.
Ifa, like they break it down, like they're doing more research on it. That's because they were able to take a language course, and after the language course, they do Ifa, and they now want to know more in depth. That's the
That's
same
what
way.
I'm
They
saying
have an
now.
ulterior motive. That's
Yeah,
the
but
point.
that's the same way for every culture. It's not just
That
us.
thing we don't know, they will now uncover it, they will
Yes,
discover it,
yes.
and they will now
Thank you.
send that into us. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Thank you.
Can,
Yes.
can we hear Adex before? Because by 8 minutes time, we are going to move to the backstage and we continue. Can we hear from Adex? Because we've not documented his voice. I don't know if it is for African culture or it's for the Arabian culture.
Yeah, good morning, my fellow Fulanis. Hello, can you hear me?
Compliment of the season to you.
Yeah, compliment of the season. Yeah, I just want to add my voice for the conversation. One of the problems we are having about our ownership in Yoruba land, it is let me say intermarriage. Because if you look at most of our obas, they have intermarriage with non-Yorubas, and it's not supposed to be so, because before they can make you Oba in Yoruba land, it's supposed to be the full-blooded lineage to the Obaship. You cannot just go and bring somebody who doesn't understand the culture, who doesn't understand what he has made it to be an Oba. It's going to destroy the state. So we have so many problems, even that cost to our leadership in Yoruba land. Okay, look at Are Iba Gani Adams. Look at the young lady he went and get married to recently. So that shows that he can compromise to destroy the Yoruba race. And those are the people we are looking forward in terms of leadership in Yoruba land. So
May I
we
ask
have
you a question? Can I ask
yeah,
you a
go on.
question?
Yeah, go on, please.
Do you think those people or those kings marrying from foreign land? So for example, the king in Lagos, the one that liked Oniru guy, married someone from another culture, Fulani, and there's some other kings that does that. Do you think it's a setup?
Yes, I will say so, because it's like they are planting the Obas there for like to get rid of Yoruba race. Because if you look at the people who are being our Obas now, either Muslim or Christian, and both of them, they are fighting over the truth. So if you look at all those things that we are facing, I will agree with you. From the outsiders, because all our history, our secrets about Yoruba land, always been in the palace. I'm not talking about those àwọn ọba tí kìíní. I'm talking about the ancient kings in Yoruba land. It is only there are some kings like Awujale, those even Oni have compromised.
The same
Oni have
king that
compromised.
gave El-Rufai that title, Abi. That same Awujale, Abi. Okay, continue.
No, Awujale is one of our prominent kings in Yoruba land, because
I know
that
who
man,
he is. I know,
that man,
trust me, I
you
know.
can never see him outside be misbehaving. I'm sorry to say that, like all this our youngest king like Oni or like Oluwo, they will never do that because they know what to protect, because they are the symbol of Yorubas. So from those outsiders, like people from Edo or people from Igbo land, to be putting mouth about Yoruba discussion, it is very, very wrong. I see that offense, because them, they will never allow you to put mouth into their to what is going on in their palaces. Just like Edo, the king of Edo get married to a twin sister, but Edo people will never allow you to discuss that. They will never allow you. They will never discuss anything that is going on in their own palace. For the Igbos, they don't have king, so I will not blame them. So they want to destroy others. They want to destroy others, people that has a prominent, such as Yoruba kings. So they will work hand in hand with the Edos to rate Edo king above the Yoruba king. Not knowing that the Edo king is our child. Oba of Edo is a child. He's from Yoruba land.
You are lucky that One Piece is not there.
That's
I was about to say, man, One Piece is boiling right now. Wherever he is.
yes, they will never agree. If you look at recently when the king went to Lagos, They
So
paid
disrespectful.
that king to go and make that statement. The Igbo
Yeah,
people
I know.
sponsoring him.
So disrespectful.
Igbo
I know.
people sponsoring him to go and
Okay,
make that statement.
Ades, we have a culture here that at a certain period of time we move to the background. Now we can chat to any length.
Let's chat for 10 more minutes now. Let's see what Piece comment in the comment section. Let's give this guy for a little few more minutes. I'm waiting for One Piece comment, Joe. Just go sort of do it, Joe.
It's 8 hours. It's already 8 hours. So no, let's
5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Let the guy talk for 5 more minutes.
Okay, 5 more minutes. Okay.
Because after when the demolition things is going on, so they went and sponsored the king to come to Lagos to visit Lagos Museum, and the king came and based on our protocol, we do respect kings. So we giving our governor, they're giving the honor, but he didn't mention what is, because that statement, it is very, very wrong. The king knows,
isn't that
because
the problem?
the former king wrote a book. I think I got that book from a friend of mine. He wrote a book. That book is what is the title of that book? Say that he says, "Sir, I remain your obedient servant." And it's responding to Oba Ile-Ife, that I remain your obedient servant. I think I will.
They used to bury all the Oba Benin in
May I say something? Don't you think the problem we have is not speaking up? The moment he said it, I was so mad that none of the kings in Yorubas even confronted him and speak up like, what the hell is wrong with you? What are you talking about? No one speaks up. Everybody was quiet. What the hell? Are we dumbats?
You see the problem, one of the problems we Yorubas, we always feel that we are too educated. We don't want to be dragging words with people, so we don't want them to see us as a bad person. So we want to be too nice to them. And these people, they are destroying our race. They are putting on down the feet. they will be doing something, they will be
Adex, are
eating
you
you, and they will be
Adex,
petting you.
are
They
you
will
saying
be
that we
eating
cannot
you,
fully
and they will be
can we
petting you.
fully hold on? Can we fully reach our potential if we still stay in Nigeria, or do we have to leave to fully reach that level that you think we can be?
Yes, definitely, we must live. But
Right? Thank you very much, Daddy. Okay,
by we living, it is not something that you have to be. Maybe I don't see it in 10 years' time. But there is something that we must do. We must be doing to protect before that time come. Because we cannot be opening our eyes for these people just to be regulating us to the dam of the drain every time. When the Edo people want to talk, they will put themselves above everybody in the south. Before Obaship in Edo, it is Ogiso. They are using Ogiso. So it is we that it is our minion that came to Edo to come and civilize them, to come and create that Obaship for them. If you hear that,
but you know that Ekiti was under Benin Empire. Do you know?
Yeah, we know.
No, they
No.
came to conquer. They came to conquer. You understand? It's just like the way Oyo is fighting Owu, or is fighting Egba, or is fighting this thing. That is the way they are doing in those days. So the Ogiso Edo people, they came and conquer the Ondo people. But later on, Alaafin raised his armies to chase them back. So they are not Ekiti people or Ondo people. They are not Edo people. They are Yoruba people. So they came and conquered them based on their powerless then. You know, there's a time in only days when you are so powerful, there will be a time that your power will reduce. You understand? So when those power reduce, when your neighbor now see that your power have reduced, they will come and conquer you and dominate you. You understand? But the Oyo stood. Alaafin then now bring out his soldier, you understand, to come and rescue and chase them back. You understand? So you cannot say that when Oyo is fighting Egba, they know that they are blood lineage. They know that they are the same people, but they still fought each other. So what will you say about that? So they're always fighting about territorial boundary. That is normal in those days. But if you look at the Edo people, they will say that they conquer the whole of Africa, conquer Benin, conquer this thing, and that is lie. It's a false story. They didn't conquer anything.
Sorry, let me ask whether Ogbeni is here online. Otherwise, I want if CBD want to come in, I want the CBD to come in if Ogbeni is not there, because he seems to be the only one that's speaking now. Ajale Kokotu seems not to be there too. Okay, AB, I greet you. Okay, let me move. CBD, if you want to come in, I will give you the link and you can come in. Continue, Adex.
Okay, so that is how it is. You know, I see maybe the host Ekiti or the host Ondo. No, those people, they are the ancient people. Shekiri people, they are the ancient people. So though they dominate and give the stood to Shekiri people, because Shekiri, they are Yoruba people. They are Yoruba people. Even Akoko Edo, they are Yoruba people, but they are under Edo State today. They are under Edo State today. So if you look at even in the palace of Edo, as from 50s, 1950s, they are speaking Yoruba in that palace. All the names, they are Yoruba, but they will be adding the Ajasa of Edo language to it to cover up, cover it up. If you go to the palace of Edo today, there are Yoruba people there speaking Yoruba. There are some incantation that you will do with Yoruba there. But the supremacy will not allow them to unite with Yoruba people, but they want to bring Yoruba down to be above Yoruba. That is the problem. That is the ego the Edo people have. And the Igbo people, they are using that as a leverage to sponsor them to want to override everybody. So, Aigbafagba, Oni Kojekayegun, that is the problem we are having in the South.
You create a problem now. World peace is here for you.
No.
One piece. With the CBD, tonight.
No, this is the problem I have with my friend.
Edo and Igbo came together.
This is the problem I have. This is the problem I have with my friend Mike. He could not correct this guy. That what he's saying.
Correct me?
Hold on, please.
Okay.
I believe so. You guys since. Hold on. I believe so. You guys since. I didn't speak on anything you were talking about. You're talking about Orisha. All about you're talking about your culture. I don't say anything about it. Talking about your history. I don't say anything about it. Oh, that's your history. But when you start talking about my history, then I have a problem with you. You cannot tell my stuff. Hold on now. Hold on now, please. Hold on. I don't talk in emotion when it comes to history. Don't know how deep I am in it. So don't just start talking. You when say things, you back with the facts. Don't just talk.
Yeah, the fact is there.
No fact. You don't have fact. You have taste by moonlight.
The fact.
It's not the first. No fact. You don't have fact. You don't have any fact.
Okay, one at a time. Let's take it piece at
a time. Yes, let me speak. This guy. No, guy, hold on. I don't like what you're doing. If you are saying Yoruba history, you see, I didn't come in. I'm not listening. I didn't come. I gave you respect to talk about your history. I would learn something about it. But when you are talking about somebody's history, you have to be very careful. Say what you know from your own side. Like once Michael. Hold on now. Hold on. Just like when Michael had an argument with the Albanian, like the history you're talking about, who wrote it? From which version? From which account? Is it from the Yoruba account or from the Portuguese account? I was listening, and yes, it makes sense. But when you want to talk about history, hold on now. Well, let me hold on now. This is the problem I have with you. You can just listen. Okay. When you want to do history, it's three-dimensional. For the people it happened to, the people that make it happen, and the people that saw it happen, then you not bring it together and do plus and minus and get the point you're looking for. You connect the dots. You can't just say something from one side because you just think that makes it true.
Go on.
How can you just say in 1950 in my palace they're speaking Yoruba? We tell you learned person this class, hold on, don't say anything. Yes, you know in my palace you say that you grow there. But if you back it up now, can you prove it? Not before. No, not defend. Not defend them.
When you people want to write a book or you want to write
it's not when you people this you are not studying
can you
right
guys
now.
settle down and get because you guys are wasting time with this shouting one at a time. What piece, which point, and then you respond.
I just make a sound point to this guy. Why can you tell him that what he's saying is not right? Why let me go back and front? Can I tell you this guy in his own style? Can I tell you? I don't know what's your name. Sorry, what's your name? So I don't call you guy. I don't know your. Sorry, what's your name? I don't know. So I call you
guy. Forget his name. Just tell him the part you disagree and let him respond. That's
sorry, brothers. Can't you guys let one piece respond in peace?
That's what I'm trying to do now. But one piece himself is not ready.
You keep dropping in my tongue. My brother.
Okay. Hold on, everybody. So Adex. Let one piece respond. Then I want the transaction to flow between the two.
The problem is that it's not going straight to the point.
No. Like, sorry, don't make your problem my problem. Sorry, don't do that. I just ask a simple question. Can I come and tell you? Can I come and tell you now that your house where you are now that you're speaking Benin there, and I'll say I'm telling you are speaking Benin. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
I don't live.
If you can
just simple question.
If you can
yes, I know. I have to ask.
Okay, let him answer now. What piece? You ask him a question. Let him answer.
Yes, if you can get the facts, I will accept to it. What I am saying, it is a fact. Before 1914, 1920s, 1930s, in your palace, Edo Palace, they are using Yoruba as the alphabet to write. Most of the books in that palace, it is Yoruba words. So, and I think the late Oba wrote a book, and the title of that book, it is I Remain Your Obedient Servant, referring to Oba of Ile-Ife. That is the title of that book. But I have not gotten that book. I only get somebody always send me some pages out of that book, but I will make sure that I order that book. I will order the book and I will go through the book. Then I will share the link of your some title of the book.
Hold on.
Here.
Oh yeah, sorry. Hold on. I gave you time to explain yourself. Hold on. And now this is the problem I have. I refer back to Mike. Mike always said, Tony, make your point. Now, and sometimes when I talk, you say, why am I deviating? Does what this guy just said that makes sense? How to prove with you speaking Yoruba in about palace? What concerns the book, the roots that you were making a reference to Ife to prove to me that they were speaking Yoruba in my palace?
What I am trying to say to you now is that
I'm trying to Google that book. He's talking.
You people.
No, it's not about you people. Sound intelligent you are.
Can you guys just have basic conversation?
That's true. You people are not Yoruba, but that's
you guys should make points instead of just
a child can never be greater than his father.
Okay, hold on, my brother. I'm not. See, it's a problem for me to have a conversation. It's a problem for me to have a conversation with you. I'm not trying to disrespect your knowledge, but I can see that you don't. You're not really sophisticated when it comes to history. Sorry, but again, my anger I have is the people that's keeping mute. That means absolute. If they keep mute, means acceptance, because I know what you're saying does not make sense. So but if I do not make, hold on, my brother. Hold on. Now this is the problem. When you talk, I'll keep mute. Why you that you always the one I want to talk? You can't want to correct me. Don't correct me. I'll ask you to correct me. It's just conversation. I'm not. Please.
Problem in this place.
Okay. Yes. Now this place. Now, if I say anything about the Alafins too in that place, people will quickly to shut me up that I don't have evidence. But this guy is just saying things that is not factual, and people just kept coming and telling, "Oh, you should make your point," because it's such a narrative. It doesn't make any sense.
What piece is it true that the Oba wrote a book or? I remain your obedient.
Mike, what are you saying, Mike? What are you saying?
I was asking to debunk. No, we don't know now. It's between two of you.
The book is in the question. It's not important right now with our discussion we're talking about.
Does the book exist?
No. Just keep it aside. No.
I'm trying to confirm from you now. He's telling us we don't know.
That is not what we are talking about here.
Okay, what are we talking about then?
He just asking a question. He said, what made me came? He was talking about, whatever he was talking about is not my problem. He said, we were speaking Yoruba in the palace up to 1950. And I asked him, how did he know? Hold on. I asked him, how do you know? How can you prove that? Were you there? Did you grow up there? And you cannot prove it. Then you
cannot prove it. Okay, let's move on to the next point.
Hold on. From there, you cannot prove it. You move to a book. How come what concerns a book with what we are saying here? Now, if you cannot prove it, that means everything you say is babadash, is rubbish.
Wait, can I say something real quick? I don't think you're listening to the guy. So the guy is trying to back what he was saying with the book. He said,
Ariella, I'm not dumb. Yeah. I'm not stupid. I know that that's a question. I didn't ask you to back up.
No. He said that.
Hold on, let me tell you what you want to tell me. He jumped from the narration and went to, I remember a Salobident servant that the Oba wrote giving praises to Ife. How does that prove the books he said they were written in the books and everything written in palace, the way they worship, the way they speak, the one they speak language is Yoruba.
Let him then tell us what piece.
No, you not say He could not say
Can
anything,
I
so why
give
not waste
you?
my
Can I
time?
give
That's too
am
Give me a
emotional,
minute
man.
now.
Can you have
Hold on.
a simple
Hold
conversation?
on.
But you will not say this nonsense from me
Okay,
for not saying
calm
it.
down.
Wait
Everybody
now.
calm
One
down.
piece
Everybody calm
tea.
down.
Let him explain himself. Then you can debunk him. Just give him a
No,
minute
but
to
you have
explain
said you
himself.
have said the same thing. I don't think it's not
We
Wait.
different
are
at
asking
all.
No,
to
no,
So
guy.
debunk what
Wait
someone is
now.
saying. You're just shouting.
Please
Just
now.
debunk
Hold
it
on,
now.
please.
We're giving
I
two
beg
of you
of you,
floor.
please. Please, Adex, can you tell us what you're trying to say so that he can rebuttal you when you're done? Just a minute, just so that he knows where you're coming from with the book.
Yes, what I am trying to say is that I refer to the book as a backup, but the main point is that that stood is a Yoruba stood. That is the reason why we get on of Edo Nile Ife in Ife land.
But no. Can you go to that book exactly? So that because that can what is in that book that backs what you're saying up? What you write
Yeah,
your
the book.
can anybody hear me? Is it breaking up?
No,
That's
we can't. We're waiting for
When will
Adex.
I when
that
will I want to
is
speak?
an obedient servant to him. That is a subject, is an subject to the Oba of Ile-Ife. So today they cannot be coming out to be telling us that they are the one that give birth to us.
Oh God.
They are the
Oh
one
God.
that is above us. So they should stop saying that. That word is very irritating.
What piece? Okay, so what piece do you
That
believe
is
that? No.
my
Okay,
point
Adex.
of
No.
bringing that book.
Adex, hold on, Adex, please.
So
What piece? No,
anybody can
Adex, wait.
Google that book.
Adex, wait
I
now.
think
Hold on.
if we
Hold on,
maybe
Adex,
the
please.
book will be
Hold on, Adex.
maybe in Amazon.
Adex, wait now. Adex, hold on. War Peace is saying that maybe some people from your part of the country believe that you are the one that birthed the Yoruba race. That is debunking that is not true. So do you believe that, or do you have a different version of the story? I'm only asking
Baba.
a question.
I know you're asking a
I'm
question.
only asking.
I know you're asking a question. And I told you the reason I came in here is I didn't come here because who betted who, or I didn't come here if you want to do all this. I only came in to ask the guy one simple question. And one thing the guy said that made me came in. That he said we were speaking Yoruba in the palace. How everything wrote in our writing, everything was in Yoruba in
Right.
19 up to 1950. And I said, guy, can you prove it? Did you live there? Or in any way of shape or form, did you live there to know that you were speaking Yoruba? I started going to say different things, or there's some obedient, the book is make reference to, it's not about it's not say the book was written in Yoruba, I said the Oba in that book reference was making praises to Ife. That is not my business right now. First of all, clarify what you say. Don't be sitting in goalpost.
Okay.
And if answer that
So
question,
can you prove that?
hold on, Mike, hold on. If answer that question, that means I'm shifting narrative. That means I'm looking stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm holding on to my question. And you
Okay.
cannot
Let's ask
answer
him
me.
if we can prove about the speaking Yoruba thing. What's his name? Can you prove that they were speaking Yoruba in the Oba Palace in 1960? Can you prove it? It's a simple question, though. Where is he now?
Yeah,
Something.
Zara.
Maybe network.
Yeah. Let's get what CBD said. Let's see what CBD has to say about this.
Okay,
Yes,
let's give it a chance. Yeah. Go
yeah,
ahead.
thank you so much to any the good people of the platform, the good people of, and thank you for bringing me on.
Are you saying Mike is a bad person?
Yeah, there are more people
I
now.
thought he was thanking me all of a sudden.
That's a smart guy. That means there's some bad people on the platform like Mike. That's what he's trying to tell us. Okay, go ahead.
We had to see they go back long way. Trust me.
Yeah. So, but you see, I was listening to how the whole conversation, which I think, as much as we don't like talking about these cultural things and our heritage, I think it's also important for us to have those conversations. But now it's unfortunate that after facing how the white people, some of the colonialists came and did what they did, we now narrowed it down to tribal and national issue, which is unfortunate. We can't resist the temptation. Some of us can't resist the temptation of being so small-minded, in my opinion. So, and it's quite unfortunate. For example, there's no doubt that the Yoruba, I think I'm not I'm not a Yoruba person, but I've lived among Yorubas. I lived at some point among Yorubas for a long time, and because of Lagos, everybody knows that Lagos was once the capital of Nigeria. So that's one part some Yorubas always forget. They just feel like some people just woke up and decide to start migrating down to southwest. You didn't consider, some of us don't consider the fact that Lagos was a capital for a long time. It's not even up to 33 years that it was moved to Abuja. So, and when people move to the capital, that place, it's hard for them to live. Even if you move that capital away from there, they won't live there because now the economic space has been opened. It's now like a melting pot, So people that are always talking about leave Yoruba land, you always have to consider that fact also. So let us not think it's a unique situation.
So why are you agitating for Biafra if you're not ready to leave Yoruba land?
Wait now.
Wait now. This is not Yoruba, Biafra, Yoruba. Let's stay on the topic. We are talking here.
Mike, if you want us to do what you're trying to do, we can do it later, but maybe backstage or whatever. But for now, let's just try to be a bit.
I'm responding to what you are saying now, because I know you to be a Biafran agitator. You say you want to go your separate ways. Well, now you are saying you don't want, you start to leave.
So, Mike, are you trying to? Do you want to just argue and fight, or you want us to
it's
have
no argument? I'm just responding to what you say. Continue talking. Don't worry about me. Continue.
All right. Okay. So, the thing is, we have to always consider that fact. It's not unique to Nigeria. It's everywhere in the world. Everybody, the entire nation, will always migrate to their capital city, because that is where a lot of things are being focused on and centered on. So that's a normal thing. And if we're talking about people trying to, take over and infiltrate, the only problem I usually have with some of the narrative, like, to be honest with you, I also agree that Yorubas are very welcoming, sometimes too welcoming. Yeah, you'll be surprised, but I agree with that. But the thing is, the only problem you usually have is that it's a selective kind of discontentment that some of the people that I'm hearing is selective discontentment they have. They seem to target at particular other tribes, especially towards the Igbos. But the thing is that if you look at it in reality, a lot of people that are staking on the Yoruba identity, most of them, if not all of them, are not Igbos. They are talking about, I was asking something on the comment section, and I'm surprised that nobody wants to talk about it. It's not me that is saying, it's not my idea. If you go to YouTube, type Balogun of Lagos responds to Oba of Benin, you're going to see it there. The man was speaking, at some point he said that his family is from, is it Nupe? Is Nupe Yoruba? Please, somebody.
There are some part of Isale-Eko.
ECBD, wait, I mean, Eko is not Lagos, okay? I think that's the issue people are having. Eko is not Lagos State. So when you say Lagos State is no man's land or it belongs to the Benin people, people get upset about that because you're not actually stating facts. So people need to be careful when they speak about it.
Everybody have a lineage. The Saleko people, listen, I just want to tell you something. My grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, they all migrated from Nupe side to Isaleko.
Nupe, yes, are they Yoruba? That's what I'm trying to find out.
People today claim that their great-great-grandfather or grandmother is from Nupe. They are right. But that does not mean that
Nupe Yorubas? That's just the question. Can you answer that for me? Are Nupe Yoruba?
I know.
Anciently, they were part of the Yorubas.
I will tell you. I will answer your question. Now, those people that they migrated from Nupe during that time, maybe more than 100 or 200 or 300 years ago, and they find their ancestors and then settle down in because of trading or whatever, they settle down in Saleko. Isaleko is just part of Lagos. It's not the total Lagos. Okay.
Can I ask him a question, please?
And then I will throw the same question.
Don't forget, I've not made my point, though, because I know how.
I also want to throw the same question.
Okay, hold on, Remy. In CBD, Nupe is not Yoruba.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask him a question?
That's why it's still the land his point now, please.
Can I ask him a question? It's very important. Do you know the meaning of Ikeja?
Ikeja? No. I don't know the meaning.
It means. Do you know what it means?
No, I don't.
No.
Sorry?
He does not know.
He does not know.
It's
Let's
an
let
acronym.
at least get his point across.
Okay, that name is an acronym for Joint Commission Administration for Ekpe and Ikorodu. So when you say Ikeja, it's Ikorodu and Ekpe Joint Administration. That's the meaning of Ikeja.
Okay.
So when you say Lagos, you have the Badagry side, you have the Jebu side, you have the Abuli Egba people there for the whole Lagos. So when somebody says, "Oh, Lagos is no man's land," or many people came to Lagos and they own Lagos, it rubs those people the wrong way because you're not clarifying that it's just Saleko that you're talking about. So when we're discussing things, let's be very careful.
All right. Let me just quickly. No problem. You can. I know it's time to be interjected, but at the same time.
It should be. Sorry, before you move on.
But let's play the land his point now. We don't people don't get to land their point.
Mike, you hold on now. Mike, why are you doing this now?
No, I'm not doing anything to you. Like even you go and they allow you to land your points. Nobody's landing them.
You don't even know what I'm going to say.
Can I say something? Well, everybody, hold on. Can I move the discussion to the background now? Are you okay with it?
Let me finish.
Okay.
No, you are still on the floor. Everybody's still here. It's making us to the background. Doesn't mean you're.
I just moved to the background. Let me just thank our audience so we can hear. Thank you everyone for.
We are still on the show. We're still on the show. We're on the background. We're still on the show. Don't worry.
But we just moved to the background. Yeah. So
the show is over, but you want us to have like a private conversation, like.
Let him finish. Let him
finish. I can just drop this point. Then at least it's not fair now if I started on the main show and I'm.
Yeah, drop your point. Drop your point.
Okay, drop your point. Sorry.
Yeah. So what I'm just saying is this. If you've agreed with me that Nupe are not Yorubas, then no matter how you say that they came from, there's all those. They might even be a Yoruba sub, or maybe they have some link with Yoruba, just like Ishakiri. But what
they conquered or your sometimes are something there about. Yeah.
Okay. So my point, I'm not against that, because if you ask me, there's what they call naturalization. There's some people that have naturalized in a place, they don't even feel any attachment to where they're originally from, to be honest. Like when we are saying Americans, when you see some of these white nationalists talking about America, it's as if they don't even feel any connection to that they came from Europe. So there's no problem with that. But now the problem I'm seeing is that there's this selective discontentment. This one will say, oh, it's just like, okay, for the Igbo on, we might say it's all related to economic reasons, that, oh, these people are coming to buy our land, they will take our, that's what I'm seeing. I don't think an Igbo man is coming to claim where is he supposed, that is the one that is the Oba or Bale. Have you ever seen an Igbo man becoming a Bale?
I think you are being economical with the truth here, please. You are being
No, Remy, let be the land is point.
So my point is that if we are doing this thing, let us all be honest and have it, and to be fair with what the king said. At some point, the king of Benin of Edo, he never said at any point that I listened to it. He was careful with his words at some point, and he said some areas of Lagos State. Didn't he say that? So I don't think he said that Benin, because he also knew that he cannot say that Benin people founded the whole Lagos. He said some areas of Lagos State, which even the brother that spoke right now also made mention of that fact that there are these people of Akoko, Edo, down Isaleko, all those Isaleko and all those places. So let us all be honest with what we are saying. And I'm surprised why even the presidency have not called what's the name? The Balogun of Lagos, that was saying all these things, and asked him that why will you say that the Tinubu'S from Bono? He said that in that same video. The fact that it's not even being queried, or it's not in the news, I don't even know why. So does it mean that
the presidency to say?
No, call him now. You're putting a narrative that out there that it's from Bonu. Is
You
from
see,
Bonu.
BD, allow people to respond. You see,
Hey,
BD, you can't say Igbo are not causing trouble.
No, Mike.
I want to move it to the
Am I stopping anybody
Exactly.
from responding?
No,
So
just land your point. We are giving
let
you
me
the
just
floor.
finish.
So.
Let me finish by saying this. You see, let us, because of the kind of mental conquest that some of the colonialists did to most of our people in Africa, it seems like our own thinking has been directed to a particular channel that people cannot think outside a particular channel. For example, there's this thing that trended online recently, where some man is it one village in Igbo land, I think in Anambra, and he said something like, an Igbo man discovered America and called it Emerigonka. That now came to the word
That would be mad now. That
now,
would be mad.
wait now, let me land. You get what I'm trying to say. Just wait. But now,
Out in
as
Namdekanu.
wait now, wait. That man has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu. He's some traditional figure. He's not even a king. I think he's a traditional man of somewhere in the east there. Then, as ridiculous as it sounds, I'll end by saying this: as ridiculous as it sounds, because of the kind of education and the kind of mindset that our people have, or black people, because as an effect of colonialism, did we ever ask ourselves why is it that apart from Africa, there are so many melanated people all across the globe? In the Polynesia, in Australia, do you know the Aboriginal people have your skin color? Some of them you're even lighter than. And apart from that, have you asked yourself why is it that the Igbo people that were taken, according to their history, they said they took them, right? The Igbo people that were found in Jamaica, it's good there. Don't believe me, please. Just go on Google and type and find out why they were all called Red Igbos. And at the same time, why did you think that they were calling the Indians Red Indians? So let us, I'm not saying that you should take my word or make anything of what I'm saying. My point is this: learn to think beyond what you are used to, beyond what they have taught you to think. So now do your own research and come up with your own findings, because the people finding it are not spirits. They are finding their own thing and they are giving you what they want you to consume. So whether you believe that that is ridiculous or not, don't be lazy. Do your own research. You owe that to your origin. You owe that to your culture. You owe that to your people. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, CBD.
You made a lot.
I want to wish everyone happy holiday. Those that prefer to be wished a Merry Christmas, I wish you Merry Christmas. Thank you for coming and thank you for making the program memorable.
When you said some people start dropping, you want me to say back to the background now?
No,
You are standing so standing the panel.
Now, so we thank you, everyone. FIG, Noves, AB, we see you later. Lawa Bola, I greet you. Even your name sounds very familiar. Tony, I hail you. So, for those people that cannot even mention their names, you are all honored and you are all respected. So, we hope to see you later when the Eagle, one man, will land to start another session that we are all going to enjoy and learn together. Thank you, everyone. See you later.